Black Girl Health Foundation presents Minds Matter DC in partnership with the National Network of Library of Medicine, Southeastern Atlantic Region, and All of Us Research Program, Howard University, and Howard University's Louis Stokes Health Sciences Library, and Black Girl Health LLC. Sponsors include Duff and Phelps Charitable Foundation and Delta Research and Educational Foundation. Now, your host, founder and executive director of Black Girl Health Foundation, Portia Johnson.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me now. Sorry about the technical issues that we were having. The system just, it dropped on us. And I think we got everything back and working. So, hey, it happens. It's live. This is live social media here, right? So again, I am Portia Johnson, the executive director of Black Girl Health Foundation. I am also the owner and president of Black Girl Health. These are organizations geared to helping women of color live healthier lifestyles. We have partnered with Howard University, HU, hey, your girl's an alum, right? Okay, I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be back here and in this time partnering with my alma mater, Howard University, and Howard University Louis Stokes Library. So happy to be here and being able to give back in this way because mental health is so important. And y'all, we have been through so much with COVID, the pandemic. Many of us have lost loved ones or not seeing family. This is really, really important. And so today, Black Girl Health Foundation is going to bring you 7 workshops, y'all. 7 workshops with some amazing presenters. And we got some Howard alum presenters too, okay? We got some Howard alum presenters. We have some students from Howard University as well that are going to be a part of this event. So let me name some of the workshops that we have. So we have Control, Alt, Delete, Stress with Yoga. We have our student panel, A Different World. We have Push Beyond Mental Blockage. That's a fitness workshop. We have Food for Thought, which is going to talk about how foods affect your mood. We have Put Your Money Where Your Mind Is. We got to get them finances right. It's been tough, y'all. Them pockets have been hurting, right? We have Beating Depression Naturally. And we have our last panel discussion, which is Bridging the Racial Divide. So without further ado, I'm going to kick this off with Howard University President, Dr. Wayne Frederick. I'm so, happy. Obviously, I'm happy to be an alum, and I'm so happy about this partnership. Dr. Frederick.
Portia, thank you for the invitation to speak today. It is a privilege to participate in the Minds Matter DC Mental Health Campaign virtual workshop. The Black Girl Health Foundation is doing really important work to put mental health, especially for young African American women, front and center. While we should always be focused on our mental health, the need is even greater during the pandemic. I believe we all can benefit from regular social interaction with family and friends. With the lack of human interaction we have grown accustomed to over the past year, it is only natural that we may struggle as a result. My teenage daughter has certainly experienced challenges during the pandemic. She's an incredibly social person, and the inability to connect with her friends in the manner that she has been accustomed to has been difficult for her. Fortunately, my daughter was open and honest with my wife and I about how she was feeling, so that we could work together to find resolutions to improve her experiences. Her challenges are not unique, especially for girls her age. The best way to get help is to ask for it and to make others aware of what you're going through. Of course, we need to educate our young people about what they can do to help and advocate for themselves. But we all need to take responsibility for the well-being of others. We have to empower ourselves with the ability to recognize the silent and invisible signs that others might be giving off when they are experiencing distress, and the knowledge to take action to provide them with assistance. As a community, we must come together to care for one another. While the pandemic has, in many ways, pushed us further apart and cut people off from one another, it has also reinforced the ways in which it is each of our jobs to care for our neighbors. We wear a mask and keep our social distance and wash our hands, not only to protect ourselves, but to protect our friends, family, and the strangers in our midst. The same should be true for our mental health as well. As we walk through life, we must keep our eyes and ears open in order to detect who may need help and determine how we might be able to give that help. This workshop series is a wonderful reminder of the particular type of care we must give to the young girls in the Black community. We must do all we can to care for and bolster the well-being of Black girls in our community so that they may grow up to change the world. Portia, as an alumna of Howard University yourself and the director of Minds Matter, you know better than most the power and potential of Black women. Thank you for the work you're doing to address and enhance the mental health of this critical group in our community.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Frederick. I appreciate that. It is definitely a pleasure. And it's just wonderful just being a part of, such a great university, and being able to be back, and being able to partner in this way. Without further ado, I want to, now present the mayor of Washington, D.C., who has a message for the entire DC community and the DMV.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Muriel Bowser. I want to thank everyone at the Black Girl Health Foundation for your leadership and for your work to improve the health of Black women and girls in Washington, D.C. During these challenging times, it's more important than ever that we support each other's mental health. I hope you leave today's Minds Matter DC workshops with new tools to protect and take care of your mental health and improve your overall well-being. I have been saying for a year now that we are all in this together and that we'll get through this together. And it is true. Together we will continue empowering women and girls while building a healthier DC. Thank you and enjoy the workshops. Portia, now back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. Well, before we get started with our workshops, I didn't think it would, be good if we didn't kind of kick off, our workshops with a little spoken word to just, really kind of set the mood, for what we've all been going through, especially Black women. I mean, this is Black Girl Health, be Leah, right? This is Black Girl Health. And I know
that's right.
You got some words for us, right? You got some passionate words that really, I think will resonate with people about what we've been going through, our own struggle. And so, Belia, I'm not going to talk too much because you're going to be doing a lot of talking, right? Belia, if you can, kick it off with us. The floor is yours.
Transformation can't always be fireworks or a big bang. Most times it is slow and steady, moment to moment, without much excitement at all. It is writing one prayer after the next. It is discovery. It is saying no for the first time to yourself. It is bathing in rivers that have not been named and taking time to listen for revelation. It is digging your own grace and making room for the roots that grow. It is freedom. It is beginning again and again and again and again, like the moment when you decided to let those tears find their way to your lap and you journaled about it, this mind, this body, this soul thing, because it's always complete, like you, always whole, like you, working the kinks out of your mind and your hair. And sometimes it hurts. Sometimes you ain't gonna feel like it. Sometimes you will spend yourself to heal what is active inside of you, but it is critical. See, I remember your eyes telling stories that no man or woman or person or you wanted to hear. So we wrote another prayer and we wrote another poem and we took another photo and painted another canvas. And with our hopes and declarations and in our wildest dreams, We are wild and free and living in our best mind, body, and soul, and nothing is stopping us. So we plan to still be here forever at the intersection of sunshine and love and health and peace and reality and justice and Shabbat and breath. Sometimes we unplug from everything that could be potentially harming us, safeguarding our eyes, our ears, and from being witness to trauma porn. See, that's transformation too. Letting go of one narrative and choosing another, choosing rest because we need to live another day in order to fight another day, listening to our breath escape, calling our therapists, taking our meds, waiting until it's time, releasing our loved ones, watching the sunrise, writing a new story, changing the legacy, shifting benchmarks. See, that's transformation too. More being and less doing, more listening, more speaking, more watching and waiting, more walking and playing, more taking your time to respond. See, that's transformation too. It is praying until you have no words. It is moaning until you have no sound. It is surprising yourself at how far you've come. It is declaring that this is the moment that I will be healed. It is vulnerability when you are afraid to let someone in. It is continuing the number of times. It is counting the number of times that you almost died and celebrating the exhales after. It is this right now, this putting one foot in front of the other, this no matter how long it takes, you will get up again. It is letting them know, it is letting them love you, it is letting them love you when you don't love yourself. It is joy that is promised in the morning and mourning until the joy comes. It is watching snow fall and seeing God's reflection. It is every wrinkle. It is seeing God's reflection in every wrinkle and pimple and misplaced hair on your head. It is this and now and here. It is tiny and minuscule and oh so magnanimous. It is like the links you see twinkling in the sun rays and boulders covering borrowed tombs. It is laughter. It is pretending. It is not pretending. It is one gray hair. It is setting boundaries and saying no. It is one gray hair after another. It is one sip. It is one bite. It is one flicker, one morsel. It is this process and not always the outcome. It is this process and not always the outcome. It is this process and not always the outcome. It is about this, talking about it until you don't. It is desiring more. It is taking inventory and reevaluating. It is making the hard decisions. It is loving them enough to let them go. It is freedom. It is you. It is this. It is beginning again and again and again. See this right here. This is transformation too.
Leah. Girl, you gonna make me cry on here. Yo, that I mean, you seen the comments, transformation. Yes, this is me.
It's me too, right?
Oh my gosh. That may have been probably the best spoken word I have ever heard. That just like touched my soul. I got to pull this together because y'all, I got to, I got a whole show to do. I got a whole show to do. Yes, whew.
Hey, take your time.
Girl,
right?
I mean,
this is transformation too.
I don't know. I mean, did you guys see I felt like my picture, I felt like you were talking to me. So I know you're talking to everyone, right? Every woman, but I felt like you were talking to me, and that totally just resonated with me and touched my soul. Loving people so much just to let them go. One of the phrases you said, like, oh my goodness. Oh, that was so powerful. Okay. Belia is,
bless you.
she had to, she came from, and Howard grad student
HU.
HU, and only in HU, only HU. I feel like HU breeds some, just magnificent people. And that was magnificent work. Belia, thank you so much for being with us today and presenting that powerful spoken word. Okay, I got to go on. All right, everyone. Right after the break, we're going to have our first workshop, and that is going to be a very nice treat. Control, Alt, Delete, Stress with Marsha Harold. So we'll be right back right after the break.
Itching, burning sensation.
You have a UTI.
Of the throat.
Oh no, you have strep throat. Here, take this prescription.
He said itching.
Getting mixed messages? Medline Plus never accepts advertisements from big business pharmaceutical companies, so you can get information based on sound medical research produced by the National Library of Medicine.
You've got halitosis.
Go with what real doctors use. MedlinePlus.gov. Get your facts straight.
Well, I think that what's unique and important about the All of Us research program is that, there are treatments and medications that don't work for everyone. And this program is really trying to find out why. They're looking into lifestyle, your environment, your genetics to get that answer. And I think that that's important. Personally, I wanted to become a participant in this program and be involved because as a Black person living in America, I know that we've been left out of biomedical research largely in the past. And this program is also looking to change that, and they're looking at more diverse populations. I would say to anyone who has reservations about joining that you could possibly be a part of medical breakthroughs in the future. Why would you not want to be a part of that? I'm Chantel, and I joined for All of Us.
Greetings. I'm Marsha Banks Harold. I'm a certified yoga therapist and a trauma sensitive yoga facilitator. I am so glad to be here with you today. This is so important for our community. And while I'm not a Howard University alum, if it wasn't for Howard University, I wouldn't be an electrical engineer today. You see, about 30 years ago, there was a tour on your campus, and I went in the background of your radio station and your TV station, and I met this brother, and he said, if you're interested in this, you should become an electrical engineer. And that's what I did. When we follow Belia's transformation, this concept of being true to who we are, that's exactly what this yoga sequence is about. It's really tapping into who we are, looking at who we are in terms of the psychological piece, but also the biomedical piece of our lives. We are sisters. We need to come together as a community to transform our body, our mind, and our spirit. And so I became a yoga therapist in order to bring about change for our community. And so today, as you are in your homes or wherever you are, maybe you're calling in from your car, whatever you're doing, make sure you're safe, of course, but let's be present together and join this practice called yoga that heals our body physically, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually. And so if you'll join me, maybe in a seated position, if that serves you, maybe you bring your palms together, maybe closing your eyes and just tapping into your place of peace, your place of connecting with your ancestors, knowing that you have everything that you need to overcome all of the challenges of these worlds that we live in, that you have everything that you need to continue to thrive, to be abundant, to continue to be a trailblazer. So as we sit together, my sisters, I invite you to tap into a place of resiliency, this place of being able to overcome any obstacles that show up in our lives. Maybe just a couple more moments. Maybe thinking of someone that has held space for you to be who you are in your life right now. And remembering that we have to continue to serve all that are in need, to hold space to center those that are in need, including ourselves. So if you'll join me and go ahead and lower your hands down to your knees, maybe flutter your eyes open. Breathe in with me. And exhale, go ahead and lower your right ear to your right shoulder and just notice if there's any stress being released, maybe on the left side of your neck. Inhale, bring your head back through the center. Exhale, lower the left ear to the left shoulder and just notice if there's any tension in the right side of our neck. You know, a lot of times when we're trailblazers, the stress that shows up in our body. Inhale your head back through the center. Exhale, right ear to right shoulder, feeling the stretch on the left side of the neck. Inhale back through the center. Exhale, lower your left ear to the left shoulder. Notice how the right side of your neck feels. Inhale back through the center. And now let's create circles with our head. Take your time. There's no need to rush, just being present with who you are and where you are in your life. And when you're ready, find your way back through the center. And now let's change direction. Allow your head to travel in circles, making sure that you are getting what you need out of this practice. And when you're ready, find your way back through the center. Exhale, lowering your chin down towards your chest and just feel the stress release from your body. Control, Alt, delete any stress that exists. Inhale, take your gaze up towards the sky. Exhale, allow your chin to return back down towards the chest. One more. Inhale, take your gaze up towards the sky. Inhale back through neutral, and now take your gaze over the right shoulder. Beautiful. Inhale back through the center. Exhale, take your gaze over the left shoulder. Inhale back through the center, and we'll do this together one more time. Exhale, take your gaze over the right shoulder. Inhale back through the center. Exhale, take your gaze over the left shoulder. Inhale back towards the center. And now we'll add a twist because that's how life is. Sometimes we have to twist things up. Plant your right hand onto the left knee. Reach your left hand behind you and look over the left shoulder. And just know that sometimes we have to look backwards in order to move forward. Inhale back around towards the front. Plant your left hand onto your right knee. Reach your right arm behind you and look over the right shoulder. We want to be balanced in all aspects of our lives. Inhale back around towards the front one more time. Right hand to left knee, left hand behind you. Look over the left shoulder. Maybe this time reach your left arm around the back, left fingers reaching for the right hip. Inhale back around towards the front. Plant your left hand onto your right knee, your right hand behind you. Look over the right shoulder and go ahead and reach the right arm around the back. Right fingers reaching for the left hip. Inhale back around towards the front. Plant your hands onto your knees. Inhale, take your gaze up, pressing your chest up towards the sky. Exhale, round the spine, gaze down towards the core. One more, please. Inhale, take your gaze up, knowing that everything is available for you. Exhale, rounding the spine, gaze down towards the core. Inhale, back through neutral. And let's add a little bit of our arms reaching up for the sky. So inhale, float your arms up towards the sky. Beautiful. Plant your right hand to the right hip, and then go ahead and lean over towards the right side of the room. Your left fingers are reaching towards the right side. Beautiful. Inhale, float your right arm up. Plant your left palm near your left hip and reach your right fingers towards the left side of the room. One more time, each direction. Inhale, float the left arm up, plant the right palm, reaching the left fingers towards the right side of the room. Inhale, float the right arm up, plant the left palm, and reach the right fingers towards the left side. Exhale, return your right hand back down to the mat. And now we'll go ahead and stretch our legs out a bit. I wanted to tell you that I own my own yoga studio in Alexandria, Virginia. Pies Fitness Yoga Studio. Check me out if you want to. I certify yoga teachers and yoga therapists. Inhale, reach your arms up and overhead. Turn towards the left and exhale, fold over the left leg. And that's important because we need to increase the number of Black women, of people of color that are holding space so that we can be healthy. Inhale, lift the upper body. Turn towards the right, exhale, fold over the right leg, allowing your forehead to come down towards the right knee. And the yoga that we're doing today is called My Body Don't Bend That Way Yoga. I created this myself. Inhale, lift the upper body, palms face forward, exhale, fold to the center. You know what it's like when the world doesn't necessarily accept you as who you are. You have to create your own spaces, create your own type of yoga, your own engineering, create what works for you and your community. Inhale, lift the upper body, turn towards the left, exhale, fold over the left leg, allowing your forehead to come down towards the left knee. Engage the core, inhale, lift up, turn towards the right, exhale, fold over the right leg, allowing your forehead to come down towards the right knee, increasing your flexibility in your mind and in your spirit. Inhale, lift the upper body, palms face forward. Exhale, fold to the center and just melt into this form, knowing that you are truly awesome beyond measure. On the next inhale, reach your arms up and overhead. Exhale, float your arms down by your side. And let's go ahead and bring the soles of our feet together, bound angle pose. Mental health is real. That's why I came to yoga. It saved my life, literally. Breathe in with me. Exhale, fold forward, allowing your forehead to come down towards your toes. I had climbed the corporate ladder, came in contact with a glass ceiling and didn't know what to do with myself. Inhale, lift the upper body, and I found yoga. It allowed me to find peace. Breathe in with me. Exhale, fold forward, allowing my forehead to come on down towards the toes. Knowing that even if some doors close in your life, that you still can create different opportunities. Inhale, lift the upper body. Beautiful. Let's extend the right leg out towards the right. Let the sole of the left foot come to the inside of the right leg. Inhale, float the arms up and overhead. Turn towards the right and exhale, fold over the right leg, allowing your forehead to come down towards the right knee. 2 more breaths here. Engage the core. Inhale, lift the upper body. Exhale, float your arms down by the side. And let's go to the other side, please. Allow the left leg to go towards the left. Let the sole of the right foot come to the inside of the left leg. Inhale, float your arms up. Turn towards the left. Exhale, fold over the left leg. Know that stress is real. Yoga allows us to mitigate that stress. Of course, we advocate for integrating that with the care of mental health professionals. Inhale, lift the upper body. Exhale, float the arms down by your side. And now let's do double pigeon. So go ahead and bring your left ankle on top of your right leg. Your left knee will stack on top of your right foot. If this doesn't feel that great for you, you can extend your right leg straight out in front of you. Inhale, float your arms up and overhead. palms face forward, and exhale, fold through the center, allowing your forehead to come down towards your chin. Just surrender into this form. Know that you are truly awesome beyond measure. Inhale, lift the upper body. Exhale, float the arms down by your side. And let's go to the other side. So take your time, lower the left shin, and go ahead and bring the right ankle on top of the left quadricep, stacking the right knee on top of the left foot. That's awesome. Inhale, float your arms up, palms face forward. Exhale, fold through the center, allowing your forehead to come down towards your top shin. 2 more breaths here. Engage the core. Inhale, lift the upper body. Exhale, float your arms down by your side. Release your right leg to the floor and go ahead and meet me in table pose. Table pose, coming to your hands and knees, stacking your shoulders over your wrist, your middle fingers reaching towards the top edge of your mat. Your hips are stacked over your knees. Actively press your palms into the mat. On the inhale, take your gaze up towards the sky, lowering your core down towards the earth, your tailbone reaching towards the sky. On the exhale, round your back, take your gaze towards the core. One more, please. Inhale, take the gaze up, core reaches down, tailbone reaching up towards the sky. Exhale, round the spine, gaze towards the core. Inhale, back through neutral. On the exhale, take your gaze over the right shoulder. Look towards your right hip, creating a C on the right side body. Inhale, back through the center. Exhale, take your gaze over the left shoulder towards the left hip, creating a C on the left side body. Inhale, back through the center. One more time each side. Exhale. Take the gaze over the right shoulder towards the right hip. Inhale, back through the center. Exhale, gaze over left shoulder towards the left hip. Inhale, back through the center. And let's explore child's pose. Go ahead and separate your knees the width of your mat. Let your big toes come together. Press your hips back as far as they feel comfortable. And then maybe extend your hands out in front of you, allowing your forehead to come down towards the mat. This is one of my favorite poses. It represents our wisdom, the ability to surrender, to let go, to be in the present moment. And as we explore this concept called mental health, we need to be able to have a safe space to surrender. Walking your arms over towards the right, allow your forehead to come down between your arms. Take this time to just accept yourself for who you are and where you are in your life. Walking your hands back through the center and then walking them over towards the left, allowing the forehead to come down between the arms. Just go as far as it feels comfortable for you. That's what I love about yoga. It literally is about you. Walking your hands back through the center, this time pressing your palms into the mat, returning your hips over your knees. Slide your right hand to the center of your mat and bring your right foot to the top edge of your mat, stacking your right knee over the right ankle. If you feel comfortable, go ahead and slide your left knee back towards the wall behind you. And this is the full form right here. But if you need more, if your body wants to move just a little deeper into this, meet me down on your forearm. So come on down towards your forearm. Listening to your body, of course. 2 more breaths here. Go ahead and plant your palms back into the mat. Shift your hips back, pointing your toes up towards the ceiling, and reach your left hand to your right baby toe as you lower your forehead down towards the right knee. 2 more breaths here. Return your left palm to the mat. Return the right foot back to the mat and bring the right knee back towards the left. And we'll go to the other side. So go ahead and bring the left foot forward. stacking the left knee over the left ankle. If you feel comfortable, go ahead and slide the right knee back towards the wall behind you. And then you choose. You can stay here with your palms connected to the mat, or maybe come down to your forearms. You decide what works. We'll be here for 2 more breaths. Go ahead and plant your palms back into the mat. Shift your hips back. Point your left toes up towards the sky. Reach your right hand towards the left baby toe, lowering your forehead down towards the left knee. Maybe a couple more breaths here. Go ahead and release, planting the right palm, planting the left foot. Bring the left knee back towards the right. And we'll just do 1 more time each side. So on the inhale, bring the right foot forward. Slide the left knee back. Go ahead and exhale, lowering down to your forearms. And then lower your right knee this time over towards the right side of your mat. And just let your body open up to whatever you need today. 2 more breaths here. Planting the right foot back into the mat. Plant your palms into the mat and go ahead and bring the right knee back towards the left. And we'll go to our final side. So go ahead and bring the left foot forward. Your palms are connected to the mat. You can slide the right knee back, coming to the top of the right foot. If you would like, each side is different. You can come down to your forearms, and then on the exhale, lower your left knee over towards the left. And we'll just hold here together, letting go of any stress that may be present in your body, your physical body, your mind, or your soul. Go ahead and plant the left foot, plant both hands back onto the mat, bring the left knee back towards the right, and we'll transition to our first downward facing dog. Planting the palms into the mat, press your toes into the mat. On the exhale, lift the hips up into the air into downward facing dog. Go ahead and pedal your legs out, alternating each knee down towards the earth. And then find stillness in your downward facing dog. This is our resting form. This is an opportunity to surrender, to reset yourself, to recenter your life. 2 more breaths here. Take your gaze forward, bend your knees, walk or jump to the top edge of your mat, coming to a forward fold. Let's go ahead and take advantage of ragdoll. Right hand to left elbow, left hand to right elbow, and then sway side to side. Just be present. As B. Leah talked about, enough of overdoing. Let's just be present with each other. Coming back through the center, reaching your hands down towards the earth. Go ahead and lift your feet and slide your hands underneath the bottom of your feet. Maybe your toes will touch your wrist. Let your forehead come down towards your knees. 3 more breaths here. Gently release your hands from underneath your feet. Inhale, halfway lift. Your hands come right below your knees. Your back is parallel to the sky, the crown of your head reaching towards the front edge of your mat. Exhale, reach back down towards the earth. Inhale, reverse swan dive up. Arms up and overhead, palms come together. Exhale down through heart center. Allow your arms to come down by your side, palms face forward, and just stand in your awesomeness. Inhale, float your arms up and overhead. Maybe take a back bend. Open your arms into goddess arms. Beautiful. The goddesses that we are. Inhale, back up. Palms come together. Exhale, fold down, reaching down towards the earth, recentering ourselves. Inhale, halfway lift. Hands come right below the knees. Exhale, fold. Plant your hands, step or jump back into high plank. If you're modifying with me, come down to your knees. Breathe in with me. Exhale, lower down, Chaturanga Dandasana. Go ahead and slide your hands in near the chest area, elbows in by the side. Breathe in with me and lift up to baby cobra or upward facing dog. Press your toes into the mat. And on the exhale, press your hips up into the air, into our next downward facing dog. Remember, this is our resting pose, our opportunity to recenter. Listen for the change. Take your gaze forward, bend your knees, and step your right foot to the right side of your mat and the left foot to the left side. And then lower your hips down, meeting me in Malasana, our yogic squat. The opportunity to just be, noticing the heart open, willing to serve ourselves and our community. 3 more breaths here. Go ahead and plant your palms into the mat. Lift your hips, heel toe your feet in underneath the hips. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold, reach back down towards the earth. Inhale, reverse swan dive up. Palms come together. Take that final goddess pose, opening your arms, looking up towards the sky, knowing that you can achieve anything that you want in life. Inhale, back up. Palms come together. Exhale, down through heart center. Arms by your side, palms face forward. And now we'll transition into our first balance pose. Rikshasana, tree pose. Plant through the right foot. Let your left heel come to the inside of your right leg. This may be where you are today. It's perfectly okay. If you would like, float your arms up and overhead. Beautiful. Maybe slide the left foot up the right leg. Left knee pointing towards the left. For 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Palms together. Exhale down through heart center. Release the left foot by the right. And we'll go to the other side. Tree pose is one of my favorite poses that allows you to be grounded and also have access to everything at the same time. Plant through the left foot. Let the right heel come to the inside of the left leg. When you're ready, slide that right foot up the left leg and float your arms up. Maybe for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Palms together. Exhale down through heart center and release the right foot by the left. Arms by your side. We'll do it one more time each side. In life, we are giving the opportunity to just be able to redo things. That's what resiliency is about. And as Black women, we have to remind ourselves it doesn't have to be perfect the first or second time. Plant through the right foot. Let your left heel come to the inside of the right leg. Float your arms up and overhead, sliding the left foot up the right leg. Maybe take a back bend. Maybe just take a slight back bend, opening your heart towards the sky. Inhale, back up. Palms come together. Exhale down through heart center and release left foot by right. And we're going to our final side. We're going to make it. Plant through the left foot. Let the right heel come to the inside of the left leg. Slide the right foot up the left leg. Float your arms up and overhead. Maybe take a back bend. Maybe not. It's your choice. Opening your heart towards the sky. Inhale, back up. Palms come together. Exhale down through heart center. Release right foot by left. Arms by your side. And we'll transition to Trikonasana, triangle pose. Go ahead and step the right foot forward. Step the left foot back behind you. Reach your arm, right arm forward, left arm behind you, and shift your left hip back behind you. Reach forward with the right hand. Exhale. Float the right hand down towards the floor. Your left arm up towards the sky and look towards that left thumb. Leaning back towards an imaginary wall. Just know you're always supported. Engage the core. Inhale. Lift up. Let's go to the other side. Pivot towards the back edge of your mat. Left hand forward, right hand behind you. Shift your right hip back. Reach forward with the left hand. Exhale. Lower the left hand down. Right arm up. Look towards the right thumb. Beautiful. 2 more breaths here. Engage the core. Inhale, lift up. Pivot towards the top edge of your mat. Bend your right knee this time into warrior two. As sisters, we're always in a battle, but we're stronger than we think we are. Go ahead and bend the right forearm, plant it on the front leg. Sweep your left arm overhead, left fingers reaching towards the top edge of your mat. On the next inhale, come back through warrior two, straighten the right leg, and reverse. Left leg towards the back edge of your mat, bend the left knee. We're in warrior two again. Go ahead and plant the left forearm onto the front leg, reach the right arm overhead. And let's just rest here together, sisters, knowing that sometimes we need to rest in order to regroup. Inhale, back through warrior two. Go ahead and pivot towards the long edge of your mat. Arms out into a T. Breathe in with me. Exhale, fold forward, planting your hands onto the mat. Maybe the top of your head will touch the floor. Maybe not. It's all up to you. And now walk your hands over towards the right side of your body, your forehead coming down towards the right knee. Inhale back through the center, and then walk your hands over towards the left, forehead towards the left knee. Inhale back through the center, reverse your fingers, let them face the wall behind you, walking your hands back towards the back wall. 2 more breaths here. Go ahead and walk your hands back through the center. Heel toe your feet in underneath your hips. Lift the upper body and meet me in my favorite pose, goddess pose. Lift the heels, sink the hips down. Palms face forward for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lower your heels, straighten your arms. Exhale, lower your arms down by your side and meet me at the top of your mat. In Tadasana, mountain pose, palms face forward. Inhale, float the arms up and overhead. Maybe take a slight back bend. Exhale, swan dive down, reaching down towards the earth. Inhale, halfway lift. Hands come right below the knees. Exhale, fold, plant the hands, listen for the change. Step back to downward facing dog and rest here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale up onto the balls of your feet. Exhale, lower down to your knees and treat yourself to a child's pose. Separating the knees the width of your mat, big toes come together, extending your arms out in front. Remember, this is our wisdom pose. So if you ever get into any situation in life and you're unsure of where you're going, I invite you to come here, recenter, regroup. 2 more breaths here. Slowly come back up through table, bringing your knees underneath of your hips. And when you're ready, meet me in a seated position. And we'll transition to our spine. So take your time. Make sure you have enough room behind you, planting the bottom of your feet onto the earth, and then meet me in a supine position, laying on your back, extending your arms out into a T, bringing your knees in towards the chest. Your shins are parallel to the ceiling. Breathe in with me and exhale. Lower the knees towards the right. Gaze towards the left. Inhale, back through the center. Exhale, lower the knees towards the left. Gaze towards the right. Inhale, back through the center. 1 more time. Go ahead and lower your knees peacefully towards the right. Gaze towards the left. Maybe secure your left foot with your right hand and straighten your left leg across the body, intensifying the stretch here. Bringing the left knee back on top of the right, coming back through the center. Exhale, lower the knees towards the left, gaze towards the right, secure the right foot with the left hand and straighten the right leg. Opening up through the IT band on the right side. Inhale, right knee back in towards the center. Hold on to the baby toe side of your feet for happy baby. So the bottom of your feet are reaching up towards the sky. Go ahead and lower your knees down towards the armpits and maybe rock side to side. Beautiful. Finding your way back to the center. Breathe in with me and exhale. Open the legs into a wide V, allowing your big toes to come down towards the floor. Maybe securing your heels for 3 more breaths here. Awesome. When you're ready, take a yogi toe hold with the big toe, the middle finger, pointer finger, and the thumbs. Bringing your legs up towards the sky. Breathe in with me, bringing your toes towards your forehead, and rest here for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lowering your arms down by your side, planting your feet onto the earth. Heel toe your feet to the outside edge of your mat, and on the exhale, lower your knees over towards the right. Feel the stretch maybe in the left quadricep. Inhale back to the center. Exhale, knees over towards the left. Inhale back to the center. One more time each side. Knees towards the right. Windshield wiper, the knees towards the right. Inhale back towards the center. Exhale, knees towards the left. Inhale back to the center. And now go ahead and cross your left ankle on top of the right quadricep, bringing the right knee in towards the chest. Thread the left hand through the figure 4 and interlace your fingers on top of the right shin or to the right hamstring. This may impact your hips, creating a little bit more openness there. And release, lowering the right foot down, lower the left foot down. Last side, go ahead and cross the right ankle on top of the left quadricep, bringing the left knee in, threading the right hand through, interlacing your fingers on top of the left shin, and we'll rest together. Beautiful. Gently release. Go ahead and lower the left foot down, the right foot down, and we'll transition to our final resting pose. Go ahead and maybe allow the bottom of your feet to connect together for our bound angle pose. Maybe you want to extend your legs straight down towards the edge of your mat. You decide what works best. Maybe you want to keep your feet planted onto the earth and allow your knees to come in towards the center. And just rest. This is something that we all need as Black women, as Black girls, more time to do what we have to do, but to take time to rest. To center ourselves. So I'll take you through a gentle body scan to give us the opportunity to practice rest. So while you're laying on your back or seated in your chair, whatever works best for you, I invite you to close your eyes if that serves you. And just notice how different you feel. Allowing your toes to relax. Notice your toes relax. Allowing the bottom of your feet to relax. Notice the bottom of your feet relax. Allow the tops of your feet to relax. Notice the tops of your feet relax. Allow your shins to relax. Notice your shins relax. Allow your calves to relax. Notice your calves relax. Allow your knees to relax. Notice your knees relax. Allow your hamstrings to relax. Notice your hamstrings relax. Allow your quadriceps to relax. Notice your quadriceps relax. Allow your hips to relax. Notice your hips relax. Allow your core and your chest to relax. Notice your core and chest relax. Notice your shoulders relax. Allow your shoulders to relax. Allow your elbows to relax. Notice your elbows relax. Allow your wrist to relax. Notice your wrist relax. Allow each one of your fingers to relax. Notice each of your fingers relax. Allow your neck to relax. Notice your neck relax. Allow your chin and your cheeks to relax. Notice your chin and cheeks relax. Allow your forehead to relax. Notice the forehead relax. Allow the very crown of your head to relax. Notice the crown of your head relax. Allow your entire physical body to relax. Allow your mind to relax, being present in only this moment. Allowing your heart and soul to relax. Letting go of any responsibilities that are no longer serving you. Uncovering your authentic self. Being true to who you really are. Creating your own path. Building community. Our strength comes in community. Just a couple more moments here. And when you're ready, add movement to your fingers and your wrists. If you're lying down, also add movement to your feet, your ankles, bringing your knees in towards your chest. And when you're ready, slowly rocking to one side or the other. And then when you're ready, making your way up to a seated position. Taking your time, bringing your palms together at heart center, crossing your legs if that serves you, and maybe closing your eyes just to kind of shift the energy inward, knowing that you are amazing. And that when you get tired, it's okay to rest. It's okay to connect with your sisters. It's okay to seek the help of a mental health professional. It's also okay to integrate yoga and yoga therapy into your life, because all of those options allow us to continue to be whole, to recenter ourselves, to control or delete stress. My hope is that the rest of your day is filled with peace. It's truly been my pleasure to serve you, and I look forward to connecting with each and every one of you soon. Go in peace. Ashe. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Portia, for allowing me to be here. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you soon, sisters. Go in peace.
Oh my goodness, Marsha. I love, my body don't bend that way, y'all. I love it. We had so many comments coming in. One comment was, do you have a DVD? Do you have a DVD They want you in the home all the time. They want access to you. If you could just give people your information. I mean, is there a website or something? How can people reach you?
Sure. My website is www.piesfitnessyoga.com. PIES fitness, FITNESS yoga.com. Hit me up. I'd love to connect with you. I work one-on-one and in groups. If you want to be a yoga teacher or a yoga therapist, also contact me. And that DVD will come. I didn't know you guys wanted it, so we'll have to make it a reality.
Yeah, people are saying like, okay, we got one person just said, yes, on DVD. Where is the DVD? We need the DVD. And what's that website one more time? Because I want our staff that's listening.
Sure.
We're going to put it in the comments as well for people. Can you tell us that website again?
Sure. Website, P as in Paul, I as in ice cream, E as in Everett, S as in Sam, piesfitnessyoga.com. So thank you so much. I'd love to have you guys support me. We're virtual, so log in from your home, just like we did today. I love to have your support of the studio. It's so nice to be able to practice with you today.
Absolutely. And Marsha is also, she's a BGH member. She's a BGH partner member. So we love the fact that you are part of our family, and looking forward to, working with you a whole lot more. So Marsha, thank you for a wonderful job and relaxing. My body don't bend that way. Relaxing workshop. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that workshop. So we have just posted, or will be posting in the comments, an evaluation. So we want you to rate this workshop. Did you like it? Let us know. You should see in the comments. If you're on Facebook, if you are watching this from Facebook, you should see in the comments we are posting a link, so that you can give us your feedback on, tell us how, you like this workshop. Also, we're going to be sending that link via email after the entire event for those who are not on Facebook. Again, I would like to mention, just as I mentioned before, that Marsha is a BGH member. If you're interested, if you're liking what you're seeing and you want to join our sisterhood, we want you. We want you. So if you are a professional and you want to work with us, right? So if you want to host workshops, if you're a fitness instructor, or maybe you're a therapist, a financial coach, a doctor, whatever you may be, if you're a Black professional and want to do these different workshops with us, then join us. You'll be able to do that. We promote you, and it's a way that Black women can connect with you. So you would go to membership.blackgirlhealth.com. Again, it's membership.blackgirlhealth.com. If we could actually put that up on the screen, or put that in the comments as well, membership.blackgirlhealth. There you go. See, we on it. We on it. Okay, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. If you're interested in joining us, if you are just, you want to see this all the time, if you're liking what you're seeing, yoga workshops and, the different health related workshops, and hey, just become a member. We do this every Friday. We also have different home workouts and healthy recipes, all that good stuff that you get as, in our sisterhood. So we want you to sign up at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. So now, next up, right after the break, we have a different world, and that is our youth panel discussion. And we're going to be talking about racial identity, mental health, and so much more. So stay with us. Right after the break, we'll be back.
Sometimes we need the extra encouragement. We need support, and Black Girl Health is a movement. Oh, I love getting all the emails with the recipes, and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable, and I have something to do every day.
I work out at Pies Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BGH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson-Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
been having this stomach ache for a while now, and I feel... Excuse me, do you have any suggestions for stomach ache?
Oh, it's probably the West Nile. I'd take 2 baby aspirin if I were you.
Baby?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any
2.
sense. I'm not a baby.
2.
It doesn't matter. I'm not a baby. Hey, stomach ache. What do I do?
I heard swine flu's making a comeback. Just walk it off, huh? All right.
Oh, come on. You wouldn't take medical advice from a stranger on the street. So why would you ask a stranger on the internet? Produced by the National Library of Medicine, Medline Plus is the world's largest and most trusted medical library, offering reliable, up-to-date health information that's easy to understand and 100% free. Okay, that makes sense. Now, do you have any idea how to fix a radiator? Medline Plus. Get the facts.
The Lewis Stokes Health Sciences Library is at 501 W Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on the Howard University campus. At LSHSL, we actively support all 4 health sciences colleges at Howard: medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, and nursing and allied health sciences. We also support Howard University Hospital. Access to the library is available 24/7 on our website, where we have over 40 library and medical databases, 2,500 plus medical journals, and nearly 6,000 health science books. If we don't have what you're looking for, we offer interlibrary loan services so we can find exactly what you need. Librarians are available to assist you via email, chat, or video conferencing, where we offer both individual and classroom orientations, trainings, and library workshops. In-person reference services will resume when the campus fully reopens. Our website is hsl.howard.edu, where you can find our databases, search our catalog, see announcements and events, and access our services. Library database offerings include, among others, Access Medicine, Clinical Key and Dynamed, and popular journals like JAMA and the New England Journal of Medicine. You can also access many of our services on your tablet or mobile device. A great example is the program Visible Body, which offers anatomy learning via 3D animation and augmented reality. Other popular apps include Browsine, where you can access all of our electronic journals, curate your online bookshelf, and download and read your favorite journals wherever you are. The library also offers RefWork. The citation management program allows you to save and organize your references, easily insert your citations and bibliography into both Microsoft Word and Google Docs. Off campus, you can access all of our services on our website via the Sign In and Manage Your Library Account link, where you'll use your HU email and password to enter the digital library. You can also reach us through our social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Just search for the Lewis Stokes Health Sciences Library. We hope you'll visit us online and see all the library has to offer the Howard University community.
Hello, everyone. So our next discussion is going to be a panel discussion with 4 lovely ladies from Howard University, undergrad students. We're going to be talking about mental health, sexual identity, and racial identity. And I will not waste any time introducing our panelists. First, I would like to introduce Rachel Howe. Hi, Rachel.
Hello, how are you?
I am great. So Rachel is a senior at Howard University. We almost there to the finish line, who serves as the 60th president of Howard University Student Association, where she advocates for approximately 10,000 undergrad and graduate students. She's a proud member of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Rachel holds an extensive resume of service, being the former deputy chief of staff of the Student Association and the vice president of the College of Arts and Science Student Council. Again, Rachel, welcome.
Thank you.
So our next panelist is Maya Regman. Hi, Maya, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? I'm so happy to be here.
good. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. So Maya is a senior as well. And she has a major in business management. She is, which she is studying at the university. She is a micro influencer that builds community and platforms. She combines graphic design, photography, and videography skills with 5+ years of expertise in social media and public relations, consulting to inspire creatives and empower entrepreneurs. Yes, we need more entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs. So yes to that. I love it. I love it. Maya, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And our next panelist is Jordan Allen. Hi, Jordan.
Hi, Miss Portia. How are you?
I am doing well. Jordan is a passionate public speaker who lives by the motto, speak to inspire. I like that. I like that. Yeah. She, as a firm believer that your voice is the most powerful weapon, and it is, she founded Speak to Inspire to teach children and adults the art of public speaking. Jordan's speeches have been embedded in high school and college public speaking curriculums across the nation. Jordan, thank you so much, and thank you for all of your work. And our next and last but not least panelist, Aisha Taha. Hi, Aisha.
Hi, how are you?
I am doing well. So Aisha is a Sudanese transfer student, currently majoring in political science with a minor in international affairs at Howard University. Aisha also is an active member of the Transfer Student Association, the HU imprint, on the model of UN team, and also on the writing committee for the HU chapter of the United Nations Association. Wow, amazing. Aisha, thank you so much for joining us as well.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, well, let's get all these lovely ladies on the screen now. Yes, yes, yes. So let's get started here. We are not going to waste any time. We have some hot topics. Again, we're going to be talking about mental health, sexual identity, and racial identity. And please, everyone who is listening to this panel discussion, if you're on Facebook, we would love for you to comment, like, share, give us, if you have questions, we'll post them up on the screen. We'll post your comments up on the screen. We want to hear from all our viewers. So let's first start with the topic of mental health and as it relates to students on campus. I'm going to start my first question with Jordan. How has COVID affected your overall college experience, and how do you believe it's affected the experience of many of the students on campus?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And mainly because what COVID has really challenged us to do is re-envision this college environment and really what learning looks like, excuse me, for students in the future. And so for me personally, COVID has really challenged me to basically alter what I'm already doing in a learning environment. So it's brought up questions about how are you really managing your time, and just sitting at home and you see a lot of time that just passes by. And so you kind of learn how to more effectively use your time. And I think for students overall, we're learning to adjust. And I think that is going to benefit us in the future, being one of the skills that we're learning to just adjust to different environments. And also with the rise of technology, I actually think it's been a very good opportunity for us to see how we can maneuver the ways that we're doing things and make it more efficient.
And I'm going to go to you, Maya. I see you nodding your head. Just to piggyback off of that, you agree?
I completely agree. I think that it's been an eye-opener for a lot of students. I know personally for me, I've always kind of wondered, like, okay, sometimes I have some issues with like focusing and things like that, but like being on campus was a huge thing that helped me manage my time. And I've realized and recently actually started to undergo trying to figure out if, and the evaluation of figuring out if I have ADHD now. And that's the biggest thing that I've gotten from COVID now. So really understanding like, okay, wait, some of the things that, you know, I always kind of have suspected now, because there is more time and now because there is a lot more, I would say like quote unquote distractions because we're home and we're not in the natural student environment, have definitely opened my eyes to, okay, well, let me, you know, talk to my therapist about that. Let me see if there needs to be some sort of evaluation of that, and what can I do to be more proactive in my life as a student.
Rachel, how do you think most students are kind of adjusting to this online life of doing classes? I know a lot of you used to, just being with your peers and kind of being in that group setting, a way of learning. How has that adjustment been to, online? Has it been really, beneficial, or has it really not?
Honestly, I think that online learning is a challenge. Personally, this past semester, I had a lot going on. I had a full-time job, Houston president, still, a full-time student. And I've never done homework in my room before. And I was also studying for the LSAT. I've never done homework in my room. Like I always set clear boundaries for myself. And so my room was my reward. That was my place of peace. And so now with COVID, I don't have the opportunity to, go to the library as much as I would like, or even if I were on campus, I don't have the opportunity to go to the iLab, where at Howard, the iLab is open for 24 hours. So you can get away with, waiting to the last minute to do your work. So now I feel as if I've really had to plan out my day, hour by hour to make sure that I can be as efficient as possible. So I think, during the first semester, that was very hard to just, transition to solely online learning. But now that we, as people, understand that we're able to adapt and move forward, now it's necessary to apply those skills we learned first semester to this semester.
Aisha, I see you nodding your head. Do you want to just piggyback off of that?
I completely agree with what Rachel has said. Also, I want to add that I have transferred to Howard the spring of last year. Very, very hard to be in all and this time. Well, I'm on, and I'm standard to me hard for me to keep up with all these. Most of them are at 7 a.m. over here. I only learned how to.
Aisha,
definitely learn.
Aisha, your audio is going in and out. So you may just want to see if you could kind of adjust that, or maybe come back in and come back out. We'll be right here if you can kind of fix the audio. My next question I'm going to give to Jordan. What healthy habits have you have created to kind of cope with this so-called new normal at all?
I think one of the main ones is just setting boundaries for yourself. Just like Rachel was saying, your room, where that was a boundary, it no longer is one. And for a lot of students, we roll over and turn on our cameras, or not turn on our cameras, but log into class. So there really is no boundary of where school stops. And so for me, it's creating that boundary of, at least I'm going to get up and go sit at a desk or go sit at a table that's not my bed, just so I can create those boundaries for myself, more so just for your mental health. And I think it's also important to carve out time that is just for you. I know at the beginning of the semester, I didn't do that. And it really kind of, bit me at the end of the semester, because you end up being super tired and you just allow a lot of people to consume a lot of your time and not realizing how much time that you're giving away. And I think Rachel can probably echo to it. Also, being a member of student government, sometimes being at home, when you're on campus, you can walk up the hill and, take business in your office and then leave and just leave that there.
Yeah.
But when it's on your laptop, it's always consuming you. So I just think for me, it was about setting those boundaries. At 6 o'clock every day, I'm going to ride my bike. I'm going to the beach because I'm from Florida. And just doing those little recreational things to make sure that your mental health is still being taken care of.
Rachel, what advice would you give to yourself this time last year? What advice would you give to yourself this time last year?
Yeah, so much has changed. I feel like, I physically feel my growth, and I'm very grateful for that. So if I could tell myself one thing, I would say, keep God first, because what is uncertain to man is certain to God. I feel like during this time, you know, like in the midst of COVID, I like my relationship with God has gotten so much better. And I feel like, you know, like he's like actually like my friend. And at the end of the day, like so much has happened with like, you know, what I want to do with my life and like and who I am like as a person. And I feel like, you know, everyone has immediate like access to us, you know, with our phones, with the positions like that we're in. And you just really have to like to stay sane and to just have peace and just to be able to protect your mind. You just have to be like, you have to be meditating, you know, you should be fasting. Like those are the things that I would tell myself, because you will be surprised that when certain challenges and obstacles come in your life, how calm and how peaceful you are and how you respond to those challenges.
And for, you know, the viewers and people who are listening, especially if they're students, I would love for you to comment and let us know, you know, what kind of mental health struggles that you've been through, you know, through this pandemic, being a student. You know, what are some things that have been bogging down your mind? We want to hear from you. Just, you know, give us comments. We would love to kind of, engage with those comments on screen. Maya, what would you say is something that has brought you comfort through this whole going to school during the pandemic?
I would say helping still foster that online community at Howard. I'm the founder of 150 Bison, which is a social media platform that connects over 8,000 people in the Howard University community. And seeing like freshmen who have never been on campus being able to learn about what that looks like with seniors like Rachel and I posting throwback pics, having sophomores and juniors participate in the Howard University Retool Your School campaign, still actively trying to contribute to making sure that Howard will be in a great shape when we get back on campus, you know, sharing a good joke or a meme and having it get retweeted and having really just seeing conversations still happening, because I think that all of us can agree one of the best parts of Howard is the community, and so being able to participate in that and foster those discussions has really been a great comfort.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go on to our next topic. Next, we're going to talk about sexual identity among students and on campus. And I'm going to start with Jordan on this one. So how has the pandemic affected your, I guess, you know, in general, sexuality and or identity?
Yeah, I think at least for the sexuality part, my sexuality personally hasn't changed, but in having conversations with other young girls through different organizations, I think that what we have noticed is a lot of people are at home and they're discovering more about themselves. And so we talk about all the negative aspects of, you know, quarantine and being at home, but I think speaking in a bigger aspect, it's allowed a lot of people to do a lot of self-analysis. Who am I? Who do I want to become in the future? And even when we talk about, you know, sexual identity, it's also given a lot of people who are a part of the LGBTQ plus community to have those conversations with parents. And I think sometimes it's easier when you're not at home to escape, but there are a lot of conversations, even within my household, that have just had to come to the surface just because we're always in the house all the time. So I think for some it's difficult, but for others it's created avenues to spark those conversations of, you know, mom or dad, this is who I am, and trying from a parent's perspective to understand who your child truly is.
Absolutely. Aisha, how is it? Is the audio okay on your part now? Are you there, Aisha? Can you hear me? Okay. I think Aisha froze. But Aisha, are you there? Okay, Aisha, if you can't get back on, you may want to get back on with your phone and try that. But I am going to go to Rachel for this next question. Why is sexual identity so important for college age, for students?
Yeah, so I would say that, you know, sexual health is very important because you get to figure out like what you like, what you don't like, and essentially like who you are. And then you learn how to take those skills from relationships to the workplace, to business. You know, if you don't like, you know, how people communicate with you, or if people are abrasive in a relationship, then you know that you're not going to take that to the workplace, right? You understand and you learn how to, you know, meet people where they are.
Maya, could you tell us how has the COVID affected student dating life? I mean, I being a Howard undergrad myself, I remember those days. But I mean, has it been a challenge at all, or not?
I think it's a very interesting area to the space to navigate as a student. Some people have their Blackboard bays who, you might be on the Zoom and be like, I've never seen this person before. They're kind of cute. Responding to the discussion posts, like just seeing out virtually. It's been very interesting kind of seeing. I've had a lot of friends who are like, well, he was in my class on Zoom and then now I'm about to see him in person. And like, not necessarily catfish relationships, but seeing digital relationships, you really rise a lot. And that also extends into friendships, but I've definitely been seeing that. I think for students who did end up moving to DC, it's offered a lot of opportunities for you to actually get to know people. I know that there are certain areas in the DMV area, like Hyattsville, where a lot of Howard students live. And I'm hearing left and right, oh, well, now my boo lives in UTC with me, so I might actually be able to talk to them. So it's offered a lot of opportunities for people to get to know people where they may not have on campus.
Jordan, has college life at all changed your views on gender and gender roles?
I don't think it's changed my views, mainly because of where I come from. I'd say that South Florida, emphasis on South Florida, is a very diverse place and a very accepting place. But I think for other students who come from, different environments, most college campuses are very liberal. And so if somebody who's coming from a conservative background, they're exposed to things that they haven't been exposed to before. And when I specifically talk about Howard, I think that our curriculum does a very good job of exposing students to different sexual identities, different parts of the Black diaspora. And I think in doing that, that changes people's perception on things that they've never seen before. And you learn to, like Rachel was saying, meet people where they are, learn differences about different Black people. And I think that helps to shape how we see sexual identity and even the LGBTQ community as a whole, and learn to respect them on a different level. Because for a lot of people, it's just something that they've never been exposed to. And I think that college campuses allow for that exposure so that people can understand that we're all people and we all have the right to make our own decisions. And frankly, that's none of your business what I want to do. And I think that's something that we've learned to accept on college campuses. And it just increases a level of respect for all people.
Rachel, I know you're from Georgia. Can you kind of piggyback on that same question? How has college life changed your view on gender and gender roles?
Yeah, absolutely. So I am from Georgia. I'm not from Atlanta. I am from Alpharetta, Georgia. And even though Alpharetta is, getting more progressive, when I was, a kid, it wasn't like that for me. But I would say that Howard definitely changed like my views on like gender roles. I would say that, being around so many ambitious people, I've learned like you can really do it all and you don't have to like sacrifice. And then like if you want to have a family and, you want to be, popping in your career. And of course, you give back to the community, like in whatever way, fits best for you. Like you're able to do that. Like women don't have to, stay in the home, because like a lot of my classmates, even though they had a lot of resources and like financial opportunities, like that was their main goal, to just like marry well, but not necessarily tap into like their own like purpose. So I would say like that's one thing that I've learned. And also, being from Georgia and being from Alpharetta, Georgia, I didn't know a lot about LGBTQ plus history. And so coming to Howard, I was like exposed to, just how much Black people, but specifically Black people within the LGBTQIA plus community, like have really endured. And so like that just gave me like, just even more respect for what we as Black people are able to like overcome. So I would say that coming to Howard, especially, being in DC, really did like enhance like my perspective on how like we really just have to be accepting towards like anyone with a struggle.
You're mentioning the LGBTQ plus community. Leads me to my next question that I want you to start off with is how has the Howard University and yourself created maybe like safe spaces for LGBTQ plus community students?
Yeah, so I will say that I think it's very important that whenever you craft your core team, that you have people who have those experiences that are important to the student body that you may not experience. So that being said, my vice president, Michael Franklin, he is also the vice president of Cascade, which is an activist organization that serves to advocate for LGBTQ plus students on Howard's campus. And they're the oldest like organization that has that purpose like at any institution, which is wonderful. And so with that being said, whenever, I may not see things from a certain perspective, like when it comes to, housing for next year, like, okay, there needs to be gender inclusive, like housing, like there needs to be options on, Bison Web for people to be able to change their pronouns. Like what is the protocol for students to take when professors do not call them by their preferred names? So it's like having Michael in that room. And then also when it comes to student advocacy, our student advocacy director, Imani Bryant, like she serves as the president of Cascade. So just having like that, that influence, like definitely helps us just create like a more, a well-rounded, university.
Absolutely. And Maya, if you can kind of piggyback off of that, and especially when as it pertains to like preferred pronouns and pronouns and different things, how important is all of what Rachel was just saying?
That's such a great point. It's something that I advocate for a lot, making sure that when you're introducing yourself in your Howard intro during class or adding it to your Zoom name, it's little things like that, especially when you are somebody who is binary. It stands in an allyship. Yeah. And then furthermore, I think what it comes down to is taking accountability in the spaces and the leadership positions that we already hold, I am a part of Alpha Kappa Psi Professional Business Fraternity, and we have a non-binary member. And we are very, very passionate about making sure that their pronouns are respected, making sure that we just had our rush week, including our pronouns at the end of our intros and adding it to our Zoom names, like making sure that we're taking initiative and making sure that we have safe spaces on campus and every level of campus.
So before we get into Aisha, are you with us now? Can we hear you? Okay, I know she's still going in and out. I'm so sorry about this, Aisha. I'm like, I would love to hear your perspective on this. But if people are any students, especially if there's any questions, please let us know on sexual identity. I know we have a question that I wanted to get to as it pertains to, I believe, mental health. Shukri says, any tips for students who are struggling with time management? If anyone wants to take that question first.
Yeah, I can go ahead and jump in. So when it comes to time management, you need to do two things. One, you need to really hold yourself accountable with Google Calendar. You can plug in your classes. You can plug in, when you're going to have study time, when you eat lunch. It should be as detailed as possible so that you can hold yourself accountable. And so also, you should also have a physical planner. And you should be able to check things off as you go and reward yourself for everything that you do. And I like one of my things when it comes to time management, I want to make sure that I'm in the right headspace. So with that being said, like every day, I try to go on a walk and I schedule that within my planner. And I also set at least like one mental health day for the week where I don't do anything. So it's like I not necessarily I don't do anything, but I prioritize myself, because at the end of the day, you're a student. Yes, you're a student leader. Yes, you are what's it called? Like you have a job, but that's all temporary. You know what I mean? Like you need to invest in yourself now, because once you leave, you have the rest of your life to be yourself. You need to be in the best like health as possible.
Aisha, can you respond to that? Is your audio working at all?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Great.
Yes, out of your head as well. Any tips for students who are struggling during the pandemic and managing their time?
Yes, so I agree with everything that Rachel had said. It's important to have to hold yourself accountable to every task that you need to complete each day. So using Google Calendars and having a physical calendar as well is important. And for me, especially because I am 8 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time, it's extremely hard for me to keep up with classes and events. So for those international students who find it hard to keep up, it's important to also prioritize your health and make sure that you're not up late just to keep up with a certain event. Always communicate with people, let them know about your situation. There's a lot of people at Howard that want to help you, and people completely understand. I experienced it firsthand because I've had classes that ended at 2 a.m. And I had to go to events at 3 a.m. until 5 a.m. And there were times when I would sleep at like 10 a.m. and wake up at 3 p.m. So I think it's important to communicate and to also have your tasks at hand so you can go back to look at it.
And Aisha, has it, being an international student, and being at home and virtually, has it been, a struggle for a lot of probably you and other international students with the whole virtual way of communication, virtual way of doing classes? I know Rachel was mentioning it's been a challenge just virtually being here in the U.S. Probably, but has it been? I don't know if it's even deeper challenge, for international students.
It is a challenge. It takes practice and commitment. I know because last semester I struggled so much with keeping up with all the events because I like to stay engaged in campus activities. And because I only have 2 years at Howard and I am a transfer student, it's important for me to sort of stay involved. But at the same time, it's not possible because, again, I am at home and it's not possible for me to stay engaged when everyone else is asleep and I need to be very quiet. So I'm not able to sort of give. But I think to sort of have an understanding with your family, this is the time where I have class. You can't be talking to me. You can't be loud because my family is extremely loud, especially my little sisters. They just run around the house. So it's important to sort of communicate and set boundaries so that you're able to get the most out of this virtual experience.
And Aisha, you said you're 8 hours behind time, right?
Actually, I'm 8 hours ahead.
Oh, 8 hours ahead. Okay. Okay. Because I would just even think too, just the time difference, being that we're virtual and the time difference. When you're up, maybe your classmates and stuff are sleeping. Trying to interact with them. And I'm sure that has to be very challenging for you and other international students, being that we are virtual.
Yes, it's very challenging, especially when I'm texting people. I always have to remind them, listen, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just 8 hours ahead. Please don't think that I'm ignoring you. It's just the time difference.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, let's get on to our next topic of racial identity. My first question is a question that I'm going to start off with Maya. How did the protests of Black Lives Matter and the rise of protests all over affect your relationships with your peers, with other students?
That was such a powerful time to be at Howard. Even though it was virtual, I and a lot of students came together to start sharing mutual aids, sharing bail support, because there were some students that were being incarcerated or they were being treated unfairly by police at protests. It was a time where you really had to check in with people. People knew that I was in DC. Are you okay? People who were in certain cities where it was really getting violent and it was getting hectic, making sure that they were in the right headspace. Are you going to the protest? Okay, I hope you're okay. Are you going with your mask? Because COVID did not stop. So I think it was such an amazing time to see so many students and organizations as well just start posting and making sure that okay, do you have access to the right resources if you are going to make that choice to protest? And also know that we are standing behind you. Going to a HBCU during everything that was happening was probably one of the most powerful experiences that I think I've had at Howard.
Rachel, can you piggyback off of that?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of Howard students were at protests, and that definitely like took a toll, like just on my mental health, because like it's just this is reality, you know, and I feel like COVID like really exposed, you know, just how racist this country and this world is. And so with that being said, like it made me, you know, like from Houston's perspective, like I was unable to like leave because I was nannying. And so, and I had an agreement that like I was not allowed to leave the house, and I was in, you know, DC. And so even though I wanted to go to like protests and stuff, I can't jeopardize like someone else's life. So I felt like I felt like I was having like an internal like conflict with myself. So I found ways to, you know, still give back by like, you know, donating and organizing, you know, like donation drives and stuff like that, and asking administration to donate as well, so that we can use this as an opportunity to really give back to those who are putting their lives, risking the possibility of getting COVID, because they want our voice, our collective voice, to be heard. So yeah.
Jordan, how has the pandemic contributed to the conversations about race, conversations especially among students about race?
I actually think that the pandemic is one of the best things that could have happened to social justice for the Black community. And I say that because when everybody's sitting at home and there are a minimal amount of distractions, people have no choice but to sit and realize what's really happening in America. And I think aside from the social justice conversation when it comes to the political realm, I think also when it comes to medicine and diversity in clinical trials and our Black people and minorities being included. And I think just it sparked so many conversations about inequities and just accessibility for minorities across this country. And so for me personally, I know the pandemic has killed so many people, but I think for the Black community specifically, it is going to be one of the biggest pillars of progress for the Black community going forward. And I think when we look back in history, this is going to be like a reflective moment. You know how they have AP here, AP US history, and it's like, what was the turning point? And when I sit back and realize that we're literally living in a turning point, and if we do right by this moment and take advantage of the moment and the light that it has shined on the injustices in this country, we really are at a vantage point of, you know, moving the Black community forward.
I love it. Aisha, how would you say that Howard has changed you? Or not, especially as it relates to racial identity?
Well, I've only spent 3 months on campus before we had to go online, but I think that the Black Lives Matter movement sort of shed a lot of light on what Howard students are capable of, because I've seen a lot of students engaging in these protests, making sure that their voices are heard, and also checking in with people. It really just goes to show that Howard University is just a community. Everyone's there for each other. So I think that even though we did not get to spend that much time on campus, I still got to see what Howard has to offer.
Maya, what is one piece of advice you would give other fellow students in regards to overcoming any racial biases that they may have?
I love that question because I think that it touches a lot on all of what a lot of us were mentioning, on how we're discovering a lot about ourselves, career-wise now, what we want personally, professionally, like what are our goals in life. Personally, as somebody who works in content creation and like in the influencer industry, we are highly underrepresented in the college market. Black college HBCUs are typically never a part of college ambassador programs. Black people are usually not getting paid at the same amount of equal rates for influencers and things like that. So for me, it's been very important that I start advocating on behalf of other Howard students. When I'm in the room, I need my friends in the room. I need my classmates in the room. If I get an opportunity, for example, I've worked with some large brands such as like GoDaddy, Grubhub, potentially working with other larger brands like Nike and things like that, and making sure that we are all in the room. Especially after the protests, we've seen so many companies come out with statements talking about, oh, we care about you, and we're going to make sure that we're doing better with diversity and inclusion. And here we are a couple of months later, and we haven't seen a post since. So definitely making sure that we are holding each other accountable, but also holding these brands accountable.
My next question, and anyone who wants to start with this answering this question is perfectly and fine. You can do so. But what is kind of the temperament or mood kind of on campus with men, especially young men, especially with all the racial injustice that has taken place, or all the things that we have seen, especially in 2020. In regards to police brutality and that sort of thing, how has been the mood of campus and your fellow classmates, especially your young men, just seeing that. Anyone could take this answering this question first.
Yeah, I guess I can start. I think it comes with a sense of apathy when you see such vivid and horrific videos of people in the community and knowing that that could be you. And I know when it came to the times of, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and when we were really seeing these graphic images on the media, I think it sent a sense of apathy throughout our community. And I know in talking to some of my classmates, it was always that question of, am I next? Mm-hmm. But I think what ends up happening is after you get out of that period, because it's a dark period when you're looking on the news and it's like, that could be me. But after a while, what's so amazing about the Black community, and also sad that we have to have this position, is it comes with a lot of energy. It comes with okay, now what am I going to do to ensure that I'm not next, to ensure that my siblings are not next? And I think that motivation and that spark that comes after it is also something that we've seen on Howard University's campus. And I think it just is also an attribute of Howard as a whole. And the fact that, when we recognize the problem, we'll sit in it for a second, but then we're going to get up and be the change that we need to see.
Aisha, tell me one thing that has made you feel at home while attending Howard.
Well, before attending Howard, I've lived in the United States for about 3 years, and I was in another college in North Carolina. And I remember it's just not feeling right with me because there's not a lot of representation. There's not a lot of people who understand me. So when going to Howard, there's a lot of people who look like me. There's a lot of people who talk like me, who dress like me. So it was easier to sort of fit in. And most importantly, like I mentioned before, Howard is a community. Everyone's rooting for each other. Everybody helps each other. So it was important for me to have sort of the sense of community, because again, I just moved by myself to DC. It was hard to sort of figure everything out, but then there was a lot of people helping me. There was a lot of people there for me. And I think that's what made me feel a lot at home.
Rachel, I'm going to give this last question to you, actually, and anyone else who wants to piggyback off of this question. So how does it feel having a fellow Bison in the White House? That's a good place to end, right? That's a good place to end.
No, honestly, for me, it's a full circle moment, because I actually decided to attend Howard University because of, at the time, Senator Kamala Harris, just like witnessing like her grace during the confirmation hearings of the U.S. Attorney General, just like confirmed that I needed to come to Howard University. And so especially, being of Jamaican descent as well, I just really like looked up to her. And so with that being said, now that Kamala Harris is the Vice President of the United States, I just think that it shows, just how powerful a degree from an HBCU is, but also because, things are just, everybody makes everything so controversial. But I feel like the biggest lesson that I've learned from this is that it doesn't matter like what the polls say. It doesn't matter what other people have to say. If God has you, you're good. And you're good. So I'm just glad that she listened to like God and she like, really understood like her purpose as opposed to listening to other people.
Maya?
It's honestly amazing. I mean, like Rachel was saying, it's really full circle moment. I remember when I first got to Howard and was first starting my page, 150 Bytes, and it only had like probably 1,000 followers at the time. I used to highlight alumni. And at the time, if I would have known, if you would have told me that she was the vice president, I would have posted her every day. Like, it's so inspiring being able to know that somebody who, lived in the same dorm as you or walked the same campus as you is now about to be in the White House. And it's just honestly amazing.
Jordan or Aisha, do you want to say some last thoughts? You want to give some last thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'll go quickly. I think it's amazing. I also had the opportunity to intern for her, and she's just an amazing person who just exemplifies our motto of truth and service. And I also think her story at Howard is also a motivation for so many people. I know she says all the time she lost her race at Howard. And so now I'm so sure that we're going to see the saying, like, it doesn't matter if you lose your race. Look at where Vice President Kamala Harris is today. And I think that that's going to be a major quote that's put around Howard's campus that, regardless of what's happening right now, it really doesn't matter. Just make sure you're learning, and eventually, hey, you could end up in the White House too. So I think not just her position, but her story is inspiring for specifically Howard students as well.
Aisha?
That's right. Yeah, I remember sitting in a cafe, and I'm here in Qatar. Nobody knows much about what's going on in the United States. So I remember just hearing the news that, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won, and I started screaming at everybody, hey, the first woman vice president goes to my university. And I remember everyone looking at me like I was crazy, but I didn't even care because I was just so happy. And I think she sort of set a bar for all of us Howard University students.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Really high. We have a question real quick before we sign off. What would you suggest Black students, this is from Imani, what would you suggest Black students who don't go to HBCUs do to connect with their community?
I like to go, or no, you can go ahead.
I can speak to that a little bit. Honestly, if you can find some Howard alumni to connect with, they will put you onto any opportunity that you need. Walker's Legacy, for example, which is one of the largest organizations for professional Black women, has a lot of programs for entrepreneurial women started by a Howard alumna. I've seen other programs such as Culture Creators, which I'm a part of, which is also started by a Howard alumna, Joy Brown, where they connect all Black students, as HBCU and PWI students, to opportunities, for example, with Nike and JBL and just tons of companies. If you connect with the Howard student as well, and you just say, hey, I just want to connect with you and just learn a little bit more about what going to a HBCU or what going to Howard means to you, we will absolutely respond. So yeah, definitely foster these digital connections.
Absolutely. Well, ladies, it was a pleasure having you all speak on this panel discussion, A Different World. Rachel, Maya, Jordan, Aisha, thank you so much. Good luck your senior year. You're almost there. And, for those that have a couple more years to go, hey, you can do it. It's not like coming out and just being like, hey, I'm a HU alum. And before we get off, I mean, HU?
You know.
All right, ladies. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed that panel discussion. Again, there is an evaluation. There's a quick little survey that is posted in the comments if you're watching this on Facebook. Just let us know if you like the panel discussion, what you liked about it. It's a very quick survey we would like everyone to take. After each workshop, we have one. So if you see it in the comments, we want you to fill it out. If you are not watching this on Facebook, we will be sending out this survey in email. So we want you, if you see it, please please just take like 2 minutes just to complete it. This helps us, improve because we do these things a lot, and we hope to, do Minds Matter DC next year. So we want to know how we can improve and what we can do better and what you liked so we can keep it going. Now, next up, so stay with us. It's Pushing Beyond Mental Blockage. This is a fitness workshop. So if you've been in your seats watching the panel discussion, now it's time to get active with my girl, Amber Arrington. Push Beyond Mental Blockage, a fitness workshop, HIT workshop, up next, right after the break.
sign-in sheet that's being passed around if everybody's signing. The goal of this workshop is to have community prepared to respond to opioid overdoses. We need to be able to address this issue from the ground up. South Central was started out of the need for HIV education in Southern West Virginia, and it was actually developed as an organization that targeted African Americans. And as we got out and we were doing the work in rural communities, it was very evident that everyone needed it. So we moved from a minority-based program to a general population program. We are funded through the National Library of Medicine. They have been supporting our technology programs here in the building, and their mission is presenting high-quality wellness information that is trusted, easy to understand, and free.
We first became connected with SCED in 2012. Their first application from us was based on community outreach to reduce health disparities and stigmas. Then we realized that there was a need for technology because having a computer lab available for people at a community center where they can look up health information in general was really important.
Project Towards is technology outreach to reduce health disparities. Being able to access the National Library of Medicine's database gives us tools to help teach people how they can go and find information.
You know, there's not a lot of opportunities here. This is an area that really lacks in resources. The South Central Education Development is the only one around here having any impact.
Well, I think that what's unique and important about the All of Us research program is that, you know, there are treatments and medications that don't work for everyone. And this program is really trying to find out why. They're looking into lifestyle, your environment, your genetics to get that answer. And I think that that's important. Personally, I wanted to become a participant in this program and be involved because as a Black person living in America, I know that we've been left out of biomedical research largely in the past. And this program is also looking to change that, and they're looking at more diverse populations. I would say to anyone who has reservations about joining that you could possibly be a part of medical breakthroughs in the future. Why would you not want to be a part of that? I'm Chantel, and I joined for All of Us.
Meet Ray. Ray lives on a farm. He loves playing kickball with his grandkids, but lately he's gotten a little slower and been visiting the doctor a lot more often. This is Kim. Kim lives in the city. She loves to exercise, cook healthy meals, and can't remember the last time she called in sick. They're both people, but not all people are the same. And yet, when we visit the doctor, our treatments don't look that different. Why is that? Because we just don't have enough information to do it better, until now. Enter All of Us, the research program based on precision medicine, Precision medicine is a revolutionary new approach to treating and preventing disease that's personalized instead of one size fits all. By gathering health data from 1 million people like Ray and Kim and Trevor and Samir, our country's best researchers will be able to develop treatments that are as unique and complex as we are. With this new information, doctors will have a better understanding of disease so they can innovate the next great breakthroughs in medicine. Once enough people join, suddenly everything changes. Information becomes clear, patterns emerge, and simple data transforms into life-saving knowledge. This means that Ray and Kim's children and their children's children can live longer, healthier lives. By becoming one of the first 1 million people to volunteer, you can help reshape the entire future of healthcare for generations to come. If we can figure out how to fly, put a man on the moon, and connect the entire world, surely we should be able to improve the future of healthcare. Not just for Ray and Kim or even you, but for all of us. Sign up at joinallofus.org. The future of health begins with you.
Hi everyone, I'm Amber Arrington. I'm a health and lifestyle coach and group fitness instructor, and I'm looking forward to help you guys push beyond the mental blockage, and we're going to do that through physical activity. Yes, exercise just makes everything better, both physically and mentally. And so some of the benefits of exercise, as you might know, is that you have a sharper memory, right? And so for today's class, we're going to be engaging all of the learning styles. Auditory, where you're going to be listening to the music, visual, you'll be following me, and also just doing it, right? So physically and kinesthetically. Okay, so what we're going to do today is called Strong Nation. And so many people focus on being skinny when really we can activate our muscles, do a mind-muscle connection, which also helps us to get stronger and give us some curves in places that we enjoy. And then after our muscles are activated, then we're able to use momentum to take it to the next level. The thing about strong is helping us to really tell our mind, let our mind tell our bodies what to do, because we're a lot stronger than we think we are. And so once we're honed in and we're focused, we're able to accomplish more than we've ever imagined. With Strong Nation, the beauty about it is you're going to burn a ton of calories through cardio, high intensity interval training, also through body and muscle conditioning. So we're going to do some floor work a little bit, and then also just through plyometrics, where we're going to have some jumping. Please listen to your body. Do not exercise out of something that's comfortable for you, but do feel free to push yourself, because we're pushing beyond mental blockage. And other benefits of exercise have to do with improving our mood, sleeping better, improving our health for one, right? Being able to accomplish and do more with more energy. And then it's also said that it reduces stress, alleviates anxiety, and it can improve self-esteem and self-confidence, right? And so I have a shirt that says strong is the new sexy. So let's get ready and let's do it, ladies. As you can see, I'm a Black Girl Health Partner, great organization, and I too went to an HBCU. I am a Southern girl from Mississippi who has been a transplant in DC, and I've since lost 50 pounds and kept it off for a couple years. I want to share more information with you at the end of class, but right now, let's get started. I will break down a few moves in between songs, but for the most part, listen to the music. When you hear the beat, you're usually syncing the move to it. You'll follow along, you'll catch on, and then we'll have breaks in between. So make sure your water's handy, you have a towel, and you have a good spirit. Let's get started. All right. Okay, 3 times. Take it up. Good. 2, hands up. Good. 2, hands up. Good. Other side. more. Now squat. Good. Again. Lift. Lift. Now squat. Other side. Let's go. Listen to the music. Get the sound of squat. Good. Now let's squat. Walk 3. Rotate for 3. 3. Rotate. Let's go. Block. Let's go. Let's block. We're gonna stretch it out now. Reach. Let's go. Good. Take it up. Good. Now you're gonna do a reverse lunge. Let's go. Hands up. 2 more. Switch. Hands up. Other leg, take it up and circle. Good. Again, other side. Circle. Good. Yep. Breathe. Good work, guys. Now let's kick. Yips again. Excellent. Kick. Come on. Back to the rotation. 3. Let's go. Hey. Block. You're gonna reach it out. Reach it out. Good. Now take it up. Get those heels up. March it out. Excellent job. That's the first song for the warm up. Now keep it going. Start moving a little quicker. Come on. Feel good music. Side to side. Open up. Make the move on the beat. Yep. Strong. Stabilize. Take it up. Yep. Get the move. Good. 4. Speed back. 4. Good. 4. Speed back. Now for 2. 2. 2. 2. 1. 3. Look at me. 4. Let's go. 3. Now 4. Bring it up. Side to side. Take it back. Good. Bring it up. Side to side. Take it back. Bring it up. Hey, have fun. Now 3. Jab. 3. 2. 1. 3. Let's uppercut it. Up. Up. Good. Let's hook it next. Hook. 3. 2. 1. Get on the beat. Do a combo. All 3. Jab. Up. Hook. Jab. Up. Hook. Kick. Other side. Good. Other side. Let's go. Good. Let's go. 4. 4. Good. 2. Now 1. Bring it up. Look at me. Side to side. Good. Let's go. Side to side. Take it back. Let's go. Good work, guys. Keep moving. Have fun. Come on up. Punch, uppercut, hook. Let's go. Punch, uppercut, hook. Good. Yes. Engage. Use those arms. Good. 3, 2, 1. Strike it. Side to side. Breathe. Good. Excellent. Way to warm up. Let's keep it going. Breathe. Get water whenever you need to. It's your workout. Shoulder rolls. Breathe. Good. Let's do a rotation. Get those heels up and turn. Excellent. Good job, guys. Keep moving.
I wanna take you up and high. Reach the sky and stars for you.
Reach it out.
My heart is so empty without you.
Good.
Love is a cure.
Now reach it up.
Waiting for love. Waiting for love.
Reach it out.
I've been waiting for love.
Take it up. Okay. Reach. Okay. Rotate the core. Good. Good work. Shoulder rolls. I wanna set the world on fire. Come on, let's set it on fire. Breathe.
I wanna take you up and higher. Reach the sky and stars for you.
Block. Block all the hate. Block all the stress. And reach out for help, support, for strength. Take it up. Reach up now.
Waiting for love. Waiting for love.
Reach up. Good. Yes, look great. All right, we're done waiting. Now we're on our way. All right, knee up. Knee, 3, 2, 1. Good. 3, 2, 1. Good work. Get those legs up. Now 8 squats. Good. 4, 3, 2 knee ups diagonal. Good. 3, 2 back squats. 8. Go to the beat. Breathe. Knee ups diagonal. 8. 6. Good. We're on our way. Step up. Tap back. Step. Tap back. Good. Open. Open. Step back. Step back. Good. Rotate. See if you can rotate. We're working that waist. Good. Breathe. Good. Now we're going to crawl out. For 4. Get out. Breathe up. Take it down again for 4. Get up. Other side, take it up. Up. Step back. Come on. I'm on my way. Open. Hey, hey. I'm on we move the upper body, not the lower body, okay? Come on, speed bag, hit it, hit it. It's saying the world changes more than you think. We know that. We've seen it. We're gonna strike. Strike, hold it. Good. Now 3, let's go. Listen. Hey. 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 Dynamic stretch. Good. Stick that butt out, ladies. 3. Shuffle. Wait. 3. Wait. Now breathe. Inhale. Exhale. Good. Again. Good. 2 more. 1 more. Do a body roll. Other way. Come on. Now you're gonna punch, punch, lunge 3. You ready? Punch. Punch, punch, 3, 2, 1. Listen. 3, 2, 1. Don't let the knee go over that toe. Punch, punch. Let's switch. Punch, punch, lunge. Punch, punch. Breathe. Now come to the front. Punch. And squat. Hey. Come on. Stick that butt back. Give it a good jab. Come on. Stay here, punch it. Come on. Punch, punch. You got it. Come on. Speed up with the music. Jump rope. Woo! Turn it if you want. Come on. Take it up. Push beyond it. Let's go 3. Punch. Hey, 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 go. Go. Let's go. Now side tap. Stay low. Stay low. Come on. Go, girl. Breathe. Good. Here's a little break. Rotate. Excellent. Breathe. Let's keep moving. We're going into another quadrant, and we're just going to take it up a little bit. You're pushing every time we stop. Good work. Let's keep this party going. All right. Okay. You're going to squat and then punch. Squat, punch. Squat, punch. Breathe. Good. 2 punches now. Listen. Good. Good. Great. 4. Let's punch. Take it back. 4 blocks. Now punch it. Bring it up. Block. Block everything that's not positive and punch it. Take it back. Let's go. Now cross uppercut. Cross uppercut. Good. Good work. Speed it up now. Hey. Hey, come on. Hey. Hey, use that energy positively. Work that body. Go. Hey. Say hey with me. Hey. Hey. 2 punches. Listen. Good. Get it. Block 4. Block. Now punch it. Take it back. Now punch. Come on. Get it on the beat. You're doing so good. Cross, uppercut. Good. Right on the beat. You're hitting it. Every move. Speed it up. Let's go. Ha. Ha. Woo. Hey. Good. Freeze. All right, jump twice. Up, in front of you. Push it, push. You're stronger than you think. I know it. Been there, done that. Now I show it. Block before. Punch. Good. Take it back. Block. Woo. Come on. Take it back. You got one more set in you? Cross. Uppercut. Good. Speed it up. Hey. Woo. Hey. 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 Let's go. Get it. Hit it. Get it. Hit it. Get it. Hit it. I got this. You got it. Good work. I'm going to start off with a squat and then close it up. You ready? Go. Come on, close. Open. Close. Speed it up. Open. Close. Open. Close. Good. Other side. Open. Speed it up. Open. Close. Open. Close. Stick that butt out. Good. Speed it up. Open. You're doing so great. One more time. Good. Fast. Let's get ready for lunge. 4 lunges and 2 squats. 4, 3, 2, turn for 2 squats. Stick that butt out and get low. Listen to the music. 4, 2 squats. Come on, 4 lunges. 2 squats. Breathe. We're doing our leg challenge. Push it. 2. Sit the butt out. Switch. 4, 3, 2. 2 squats. Breathe. Squeeze at the top. 4, 2. Good. Hey. Amazing work, ladies. One more. You got this. It's the challenge, the leg challenge. Okay, we're gonna squat, skater, squat, skater. Now 4 lifts, leg lifts. 4. Listen. 2. Squat, skater. Now 4 leg lifts. Breathe. Other side, come on. 4. Woo. 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 One more, you got it. 4. Breathe. We did that leg challenge. Y'all sweating? Walk it out. Catch your breath. Wipe yourself down because you're on, okay? Y'all know I'm a little corny, but it's all right. gonna do 3 knees and a jack. Let's go. Jack. Other leg. 3, 2, jack. Go to the beat. Jack. Breathe. Jack. 2 knees. Now a kick. Jack. Kick. Good. Now 3 kicks. Come on. Ha. 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 Good. Now we're going into a push-up challenge. You're stronger than you think. Push past it. Listen to it. It's the 1. 1. Sit up. 2. 1. 2. If you need 30 knees, 30 knees. Or get on your feet. 1. 2. 3. 4. Come on. 1. 2. 3. 4. Let's do the countdown. 3. You're almost there. 1. 2. 3. Woo. 2. 1. 2. Can you do one more? 1. Come on up, guys. Waist rotation. Now 3 jabs. Breathe. Catch your breath here. Come on, our core needs to be the strongest part. It's the center. We think about the waist, snatch waist, but strong core is the focus here. Then the snatch waist will follow. Okay, strike, knee strike, and then punch. Come on, stick it. Get it on the beat. Let's go. Breathe. Now switch the leg. Go. Hop. Hop. Come on. Hey. Breathe. Good. Yes. All right, let's do some squats. Now in a curtsy. Good. 3, 2, 1. Good. 2, 1. Curtsy. Come on, ladies. Let's curtsy. Good. Burn that butt out. Woo. Come on, you can do 2 more. All right, keep it going. I didn't lie, we just switched sides. 3, 2, 1. Good. Breathe. Push beyond the mental blockage. 4. Count with me. 3. You're stronger than you think. 2. You can do it. It's the last one. You did it. Breathe. Move those legs. 3 kicks. Jack. Kick it out. Work it out. Good. Breathe. Come on. Kick the stress away. Come on. Rotate. Now jab. These are metaphors for life. Rotate, adjust. All right, jab it out the way. That didn't work. Let's go. Breathe. Good. 3, 2, 1. Breathing feels good when you're working out, huh? Last move. We've done this before. You got it. Hey. Hop. Hop. Good. Make sure you're twisting that leg. Lift down up the heel. All right, let's switch sides. Knee, strike, go. Jab it. Cross punch. Hit it on the beat. Guess what? We just finished that quadrant. Side to side. Here's our recharge. Feels good. The recharge isn't where you stop. It's where you catch your breath, but you keep moving. All right? Put that in your mind. Recharge is still active. Okay? Okay, it's a V-step. Wide, narrow. Da-da. Step. Breathe. Good. Excellent job, guys. We're going to take some water. Hydration is very important. We're sweating, so we need to replenish. Now, I'm going to break down this next move. We're about to really engage the core even more. We're going to do a plank walkout. So you're going to go down. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap your stomach or your hip. All right, 2 taps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Squat and then jump. Like I said, this is your workout. It's your body. If that's too hard to crawl out on the floor, then maybe you crawl up the wall, okay? And then you can do 2 wall push-ups or do your taps that way. We have to work to it, okay? Work to it and then work through it. So I'm gonna break the move down once more, because as soon as that music starts, we're hitting it. All right? Good work. Make sure my station is together so I don't fall apart. All right, let's crawl out, plank walk out for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tap the stomach or the hip. 1, 2, 3, 4. Squat, jump. This is actually my favorite part of the routine, so I hope it's yours too. Let's do it. All right, here's the demo. Listen to the beat. Tap, tap. Squat, jump. Let's go. Hit it, hit it. Squat, jump. Hit it. Squat, jump. 2 more. Hit it. Squat, jump. 1 more. Hit it. Squat, 2 knees. Reverse lunge. Good. Touch the floor if you can. Take those legs back. Keep the heart up though. Heart up. Good. Breathe. Come on. Right leg back. Left leg back. Up. Good work. Breathe. Run it. 4 jumps. Listen to the music. Run it. Come on, you got it. 4 jumps. Let's go. 4 jumps. Run it. Let me see you do it. Huh, 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 huh. Back to crawl out. Plank walk out. Hit it, hit it. Squat, jump. Hit it, hit it. Squat, jump. Breathe. Catch your breath here. That breath smells good. Come on. Get those knees up. Make it a crunch. This is how you do a standing crunch. With your knees up. Run it. 4 jumps here. You can even say huh. Let me hear you. Huh, 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 huh. Huh, 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 huh. Come on. You're everything. Period. Let's get ready to punch. Hit it. Come on. Double time. It ain't tempo, but it's double time. Let's go. 1, 2, punch. 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 Hit it. Get it, get it. Now let's jump rope. Cross and jump. Cross and jump. Cross and jump. Jump, jump. Good. Next move, watch me first. 2 uppercuts. You strike like you're pulling somebody's head down. And then center. 4, 3, 2, let's do it. 2, strike, center. Strike, center. Move those legs. Breathe. Good. 2 more, let's go. 1 more. Good. Back to plunges. 1, 2, let's go. 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 Double time. 1, 2, punch. 1, 2. Come on. Let's go. Woo. Woo. Hey. Hey. Cross and jump. Jump, 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 jump. Breathe. 3, 2, watch me. Other side. That's how we do it. Breathe. 4, 3, 2, let's go. Hey. Energy. Come on. Hey. Uppercut. Strike. You can use this for this class. Come on. Breathe. 2 jacks and a Heisman. 2 jacks. Heisman. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Heisman. Heisman. 2 jacks. Heisman. Good. We're almost done with the workout. Push it. Hop. Hop. 2 jacks. Heisman. Hop. Hop. All right, back kick, fighting stance. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Come on. No just means next opportunity. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Come on. We're going to do some burpee walkouts. All right, watch me take it down. Step out. Stand up. Down, walk out. Stand up, good. Walk out. Good work. Push it. One more, guys. Breathe. 2 jacks. Heisman. Hop. Hop. Hey. Hey. Good work. I'm watching you. You're doing great. Keep going. You hear him? We can all be a boss. But it takes strength and perseverance. Y'all ready? Kick back and stand. Let's go. Kick back. Yes, yes. Say it with me. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. It's our last set. We're almost done with the workout. Fighting stance. Get ready for the burpee walkout. We're only doing 8. Let's go. 7. Good. Keep going. You got it. Squeeze it at the top. Squeeze. Good. Hey. One more. 8 went by super fast. And now we're going to do our recharge. Breathe. Keep moving. Recharge is active recovery, okay? Sometimes you can rest and recover. But when working out, we're doing active recovery. Be still. Let's go. Breathe. Starting to feel good now, huh? Left lead. Come on. Excellent job. Guess what, guys? We have made it to the cool down. I'm so proud of you and so excited for you. This is the moment to celebrate because you pushed it. You pushed past the mental blockage. So let's cool down. You deserve it. Good. Just kind of loosen up. You're warm. Lean into it. Good. Breathe. You work very hard. Lean. Reach up. Good. You should be all smiles. Sweat and smiles. That's all I want to see. And good spirits. Inhale. Exhale. Good. Let's do it again. Inhale. Now let's lean. Hand behind your calf. Both hands straight. Those legs are wide open. Breathe. Breathe. Bend this leg. Both feet are on the floor. Push. Good. Stretch it on out. Breathe. Take it down. Stick the butt out. Grab those ankles. Do a little shake if you want. Good. Lean over, hand on your thigh. Lift the toe up. Breathe. Good. Yes, that feels great. We earned the cool down. Take it, both feet. Touch those toes or grab your elbows. Whichever is most comfortable. Let's just stay here for a minute. Good. Roll up. Hands on the knees. Let's breathe. Now lean, get that toe up. Yeah, a little snap. I also teach Zumba, so I love to dance. Go down, keep that ankle. Oh, I know you can feel it because I feel it. Breathe through it. Our body teaches us to breathe through the pain and resistance. Now just bend that leg and stretch it out. It might be you might have sweat falling in your eye. Turn the toe forward and do a stretch. Both toes are forward, hand behind that calf. It's almost a triangle pose. Good. Come in. Come on, stretch that arm. Do a toe tap. Switch. Good. This hand up. Come on. Get the leg up. Good. Bend the standing leg towards the floor. Switch. Standing leg bend a little bit. We're almost done. You can hit a snap if you want. Arm circles. Shoulder roll. You can do a little snake if you want. It's your workout. Make it fun. Switch. Now inhale. Thank you guys so much for pushing beyond the mental blockage. You did more than I bet you thought you could. You can follow me with amplifywithamber.com. I have lots of coaching materials for health, fitness, as well as nutrition. Thank you guys so much.
Amber Arrington, that was amazing. I was sitting here bebopping and everything. That was such a great workout. I was hearing from, some comments, feel the burn, work it. Like they were following along with you. So amazing stuff. Say where we can find you again.
Yes. amplifywithamber.com. I update that site often and I have all of the resources and some freebies. So follow me for some fun fitness, guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Amber is also a BGH member. She's a BGH partner. Oh, we got it on the screen. She's a BGH partner member. So I love the fact that you're part of the, you're part of the sisterhood. Thank you again for a great workout.
Thank you, Portia. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Okay, well, next up, y'all, we're going to have food for thought. But if you like what you've been hearing, like what you've been seeing, we want you to complete the evaluation. There's a quick little survey to get your feedback that we are putting in the comments probably as we speak. We're putting in the comments. We want to know, how did you like this workshop? How did you like pushing beyond mental blockage, the fitness workshop with Amber Arrington that you just saw, or maybe it was the panel discussion on a different world about college students and how they're living through the pandemic, or maybe it was yoga. Whatever you've seen so far that you liked, or we want to hear from you. This is going to help us improve next year when we do Minds Matter DC. So please, if you're on Facebook, fill out the comments, fill out the survey in the comments. If you're watching this online, maybe you're watching this from the website, then you will receive an email, a survey. Please don't skip past it, but please take 1 minute to complete that survey for us. Two, as well, as you just probably heard me, I said that Amber Arrington, she's a BGH member. Most of the people that you see hosting these workshops are all BGH members. They're part of our sisterhood. If you are a Black professional, whether you're a financial coach, a therapist, a hairdresser, whatever, and you want to work with Black Girl Health and you want to host different workshops, not just here in DC, but around the country, then join our sisterhood. You can join our sisterhood by going to membership.blackgirlhealth.com. If you want some of this all the time, if you're, you're bebopping, you were, part of doing this fitness routine that Amber just did, and you want more of this, so you want more being around a sisterhood of professionals so you can learn more about how to improve your health, join our sisterhood. We have home workouts, recipes, you name it, events. You can join our sisterhood by going to membership.blackgirlhealth.com. We want you a part of our community. So again, we have it on the screen right now, membership.blackgirlhealth.com. We would love for you to be a part of our sisterhood. Next up again is Food for Thought with Dr. Lauren Simmons. She's going to be talking about how food affects your mood. So stay with us right after the break.
Sometimes we need the extra encouragement, we need support, and Black Girl Health is a movement. Oh, I love getting all the emails with the recipes, and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email, so that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out of Pies Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BGH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
The Lewis Stokes Health Sciences Library is at 501 W Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on the Howard University campus. At LSHSL, we actively support all 4 health sciences colleges at Howard: medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, and nursing and allied health sciences. We also support Howard University Hospital. Access to the library is available 24/7 on our website, where we have over 40 library and medical databases, 2,500 plus medical journals, and nearly 6,000 health science books. If we don't have what you're looking for, we offer interlibrary loan services so we can find exactly what you need. Librarians are available to assist you via email, chat, or video conferencing, where we offer both individual and classroom orientations, trainings, and library workshops. In-person reference services will resume when the campus fully reopens. Our website is hsl.howard.edu, where you can find our databases, search our catalog, see announcements and events, and access our services. Library database offerings include, among others, Access Medicine, Clinical Key and Dynamed, and popular journals like JAMA and the New England Journal of Medicine. You can also access many of our services on your tablet or mobile device. A great example is the program Visible Body, which offers anatomy learning via 3D animation and augmented reality. Other popular apps include Browsine, where you can access all of our electronic journals, curate your online bookshelf, and download and read your favorite journals wherever you are. The library also offers RefWorks. The citation management program allows you to save and organize your references, easily insert your citations and bibliography into both Microsoft Word and Google Docs. Off campus, you can access all of our services on our website via the Sign In and Manage Your Library Account link, where you'll use your HU email and password to enter the digital library. You can also reach us through our social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Just search for the Lewis Stokes Health Sciences Library. We hope you'll visit us online and see all the library has to offer the Howard University community.
Greetings, everyone. I am Dr. Lauren, your favorite certified health coach, and today I am going to speak with you about food for thought, how food affects your mood. The first thing that I'm going to talk about is I am a certified health coach, and I started my health coaching business as a result of a wellness journey that I went on. Next, about 2016, I began experiencing intractable migraines. It took about 2 years. From the time I had the intractable migraine, I was trying to figure out what in the world happened with the migraine. Where did it come from? How did it begin happening? As I went on my 2-year journey, my wellness journey that is, I was diagnosed with prehypertension, adult onset asthma, adrenal fatigue, Helicobacter pylori, and vitamin D deficiency. Of course, the adrenal fatigue came along with that as I experienced sick building syndrome. It took me 2 years from the beginning, where I weighed 219 pounds, that is me on the left side, to the time I got to my diagnosis, which was Hashimoto's thyroiditis. It is the antibodies for hypothyroidism. So changing my diet allowed me to go from 219 pounds to 118 pounds. I lost a total of 101 pounds, and it is still holding. It has now been, that was 2016. It has now been, 5 years later? I am still holding at the 101 pound loss. Okay, now let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am a NOLA girl. I am from New Orleans, born and raised. I am a Howard University alumni. Shout out to the baby bison that presented on the panel. You did a beautiful job. I am a lifelong educator, and I am a certified health coach. Today, I'm going to talk about the relationship between food and mood. Now, the 2 years that I went on my wellness journey, the initiation of it, I like to say, was definitely a mood. It kept me in a mood and caused definitely a mood. So I'm going to tell you how food actually helped with my mood. I'm going to talk about ways food affects your mood. I'm going to talk about serotonin, which is one of our hormones, and then I'm going to give you some mood boosters. Let's look at the relationship between food and mood. So generally, when you begin with it, it has to do with your blood sugar levels. It's at the root of your moods and the food that you ingest. Here are a few things which can cause the roller coaster effect which you can experience. Missing meals, eliminating essential foods, and eating processed foods. Those are three of the, how can I say it? Those are three of the things which actually cause it. The first thing I want to share with you about moods is missing meals. Breakfast is your most important meal of the day. I know there are some individuals that don't like eating breakfast. Breakfast is your most important meal of the day. Missing breakfast can lead to low blood sugar. This is when we start grabbing for caffeine. Some people like to ingest coffee in the morning, and that's the reason why. You have to have your nutrition in the morning. You want to feed your body. What's the result of it? You feel weak and tired. You begin dragging your wagon. The next thing is eliminating essential foods. Food elimination reduces the essential nutrients you need. What happens? It causes low levels of zinc, iron, B vitamins, magnesium, vitamin D, and omega-3 fatty acids. What happens in this case? Decreased mood and energy. And again, you are dragging. The next one, or the last one, is eating processed foods. Consistently and continually intaking unhealthy processed carbohydrates cause blood sugars to rise and fall rapidly. That is the roller coaster that we experience. Definitely a roller coaster. Examples: that white bread, for those who love white bread, who love ingesting breads, you have to have those carbs. That's what's happening. And pastries. Who likes those? Fill in the blank. I won't call any brands out. Fill in the blank. Those donuts that you just absolutely love. When that sign lights up hot, you got to have them. Yeah. It's causing that low energy and irritability. That's what it's causing. It's at the root cause of it. And you going, I got to have it. I know. Me too. But this is what's happening. So, ways foods affect your mood. Let's talk about that a little bit. Your mental health is the first way that it affects it, okay? Long-term exposure to healthy diets and processed foods, it is a risk factor for depression. One of the symptoms of depression is your change in diet. So we began to look at the change of your diet as it relates to your mental health. It is direct correlation. There's a link between sugar and addictive eating, or that emotional eating. And we've learned a lot about that in quarantine, most definitely. Because what is our go-to? We go into all of those emotional foods, right? Whatever that is, or drinks. Absolutely, the drinks as well. Okay. So the liquids and the foods can be contributors. How is that? Because when people crave foods, we don't crave healthy things, do we? No. We crave what? Things that are high in sugar and in fat. Think about it. Okay? Even think about the music that you listen to. What is the music? All the foods and drinks and stuff that they're talking about in there. It's not about healthy food. It's about anything that's what? High in sugar and fat, processed foods and so forth. Okay? Here's another fact. Diabetes is more common in individuals that have schizophrenia, since we're talking about our mental health. So they must have what? An awareness of those inflammatory foods that they are ingesting, individuals who are living with diabetes. Okay? So the roller coaster food, or the roller coaster blood sugar, induces what? Mood disorders, depression, and schizophrenia. Okay? The next thing we're going to talk about is gut health, because there is a direct correlation between what? Brain health and gut health, a direct link to it. This is a note. 90% of your serotonin, that is a hormone that you need. It controls everything in your body. It's the controller. Everything, 90% of the serotonin is made in our gut. I want you to remember that. So the next time you want to go grab for that emotional food, when you do that emotional eating that we like to do, think about that. It's going to affect your mood as soon as you eat it, okay? There's a gut-brain connection, all right? So I want you to think about another thing. When we are experiencing depression, we are prescribed antidepressants. The side effects from the antidepressants that you are taking, or when one ingests an antidepressant, is not, the side effect is generally not in your head. It's in your gut. So you experience nausea, you experience diabetes, you experience some type of gastrointestinal problem, because there is a gut brain connection. Okay? The gut brain axis is the connection between diet and disease. I want you to remember that. So here's the results of it: depression and anxiety. Depression and anxiety. When you eat those things, such as sugar, and we're going to talk about that also, such as sugar, sugar definitely does not cause anxiety, but it exacerbates it. Let's look at some more. Gut health describes what? Describes what? Gut health it relies on what? Thank you. It describes the function and balance of bacteria in many parts of the gastrointestinal tract. Here's what it also relies on. This is your gut health: esophagus, your stomach, and intestines. They all work together and they allow us to eat and digest foods without discomfort. This is what a healthy gut is. With a healthy gut, your food is broken down in the gut to simple form that can enter the bloodstream. And what's happening is delivered as nutrients. So we're feeding our body. Remember when I talked about earlier, you have to eat breakfast in the morning. When you're eating healthy foods and non-inflammatories, you're actually feeding nutrients into your body. So a healthy gut contains bacteria and immune cells that ward off infectious agents like bacteria, the virus that we're currently dealing with, and fungi. A healthy gut, it communicates with the brain through the nerves and the hormones. Let's take a look at some more. When your gut is imbalanced, and I know some people are going to go, that's me. It can activate inflammatory bowel disease as IBD, asthma, obesity, metabolic syndrome, diabetes, and cognitive and mood problems. Now, some people are going, but some people are born with it. Yes, they are born with, I'll give you an example, with asthma. Yes, they are born with it. Whatever the mother carries, that's what the baby is going to be born with. I want you to let that sink in for a second. So if mom has asthma, guess what the baby's going to come out with? The baby's going to carry it as well. When you eat a healthy and balanced diet, you can protect yourself, or you may be able to protect yourself from depression, if not decrease it. Now, this is just a note for some people. Eating healthy foods are only helpful in mild and moderate forms of depression and anxiety. Make sure you seek help from your clinician, okay? Make sure that you do so. Let's see what else we have for you. We're going to talk about that serotonin. Serotonin is very important. It is essential for stabilizing our mood. Feelings of well-being and happiness, it affects our entire body, from the brain cells to the nervous system. It helps us in sleeping, eating, and our digestion. So when the ladies are moving towards, when the men are moving towards, you know, their winter years, I like to say, it is very important for the hormones to be balanced. This is the reason why some of us are up all hours of the night. We stay up at nighttime, or we pop up at night and can't go to sleep. Your hormones are responsible for that. The lack of the serotonin definitely may lead to depression. Let's talk a little bit more about serotonin and why it's so important. It helps to regulate your mood naturally. It controls the bowel movements. When we don't feel good in our gut and we are not able to dispel or expel our food properly, it can definitely have you in a mood, right? It controls the nausea. Your hormones do. It controls sleep and wake. It helps to form blood clots, and it impacts our bone health. Now, knowing that, let's talk about how it is that we can feed our hormones and we can feed our moods so that we are happy, happy, happy. Let's take a look at it. The first one is a healthy diet. It decreases the roller coaster effect. So when you have those processed foods, guess what's happening? The processed foods are keeping you on that roller coaster because you're going up and then you're crashing. You're going up and then you're crashing. We don't want that. We want it to be a smooth transition, correct? It helps to promote good bacteria. It increases positive brain and gut development. The first thing I want to talk to you about is the fatty fish. Fatty fish are very good for you. It is especially the freshwater fish. They are essentially good for you. They're good for those omega-3s that we need. It interacts with mood-related molecules inside the brain, the anti-inflammatory properties, which may help relieve depression. I'll tell you, it definitely works. When I get my migraines, I do not don't go for the popping of the whatever fill in the blank medication and so forth, I definitely eat salmon. Why? It shifts my mood instantly. It is a definite mood shifter. So anyone who is living, I don't say struggling, living with migraines and so forth, grab you some fish and you'll feel it as soon as you begin ingesting it. It's very good for you. Salmon is good for you. And also tuna fish is very good for you as well. Okay. Or tuna, definitely wild caught. I want to look at the next one. Let's see what we have. Dark chocolate, believe it or not. It's not the regular brown chocolate that you see. And you're like, what's the difference? The deep dark chocolate definitely has health benefits for you. They are linked to antidepressants, the antidepressant effects of serotonin, which we are talking about, and we absolutely need. Those are our hormones, again, that are the controller. Dark chocolate affects the brain and helps in inducing a calming and soothing effect. Now, I don't want everyone to go run out and buy a whole bunch of chocolate and go, she says, I can eat that. You want to eat that in moderation, okay? But dark chocolate is definitely good for you. Fermented foods. Fermented foods, some people absolutely enjoy them, and others don't know that they're actually eating fermented food. They are rich in probiotic bacteria, which our gut actually loves. It definitely loves it. Consuming fermented foods improves beneficial bacteria, increasing the health of your gut microbiome and digestive system. It enhances the immune system. What am I talking about when I'm saying I'm mentioning fermented foods? Well, the first thing I want to mention to you are olives. Olives are very good for you. They are fermented. They are absolutely good for your health, and they're easy to tote if you're moving around, if you need to, grab and go or something like that. When we're out and about and we're moving around, we have a habit of stopping at any of those things, any of those places that are out. You can carry your snacks with you. The next thing is pickles. Pickles are very good for you as well. Pickles are definitely good. They are fermented food. They are probiotics, and they're good for your gut. I know one that we used to eat when I was growing up was actually sardines. Sardines are good for you. They are definitely good. Yes, I know they smell, but they are definitely good for you as well. They are a probiotic, believe it or not. And it's also a fish. Remember that. Okay? And there are some other fermented foods that you can use that you can eat as well. Sauerkraut. There's a whole list of them that are definitely good for you. And they are healthy for your gut, and your gut will love them. Beans, a good source of protein and a good source of fiber. Okay. My favorite go-to was always red beans. It was always, when I was a child growing up in New Orleans, it was red beans and rice. Of course, I don't eat rice anymore, so I definitely substituted with cauliflower. I make rice cauliflower with that. They are both a source of protein and fiber, and they help to maintain a stable and consistent blood sugar levels. Remember, you don't want to have that roller coaster effect when it is that you are eating food. You want to keep it consistent. Beans minimize blood sugar spikes and dips that can affect our mood. Because when your stomach is not feeling well, when your head is not feeling well, you have a tendency to not be so happy. So in order to omit that or avoid that, you want to keep your blood sugar levels fairly stable. Next slide. Nuts and seeds. The nuts and seeds are definitely good for our bodies, and they also help with our hormone fluctuations. I'll give an example of many of my demographic, which are going through the change in life. And they're very good for you because they'll help you with the hormonal shifts and so forth, and the private summers and what have you. Nuts and seeds are high in plant-based proteins. They provide tryptophan and amino acids responsible for producing mood-boosting serotonin. They can also be very helpful with those individuals who are still on the I want to say on the reproductive trail, and they help with those hormones as well. So it's definitely good all around. If you just grab a handful of them, okay? Some people like to take the whole jar or the whole bucket or what have you and eat a whole bunch of nuts. A complete meal is a handful of nuts, and that is all you need, okay? Some good nuts may be almonds, they may be walnuts, maybe some pecans if you like, and those can be definitely be unsalted, okay, and raw. Those are very good for you. Next, some berries. All of the berries, when you are eating your fruits, are very good for you. Your raspberries, your blueberries, your blackberries are excellent in antioxidants. They have a lower sugar, and they give you less of a hit in terms of sugar when you are ingesting sugar. Although these are natural sugar and your body digests it differently than processed sugars, they are still sugar nonetheless. All right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about blueberries. Blueberries help to activate brain pathways associated with better cognition. So we definitely want to protect our brain health, correct? Blueberries and blueberry juice are associated with having a more positive mood. So those are one of the things that you want to make note of. And I also want to mention cranberries as well. Cranberries are definitely good for you, especially in their natural state. And ingesting cranberry juice is also good for you as well. It actually helps with your kidney and all of the things that are associated with your definitely with your kidney in any of those. You're so welcome in any of those things that you may be in need of. Okay, let's take a look at our next piece. So those are all of the examples or the samples that I have for you in terms of your mood boosters. Okay, there are many others out there, but I just wanted to give you just a few of them. I wish I could have given you a demo. I just want to give you a few of them to get started with in terms of your health. I have not tried cranberry supplements. Someone is asking me, do I suggest cranberry supplements? I have not tried them, but I will definitely not rule them out. I say if it works for you, go for it. I personally do not take them. I personally do not. I take everything in their natural state when I need to. So with all of these suggestions that I've given you, I actually teach a course in a monthly detox in the B-Fly Detox. It's a B-Fly 21-day detox that teaches you how to use all of these things and more, teaches you how to detox your body. Okay? And the information is here. For BGH members, it is $197, and it can be found on your own website, on the BGH website, in your portal. The B-Fly 21-day detox, it jumpstarts your lifestyle. It helps to reduce overall inflammation. You learn strategies to develop healthy meals, and you're gathering resources to effectively detox your body, mind, and your environment. Okay, so that is the information. We are actually opening a cart on the course on Monday. So I want you to go to my website, which is on the next one. This is all of the place that you will be able to find me. All right, I'm on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. There's my email address and also my website where you will be able to find me at my virtual home. Okay. How do I feel about plant-based diet regarding mood? I think plant-based diets are actually wonderful. I think they are actually wonderful. You definitely have to know how it works for your body. I am definitely a proponent of plant-based diet. I really am. But I definitely will say to look at what works for your body. You have to know what works for you. Okay. All right. I am Dr. Lauren, and this is my presentation, Food for Thought.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lauren. You did a great job. Again, Dr. Lauren is a BGH member, and we're so happy to have her. So, Dr. Lauren, it was great. I love the fact that you were talking about the berries and the nuts and fermented foods. That is just. I mean, even like kombucha, I'm like a kombucha, fan, and that's.
I forgot to mention that. Thank you for mentioning that. I actually had a bottle. Yes, kombucha is very good. It is definitely another fermented drink, which is excellent for your gut. Your gut actually loves it. I've definitely tried it. I can't tell you which brand it is. The brand, excuse me, not brand it is. It is definitely, it is excellent for you. You are welcome. Someone had another question for me. You are so welcome. Thank you. You are so welcome.
Yeah, I mean, this was really, really good information. And just to repeat, Dr. Lauren, Dr. Lauren has a detox special for BGH members, of course. So if you are a BGH member, you can go to your app. You can go to your app and you will see in the portal in the app where you can link to her website and get the special for BGH members, the discounted special for her detox session. For those who want to know more, who may or probably not BGH members, tell us again where they can find you, Dr. Lauren.
They can find me at www.laurencurewellness.com.
Awesome. So Dr. Lauren, thank you so much again. Until next time, right?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye, Dr. Lauren. Thank you. So thank you all for joining us and are with us through this all-day event. I hope you're liking it so far. We have learned so much. We've exercised, learned a lot about foods and affecting your mood by Dr. Lauren. Please, an evaluation is in the comments. It should be coming out probably right now. We're posting in the comments. How did you like Dr. Lauren's session? How did you like it? We want to know. We want to know what's your favorite workshop so far. We want to know this so that we continue to bring you guys good stuff, right? We want to do Minds Matter DC next year. So we want to hear from you. If you're on Facebook, you can click on the link to the evaluation. If you're not seeing this on Facebook, then you will get this also in email. You'll get this in email if you registered. For Minds Matter DC, then you will get this in email. Please don't skip past it, but just take 1 minute to complete the evaluation. We would love that. Again, as I just mentioned, Dr. Lauren is a BGH member. If you're interested in being a BGH member, maybe you're liking what you're hearing and you want more knowledge, you want more information. We do this every Friday. Every Friday, we talk about different issues affecting Black women. We have our different professionals on live for our BGH members to talk about these issues and give them valuable information. We have different free discounts on and services from our BGH professionals for our BGH members. We also have our home workouts and healthy recipes that we give BGH members and different events that we do. It's so much. We just want you to be a part of our sisterhood. Wouldn't you want to be a part of a community where we're living healthy lifestyles to motivate you to live a healthy lifestyle? So you don't have to do this alone, right? So if you're interested in becoming a member, go to membership.blackgirlhealth.com. You can sign up on the web, or you can just download the Black Girl Health app and you can sign up right there. You just go to the App Store and just put in Black Girl Health, and you can sign up right on your phone. So we definitely want to have you. So next up, I know them pockets have been itching for money, right? They've been itching for money. We want more money, more money, more money. I can't say that enough, especially during the pandemic. Funds, I'm sure, have been tight for a lot of people. So you're probably thinking, how can I, cut down on expenses, or how can I maximize the funds that I have, or being profitable in this new normal, this new workforce. So we're going to teach you how to do that with Nicole Barnato coming up. So stay with us right after the break.
Well, I think that what's unique and important about the All of Us research program is that, there are treatments and medications that don't work for everyone. And this program is really trying to find out why. They're looking into lifestyle, your environment, your genetics to get that answer. And I think that that's important. Personally, I wanted to become a participant in this program and be involved because as a Black person living in America, I know that we've been left out of biomedical research largely in the past. And this program is also looking to change that. And they're looking at more diverse populations. I would say to anyone who has reservations about joining that you could possibly be a part of medical breakthroughs in the future. Why would you not want to be a part of that? I'm Chantel, and I joined For All of Us.
Meet Ray. Ray lives on a farm. He loves playing kickball with his grandkids, but lately he's gotten a little slower and been visiting the doctor a lot more often. This is Kim. Kim lives in the city. She loves to exercise, cook healthy meals, and can't remember the last time she called in sick. They're both people, but not all people are the same. And yet, when we visit the doctor, our treatments don't look that different. Why is that? Because we just don't have enough information to do it better until now. Enter All of Us, the research program based on precision medicine. Precision medicine is a revolutionary new approach to treating and preventing disease that's personalized instead of one size fits all. By gathering health data from 1 million people like Ray and Kim and Trevor and Samir, our country's best researchers will be able to develop treatments that are as unique and complex as we are. With this new information, doctors will have a better understanding of disease so they can innovate the next great breakthroughs in medicine. Once enough people join, suddenly everything changes. Information becomes clear, patterns emerge, and simple data transforms into life-saving knowledge. This means that Ray and Kim's children and their children's children can live longer, healthier lives. By becoming one of the first 1 million people to volunteer, you can help reshape the entire future of healthcare for generations to come. If we can figure out how to fly, put a man on the moon, and connect the entire world, surely we should be able to improve the future of healthcare. Not just for Ray and Kim or even you, but for all of us. Sign up at joinallofus.org. The future of health begins with you.
I've been having this stomach ache for a while now, and I feel... Excuse me, do you have any suggestions for stomach ache?
Oh, it's probably the West Nile. I'd take 2 baby aspirin if I were you.
Baby?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm not a baby.
2.
It doesn't matter. I'm not a baby. Hey, stomach ache. What do I do?
I heard swine flu's making a comeback. Just walk it off, huh? All right.
Oh, come on. You wouldn't take medical advice from a stranger on the street. So why would you ask a stranger on the internet? Produced by the National Library of Medicine, Medline Plus is the world's largest and most trusted medical library, offering reliable, up-to-date health information that's easy to understand and 100% free. Okay, that makes sense. Now, do you have any idea how to fix a radiator? Medline Plus. Get the facts.
Hello, everyone. I am so honored and so glad to be with you guys today. My name is Nicole Barnato, and as previously said, I'm a financial professional. I'm also a pharmacist. which is why this topic about putting your money where your mind is something that is near and dear to me, and also something that I'm honored to be able to talk with you guys about today. So as we go through this information today, as I share some things with you about myself, about my journey, and also about just simple ways that that you'll be able to put some things into practice to help you have a better relationship, with your mindset and with money. We can go ahead and pull up the presentation. We'll go ahead and get started. And first, I want to just share a little bit with you about myself, right? So I've been in the financial industry for a little over 4 years. I've been in the healthcare industry for over 10 years. And being a part of both of those industries, I've definitely been able to see through both of those industries, the impact that mental state has on finances and vice versa. And so as we're talking today, I'm sorry, I think you guys can hear me. So as we're talking today, just keep in mind that our mindsets are shaped by, what we see growing up. Our parents, how they reacted to and handled money, conversations that we've had, and then personal experiences that we have as well. And so, a little bit about myself. So, kind of being raised, and some of you may actually be able to relate to some of my story that, growing up in a household where your parents didn't discuss with the children about money matters. They didn't discuss the importance of savings. They didn't discuss the importance of paying off or not having debt, learning how to be debt free. In my household, I was raised where debt was common and just a natural part of life. Everybody's going to have debt. Everybody has debt. It's really just about how you manage it that's important. And then also growing up believing that external appearance and being put together was the most important thing, and that nobody else needed to know if we were struggling or if mentally, we were going through some things. And I'm sure all of you have heard of, what goes on in this house stays in this house. And so that's not a new concept, unfortunately. And so from examples of what I saw in my friends' homes, and what they had, and this is specifically looking at the material aspect of things, at some point as a child, you start to feel like you're lacking. Mom, why don't I have nice shoes? Why don't I go to the hairdresser every 2 weeks? Not realizing that, of course, as an adult, we understand it, but not realizing that our viewpoint and our perspective as a child is completely and totally clueless of what all goes on in the background. But now being a mom myself, I have the opportunity to see not just the struggles of parenthood and not just the struggles of being an adult, but also the importance of teaching my son lessons that I didn't learn. And so if we can go on to the next slide, there's some things I'd like to share with you guys about throughout this presentation. I have a couple of objectives. So you'll be able to gain a better understanding about money, some money myths, and also some comparison traps. Growing up, all of us have had that, well, why can't I have it? Why can't I do it? Her mom let her do it. Why can't I go there? Her mom let her go there, right? And then identify about 8 ways that money and mental health can affect each other. Identify about 5 basic steps to help you improve your personal finances, and also to increase awareness of resources that can help improve the relationship between me and mental health in your personal life. Now, all of the things, this is just kind of a snippet of information. This is not at all exhaustive. But, as we go through this information, just consider these couple of questions. What comes to mind when you hear words like money, abundance, wealth? How about pay, bills, debt, right? What happens emotionally and physically when you say or hear these words? Does it bring anxiety when you hear bills? Does it make you overwhelmed or sad when you hear debt or owe? Does it make you feel hopeless or like it can never be you when you hear words like abundance? And then ask yourself, what value does money hold to you? And that's important to ask because If we realize that money is a tool, some of us hold money as the goal instead of just a tool to get to the goal. And that's very true, Michelle. All of us could definitely be doing better with our finances, which is one of the reasons why we're here today, not just in how we handle our finances, but it all starts up here in how we think about money and how we relate to money. And so we can go ahead to the next slide. And sometimes we don't realize the effect, that money has on our mindset and vice versa, right? So when we talk about money myths, right? Some of the things that we learned or that we heard growing up, or that we might even think ourselves, money won't, or my family won't be happy if I don't give them the best. I don't need insurance. Money is the root of all evil. That's a very common one, right? I will always be broke. I'm too old to win with money. I'm young, so I don't have to think about retirement yet. I don't need a budget. I'll figure it out. Money doesn't buy happiness. So the interesting thing about these money myths is that they're exactly that. They're myths. So when we think about, my family won't be happy if I don't give them the best. Your job, if you're a parent especially, is to provide the basic needs for your family. And not only that, but happiness is not about what you have, as far as possessions are concerned. It's about the quality of life that you provide for your family. And that could be, the quality of life is not only affected by the amount of money you have or the amount of property or assets that you have. And so the second one, I don't need insurance. So put this into perspective, right? And this is for any kind of insurance initially. You don't need insurance until you need it. Or you don't think about car insurance until you get in a car accident or until something happens to your car and you need a rental. It's like it's in the back of your mind, but then when you need it, if you don't have it, it's too late. So on the side that, that I deal mostly with concerning life insurance, if you don't have that and then you pass away, your family, you didn't leave anything but a liability for your family. You may not have thought you needed insurance, but your family definitely needed that insurance. You think about, especially in our culture, in our society, we are more likely to leave debt, more likely to leave bills, more likely to leave car notes, house notes that still have to be paid, taxes after we're gone. So you want to make sure, we think that we don't need insurance until you're put in a position where your loved one passes away and you are responsible for footing that bill. That's when you start to realize it's not for you, it's for your family. So we go to the third one. Money is the root of all evil. That one is very interesting to me because it supposedly comes from scripture, right? But we know that that's not, well, for those of us who do know, we know that's not scripture. It's the love of money is the root of all evil. And that's for people who who become greedy, who really start to think of, like I said, money as the goal rather than a tool. So once we have that understanding, we realize it has more to do with what we do with our money than how much we have. Also, how we get the money. So don't allow, your mind to trick you into thinking that I don't deserve nice things. I don't deserve money. We'll talk a little bit later about, some affirmations, but money is a tool. Just that, right? And then so we go to the next one. I'm too old. I will always be broke. Now, you will have what you say, right? But being broke is a mindset. Being broke does not have to do with how much money you have in the bank. It has to do with how you think. And if you are thinking on from a poverty mentality, then that's what you will have. You will have lack. You will have struggle. You will have strife. And so when we talk a little bit later about mindset, abundance is something that has to be on your mind on a regular basis in order for you to start winning with money, right? So then we talk about, I'm too old to win with money. Now, depending on what your idea or what your perspective is when it comes to winning, this statement is not true, first and foremost, but also, we determine what it means to win with money. If it means to you that you are prepared for retirement, depending on how old you are, you may not be able to retire when you want to, but you have ways of improving your situation. If you don't have a good savings, you have ways, no matter where you start, to improve where you are. And then we talk about, I'm young, so I don't have to think about retirement yet. That's 100% false. To be honest with you, the earlier you start, the better chance you have of retiring the way you want to retire. So some of us maybe didn't consider retirement until we turned maybe 35, 40. And then you start to realize that the longer you wait to start getting those things in order, the more you have to contribute to those types of accounts. If you start at 20 versus if you start at 30, the amount of money that you have to put aside every month in order to meet your goal, which, right now is about 1.2 to 1.6 million. And of course, is going up as the value of the dollar goes down. But as the amount of money that we need to have in retirement increases, the amount of money that we have to start putting aside also increases. So starting early is always better. And then we talk about, I don't need a budget. That's the one that's, if you don't have a budget, how do you know where your money's going? How do you know if you have enough to cover expenses, especially when unexpected expenses come up? So then now you have to rob Peter to pay Paul because of lack of preparation, because you didn't need a budget. And a budget is literally just you telling your money where to go. I know we overcomplicate it, and sometimes spreadsheets help, sometimes, writing it down helps. But if you don't have a picture, a physical picture of what your money looks like, where it's going, how much you have coming in, and we'll talk a little bit about that shortly. If you don't have any of that in place, and then you wonder at the end of the month, where did my money go? Or why is it that every month it seems like I have more month than money, and you have no budget? That would be why this would be a time and a place for you to start jotting down. Go back and look at your bank records. Start jotting down the different expenses that you had. Categorize them. I spent this much in groceries, this much in gas. That's super important. Super, super important. Money doesn't buy happiness. Now, this statement is very interesting because, you have to ask yourself, what's your definition of happiness? So money doesn't buy happiness unless you know how to spend the money. So, easy example, your kid, let's say you have a child, I have a 6-year-old boy, right? And he likes ice cream. Now, he's going to be happy whether he gets ice cream or not. But if I give him money and he uses that money to buy ice cream, that's going to affect and impact his happiness, right? So if you know how to spend your money, if you know that, you saving your money is going to help you to be able to do the things you want to do later on, then that is the part about money that helps you to, quote unquote, buy happiness. So we can go ahead to the next slide as we talk about money and mental health, right? So a few negative aspects of how money and mental health affect each other. So the first thing is the lack of drive or lower self-esteem. I don't know if any of you have ever been there, but if you ever have wanted to buy something and you went to swipe your card and it's been declined. First of all, if you're at a restaurant, you definitely want to tell the waiter, keep that to yourself. I have definitely been there. You lower your voice. Nobody else needs to know that my card got declined, right? But on a serious note, it can definitely contribute to lack of drive and lowered self-esteem. You try to figure out, what am I not doing right? And instead of trying to figure out a solution, it turns into the blame game. Oh man, I'm so stupid. Like my parents didn't win with money. I'm never gonna be anything. I'm never gonna win with money. And just different self-talk, negative self-talk that we have anytime, we find ourselves not in the place we want to be. Secondly, some people may get to a place of denial, and it becomes tough to think clearly. And instead of, taking that moment that moment of looking at your account in overdraft, that moment of realizing that you have your mortgage or your rent coming up and you spent a little more groceries than you should have, or you ate out a little bit more than you were supposed to, or you had an extra bill that came up and you weren't prepared for it. Instead of finding ways to earn more money to cover that, you may think, oh, well, I just don't have it. I'm sure they'll give me extra time, and you spend the money that you already have instead of adding to it so that you can cover your expenses. This is denial. And this is where it becomes, your choices that you start making when you're having a tough time, they're not clear. And then thirdly, life can feel out of control. And so you start looking for temporary relief. How many people have been depressed, right? Or felt or had a really bad day, and then you went shopping. You went shopping for shoes, right? Or you went shopping for clothes, or you went and got your nails done. It's not in your budget. You didn't consider, beforehand, or you don't even know if you have extra money to do it. But because of your emotional state or your mental state, it really starts to get to a point where you're just not making wise choices, and it becomes a temporary relief. Because some people call that retail therapy, meaning, once I start swiping that card, I start feeling a lot better about myself. Temporarily, very, very temporarily, right? Because once you get that bill, or once you look at that account and you realize you still don't have what you need, that you buying whatever you bought didn't contribute or add to your account, it took away from it, right? And so that can make you sink even lower depending on where you are, in your mental state. And then also, we may begin to avoid certain situations and topics. So talking to your friends or talking to your coworkers, and people start talking about investing, and they start talking about savings and going on trips, and you don't want no parts of those conversations because you can't afford it. Because you know that you feel like you're depriving yourself. You feel like you're doing everything right. You're paying your bills. You're going to work, and you still don't have any extra money, right? Those are things that can affect how you see money. Those are ways that you can start to become or feel depressed or feel like, I don't know how I'm going to get out of this place. And I'm going to give you a little bit, a few tips in a few slides, right? But as we move on, we'll talk about some positive effects. There are positive effects and ways that we can be relating to money. And so we think about the first one, better outlook on ups and downs of life. So when you have a positive mindset, and when you feel like your mental health is on the up and up, right? We start realizing that life is not about this moment. This moment is not forever. Yeah, I kind of had a bad month financially. I took off a couple of days for some mental health days, and I didn't have the time. So I couldn't pay all my bills, but guess what? Next month I can work extra and I can pay this off. All right, you start being able to be open to solutions and problem solving, right? You start to have a better outlook. You don't get down on yourself about shortcomings, about bad choices that you made financially before. You start to have improved self-esteem and confidence. Confidence about your choices, confidence about where you're going, about your capabilities and possibilities. And then you start to have clarity. You have an ability to plan and visualize a better future. And that's where, and that's super important because you start to show yourself, because you can't have it until you can see it, right? And so you start to show yourself what's possible. You start to see yourself. Someone just mentioned they want to travel and they want financial freedom. You start seeing yourself financially free. You start seeing yourself being able to travel. And then your mind goes to work on how to make that happen for you. And so what's important to note is that, anytime we think about succeeding with money, and we can go ahead and move on to the next slide, the most important thing, the number one thing, is working on your mindset. Working on your mindset. Everything starts here. Everything starts with the way we think, right? And so when we think about money, you attract or repel money based on your mindset. And so reading books, reading articles, reading blogs, watching videos. I spent a lot of time on YouTube, not watching random things, of course, but I spent a lot of time on YouTube watching things that help me in my personal growth journey. And I absolutely recommend the same for you. Being able to, utilize material that will help you to wrap your mind around money being a tool, and also helping to convince yourself that you're capable and worthy of a great relationship with money. It honestly does not matter how you grew up. Now, that definitely has an impact on how you started, but it has no impact on how you finish. And I definitely need to say that again, because somebody needed to hear that. It's not important how you started or where you started, but it is 100% important on how you finish. What you do from this point forward, what you do as an adult, what you do when you start to think about what kind of life do you want to have? What kind of life do you want to have for your family? Do you want to provide for your family? That's super important, and it starts with your mindset, right? So I do borrow on a regular basis affirmations from different personal development people, from different books, from different articles, and a couple from Clever Girl Finance. Some of you may be familiar with that blog. Is I deserve a prosperous life. You got to tell yourself that. And it's important to think that way, because if you think that because of your past mistakes, because you gambled away something, because you overspent, because you lent money you didn't really have to lend, because you spent money doing this, you spent money on yourself, and then your kids went without, those were past mistakes. But it's never too late to start over. Never too late. And the sooner you realize that, the easier it becomes for you to change your mind concerning how you think about your money, because your money is a reflection of how you see yourself, your ability to attract and earn money, right? Because money, how much you make, is mostly determined by the value you bring. And if you don't feel like you're valuable, you're not going to earn or attract the money that you would really like to have. So another affirmation: money flows to me freely as I move through the world. Freely. So if we walk around with our fists clenched like this, and we're never in a giving or a receiving position, this is the life we're going to live. Can you climb with your hands closed? Right? You can't. In the same way, you can't progress, you can't reach that next level if your hands are always clenched. So you have to start believing that money is flowing to you. And these are just a few things. When we talk about affirmations, they're not magical equations at all. They're things that you continue to tell yourself so that your mind starts to change. You're renewing your mind, right? You're convincing yourself of things that you know that you deserve, but your past self, your past mind tries to tell you otherwise. And so declarations, which is exactly what affirmations are, declarations are present for you to be able to start speaking those things that are not as though they were, right? And so the third one, I attract wealth and am on a journey to be financially free. So wealth is not just money. We have to clarify that. I have to clarify that. Wealth is not just about the money that you have. It's about the value that you bring, and it's about the assets that you've been able to accumulate because of that value. So when we think about, transferring wealth, which before you can even get to that stage, you have to start with the renewing of your mind so that you have a better relationship with money. So I think I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself there. But I have the power to improve my relationship with money. I have the power to improve my relationship with money. And this is something you got to tell yourself. Money does not control me. My job does not control me. My circumstances don't control me. I have the power. Then we move on to say, I am a capable person and can tackle all my money obstacles. right? There's nothing that's too hard for me if I just put my mind to work to make it happen. Okay, I'm in debt. What can I do? What can I do to start chipping away at that debt? Okay, I took out a payday loan. That's a whole nother discussion, right? But I took out a payday loan, right? And I don't have the money to pay it back. What do? Like, your mind starts to go to work when you start realizing that I'm very capable of, I made a bad choice, right? I made a poor choice, but I'm very capable of growing through this, moving past this, and tackling all of my obstacles. All right, so then we talk about creating financial goals. That's the second step to becoming more successful with your money. So ask yourself, what do you want to accomplish? Some people want to be debt-free. Some people want to have, financial freedom. Some people want to be able to buy a car without taking out a loan. Some people, want to be able to buy a house and put a lot or most of the money down. Some people want to start, their own business. It just, whatever your financial goals are, write them down, put them on paper, and just know that you will have to sacrifice something for those goals that you want. Success does not come without sacrifice. You have to know that. And so then we talk about creating a budget. Now, this one is very important because as I spoke about earlier, you have to know where your money's going. I also consider a budget to be a mindful cash management plan. For some people, budget is a buzzword that to them means like, oh, I must be struggling if I have to have a budget. But you can call it whatever you like, but it's you telling your money where to go. A mindful cash management plan is just you putting on paper, or you declaring that, okay, this is what I want to do with my money so that I'll be able to have and do the things that I want to do at a later time. So there's a quote from the financefashionista.com. I absolutely do love things, the information that she puts out, right? And she said that budgeting isn't about limiting yourself. It's about making the things that excite you possible. I'll say that again. Budgeting isn't about limiting yourself. It's about making the things that excite you possible. So there are trips you want to take. There are things that you'd like to buy. There are things that you'd like to be able to do with your family. Budgeting will help you to put the money aside to be able to make that happen so that you're not robbing Peter to pay Paul. So you're not taking trips and at home, your lights are off. So that you're not racking up your credit cards that you can barely pay off with a 27% interest rate, trying to figure out you had that short gratification because we didn't want to delay the gratification. And now, here we are trying to figure out how we're going to pay this. It's a plan. That's all a budget is a plan. And so I'll put here to review it at least monthly. But in all honesty, you want to do it weekly because there are some weeks that we might spend more on lunch than others. We might go out to eat a couple more times a month. Now, of course, when you have goals, if that doesn't fit into your budget, then we want to cut those a little bit short. We want to cut the eating out down to a minimum. We want to splurge spending. We want to cut that down to a minimum, if not totally. Now, here's a point that I definitely think is important to make. When you create your budget or your mindful cash management plan, it's not about you depriving yourself of everything. That's not going to help you reach your goals. It's not going to keep you motivated, right? When you create your plan, you want to leave some wiggle room. Hey, we need to have family night at least once a week or twice a month and budget for that. Then that helps you to know that you've planned out what you want to do so that you feel more confident about your financial plan. And so there are apps, there are spreadsheets. You can use a notebook to track your income and your expenses, investments. But in your budget, you want to include your income, how much you bring home. So not your gross pay, but your net pay, after taxes. You want to include expenses, like things that are planned expenses first. You want to include savings because paying yourself first is super important. How can you save if you're always waiting until all your bills are paid for? Because all of those little questionable expenses that come out of nowhere that we don't know why we went and bought that purse, that's only possible because we didn't assign that money to savings, right? So savings, paying yourself first, planning for the debt that you know you already have to pay. If you have credit cards, you have to pay that. That was not your money. Sorry to break it to some of you, but credit cards are not your money. That's the bank's money, and they are allowing you to borrow it with interest, right? And so then you want to make sure you include your bills, your water bill, your cell phone bill. All of those things should be included in your plan. And then also any discretionary income, meaning what's left over after you've done all of those things. And then assign that. Sometimes your water bill might be a little bit higher. So you want to give yourself about an extra $20 to $30 as like a pad, to have some wiggle room. Maybe your electric bill you can budget for, if you know it's usually $150, around that. You can budget for $170. And that way, if you have some left over, that's fine. Save it. Or treat yourself. But either way, you'll know that you haven't gone over your budget because you've already planned for it. Hopefully that makes some sense, right? And so as we move on to the next slide, we want to talk about some people that you want to have in your life, right? So that you're able to win with money. So if possible, you want to talk to a holistic financial professional for guidance and knowledge about savings, things like insurance, credit repair, retirement, budgeting, investments, wills, and trusts. So some people, you should never have one person in control of all of your things, right? You want to be able to talk to professionals such as an accountant, maybe a stockbroker or someone who's a professional in that arena, an insurance agent, financial planner, maybe a lawyer. If you don't have a will or a trust, this is not the conversation where we'll dive deeper into that. But regardless of whether you're 18 or whether you're 65, if you don't have a living will and a trust, and you have assets or you have children, and you've never said or dictated what you want to happen to your things or who you want to take care of your children, if something were to happen to you, then the courts decide that. But that's a whole nother discussion. So you want to have that relationship with a lawyer and have those things in order. Maybe a therapist. You may need that in order to, because if you're thinking about these things, for some people, this is overwhelming. It's like, oh my God, I need to talk to all these people. Not at once, not at one time. Take your time. Do one thing at a time. Once you have your budget in place, once you have your own personal plan set up, and then you have your goals in place, now you're able to, have these conversations with these professionals, knowing what you already want, and they just help you carry it out. So you're not going to them asking for permission to do it. You're going to these professionals asking them to help you put it in place. Right? And even when talking to a therapist, if you have to, please, and this is a resounding message, right? There is zero shame. Please hear me when I say this, in talking to a licensed mental health professional, whether that's a counselor, a therapist, whether you feel anxious sometimes, you feel, depressed, sometimes you're really high on the highs and really low on the lows. There are some things that we can do ourselves naturally, as the previous speakers have said. But I will tell you this, there's nothing wrong with getting the help or the counseling that you need, right? So also I want to say, You can do these things on your own, getting your own life insurance, figuring out how to buy or how to set up a will online, buying stocks, becoming your own financial planner. There are resources to help you do that on your own, but it's so much less work for you, and it's so much less overwhelming when you have help. When you have qualified help, let's put it that way, because everyone's not qualified. And so also, you can consider taking a course in personal finance in your spare time, if you have spare time, to help you gain a better understanding of your money. Like I said, when you're going to these professionals, you're just asking them to help you put things in place. So the more understanding you have, the easier these things become. That you're not wondering, what does this, if you're doing, for those of us who have been dealing with money kind of successfully for a while, and you start thinking about your own profit and loss, just personally, like what have I done to gain assets or to gain, to earn more money? What have I done to add value? That's a good start. But your actual understanding of that money, what to do with it, why it's taxed, what happens when things are taxed, how to discuss or discern whether or not you're on the right path when it comes to savings, when it comes to retirement. You want to have a basic understanding yourself. So looking at online courses, free and paid. Sometimes you have to invest in yourself from credible sources. Sometimes that's universities. Sometimes that may be, well-known organizations that are online that will put out courses. You want to take maybe an intro to finance college course. That may help. Someone asked, I think it might have been Michelle, about if you can tell I think you asked if insurance is good, if it's a good company. Insurance companies are rated online. You can always check, I think it's AM Best, and you can check and see what the rating is of that company. And then you ask, what course would you recommend that would be beneficial? So depending on, like I said, you have the option of doing something like a finance, intro to finance course or finance 101. Those are easy. Those are basic level. Okay, these are some economics would be a little bit more advanced. So I would always look at intro to finance or finance 101, those types of courses, right? And then we talk about buying or borrowing a personal finance book written by a well-known author in order to help you get started. And so on the next page, on the next slide, I provided a few resources. So I'm glad you did ask that question, Michelle, but I did, and feel free to take a screenshot. This list is not at all exhaustive. This is just a few things that could help you. So if you're looking more into budgeting, goal setting, or bill pay, some apps that help you to keep those things in track or track those things or keep them in order. Mint, Truebill, Every Dollar, and Pocket Guard. Those are just a handful of apps that can help you set a budget, set a goal, look at your expenses, categorize your expenses, and then be able to see how much in each category you're spending every month. So that you know if there are areas you should cut back on, areas that you might be doing really well in, areas that you might need some help in. And it may even show you that you probably need to make a little bit more, or that you need to cut out a lot. If shopping is the majority of the money that's going out, and it seems like after bills and shopping, you don't have anything left, the shopping needs to get cut. Maybe not all the way, because like I said, having a budget is not about depriving yourself completely, but it's about delaying some gratification so that later you can have more of what you want. A couple of books that are good when it comes to budgeting, goal setting, and bill pay. Total Money Makeover, Money Master the Game, Clever Girl Finance is a really good one. Spend Well, Live Rich, and The Money Manual. So take a look at those at your leisure. Look through them, utilize some of their strategies on budgeting, on helping you to pay off debt, on helping you to have a better understanding of how your finances should flow. Because we shouldn't be working to pay bills, right? Like that's not living a full life. But you do have to start from somewhere. And you may be starting there working to pay bills. But the more knowledge you have, the more comfortable you get with dealing with money, and the more you change your mind on how you think about money, the easier it becomes for you to realize your self-worth. That might mean for somebody, you might need to, when you start looking at yourself different and thinking about yourself different, that might mean you might want to ask for a raise on your job if you know you're doing work that calls for a raise, right? That may mean that, yeah, I paid off this credit card. I'm going to treat myself. Don't go overboard. Don't get back into debt for treating yourself. But we have to do things too that make us feel good and that reward ourselves for making progress. Because who else will? So then we talk about investing for beginners, right? So 2 apps that I've had those are really good, Michelle. Cooking your own meals and not eating out as much, that cuts a major part of your budget. That's probably half of mine, to be honest with you, eating out. So if that's a part of your budget that's out of control, eating at home is 100% a great way to get your money in check. So Acorns and Stash are 2, very beginner level investing apps. And this is just on a small, so Acorns, if you're not familiar with that one, just takes like your spare change and just, puts it aside for savings. If you don't really have the discipline to pay yourself first or to put money into your savings account every paycheck or every month, which that's what paying yourself first is. As soon as your paycheck hits the bank, okay, I've already taken out mine and put it in my savings before you spent anything else. And then a couple of books, Your Money or Your Life and The Intelligent Investor. So of course we start on a basic level as far as savings that teaches you a habit of putting money aside that's not for bills, right? But also eventually you want to get to the place where you're able to invest in something that's longer lasting, that's going to pay you at a better and higher interest rate. But of course, we're talking about basic things here that you can do to kind of get started. And then lastly, we talk about mental health and mindset. So a couple of apps that may help you on your journey to improving and enhancing your mindset is Mood Fit and Mood Mission. Now, most of the apps on this page here, I've used myself. A couple of them, they have been highly recommended from not only, mental professionals or other people that I know of, other financial professionals. It's nothing wrong with giving them a try. And if you don't like it or they're too complicated or they're not your cup of tea, delete them. But a couple of books that help with mental health and mindset is Think and Grow Rich. Oh, that's one of the books. There are several, but that's one of the books that has helped me personally in my journey, in my financial journey, in my mental health, of my mindset journey to change the way I think about myself, about my worth, and about my relationship to money. And then finally, of course, there are therapists and support groups. And that's totally, as I mentioned earlier, totally no shame in doing that, because if you don't take care of you, who will? If you don't change your mindset, who will? That's all I have for you guys today. I'm so excited to have been able to share this information with you. If you wanted to get in contact with me, feel free to reach out to me on Instagram at njmcneil_ or on Facebook at Nicole Julia. Thank you very much.
Awesome job, Nicole. Such great information. I love the fact that you put those resources out there and that can really help. Total Money Makeover, Dave Ramsey, who I love, and Mint, which I use now. The Mint app has been so helpful in categorizing where I'm spending money and how I'm spending money, and like giving me those notifications when I'm over budget.
Oh, yeah.
Over budget, okay. Ran that card just a little bit too much. But it definitely helps to put you in track. So thank you so much for giving those tips on different resources that we can use in our everyday life. Again, can you just repeat where people can follow you? If you like what you heard today, where can they follow you again?
Absolutely. So on Instagram, it's going to be NJ McNeil _. McNeil is McNeil. And on Facebook, Nicole Julia, Julia.
Nicole Julia. I know someone just asked. It's at. Hold on. Is it? I think that's the wrong.
Yeah, it's NJ McNeil. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, NJ McNeil _. N like Nancy, J like J-Lo.
Okay, NJ. Okay, gotcha. Well, we'll also put it in the comments where you can find her. I know some people are asking, where can we keep in contact? We're going to put in the comments where you can find Nicole, her Instagram and Facebook pages, so that you can keep in contact. Well, Nicole, thank you so much. And it's lovely having you. Nicole is also a BGH member, a BGH partner member. So glad that you're a part of our sisterhood. All right. Okay, so ladies, gentlemen, everyone who's joining us, you will probably see in the comments right now, there's a quick form evaluation survey. It's just a feedback survey. We want to know, how did you like this workshop? How are you liking it so far? We want to know. Please don't skip past it, but do it. Just 1 minute of your time, maybe 2. If you're on Facebook, you see the link in the comments. If you're not watching this on Facebook, then you will get that email. You will get an email with the survey link. Please make sure you complete it. If you are liking what you're seeing and you want to be a part of this sisterhood, join us. Join our sisterhood. Join us at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. If you want to hear more of Nicole, giving financial advice, every Friday we have our different experts, our different BGH professionals on live who give advice to our BGH members about all sorts of different topics. You can join us at membership.blackgirlhealth.com. If you are a Black professional and you want to be a part of our sisterhood because you want to host different workshops and events, please join our membership. That's what we do. All of the people here are BGH members. All our professionals are BGH members, and they host workshops here in the DMV and all across the country. So for us. Okay, so next up is Beating Depression Naturally with Ketnu Nefer. So stay with us. In just a few minutes, we'll be right back.
There's a sign-in sheet that's being passed around if everybody's signing. The goal of this workshop is to have community prepared to respond to opioid overdoses. We need to be able to address this issue from the ground up. South Central was started out of the need for HIV education in Southern West Virginia, and it was actually developed as an organization that targeted African Americans. And as we got out and we were doing the work in rural communities, it was very evident that everyone needed it. So we moved from a minority-based program to a general population program. We are funded through the National Library of Medicine. They have been supporting our technology programs here in the building, and their mission is presenting high-quality wellness information that is trusted, easy to understand, and free.
We first became connected with SCED in 2012. Their first application from us was based on community outreach to reduce health disparities and stigmas. Then we realized that there was a need for technology because having a computer lab available for people at a community center where they can look up health information in general was really important.
Project towards its technology outreach to reduce health disparities. Being able to access the National Library of Medicine's database gives us tools to help teach people how they can go and find information.
You know, there's not a lot of opportunities here. This is an area that really lacks in resources. The South Central Education Development is the only one around here having any impact.
Well, I think that what's unique and important about the All of Us research program is that, you know, there are treatments and medications that don't work for everyone. And this program is really trying to find out why. They're looking into lifestyle, your environment, your genetics to get that answer. And I think that that's important. Personally, I wanted to become a participant in this program and be involved because as a Black person living in America, I know that we've been left out of biomedical research largely in the past. And this program is also looking to change that, and they're looking at more diverse populations. I would say to anyone who has reservations about joining that you could possibly be a part of medical breakthroughs in the future. Why would you not want to be a part of that? I'm Chantel, and I joined for All of Us.
One Love and Wellness, everyone. My name is Ketnu Nefer, and I am the Chief Enthusiasm Officer of A Soulful Touch Wellness, which is my holistic health and wellness practice that's located right here in Washington, D.C. I want to first give thanks to Portia and the Black Girl Health Foundation for this opportunity, and also to Howard University and all the esteemed panelists that have presented workshops today. This is a very vital workshop that is definitely needed during this time when we are dealing with this pandemic, and there's a lot of anxiety, depression, and everything that's been going on prior to the pandemic, but also now more so because we are separated from one another, our loved ones, our jobs, you know, and so this is such a momentous occasion, and I want to thank Portia for putting this on, because I feel like this is something that we don't talk about a lot in the African American community, and especially amongst Black women. We are seen as these strong individuals, these people who just can, you know, bear it all, and we're just supposed to, you know, tack it onto our shoulders and keep it moving and look great doing it when we are struggling inside. And so I wanted to talk to you today about 5 natural protocols for anxiety and depression, because I feel a lot of times they go hand in hand, and a lot of times it goes misdiagnosed. And so we want to help you, you know, learn about natural ways. You know, we could always go to a doctor and all that stuff, and I'm not anti-doctor or anything like that at all, but I feel that we've gotten away from the natural things that we have grown up knowing. Our grandmothers, our great grandmothers, you know, aunties and uncles, and community herbalists and healers. We've gotten away from that. And so it's time for us to reclaim those things, because I feel that's one of the greater lessons that the pandemic has shown us. You know what I'm saying? So before we get started, I wanted to tell you a little bit more about myself. I am originally from Johns Island, South Carolina, which is in the Gullah Geechee Nation. It's a small coastal sea island. And I'm an Army veteran. I'm a uterine cancer survivor. So trust me, I know anxiety and depression firsthand. And in my practice, I niched down to women because I found that, again, we were shouldering a lot of health issues and burdens, and we were suffering the most. And especially as Black women, we wait until it gets to critical mass before we do anything. And so I said, you know, in my practice and having been someone who's been through various illnesses and things like that, I said I wanted to focus on women to help us put ourselves first. And so with this workshop, I hope that if it does nothing else for you, is to remind you to put yourself first and know that it is okay not to be okay. And you don't always have to put on that strong face, that strong front, but you don't have to stay there. And that's the thing about it. With anxiety and depression, people suffer in silence and they don't ask for help, or because either they don't feel worthy of it, or they feel like they're going to be chastised or ridiculed. And so the goal of this workshop is to give you the tips, tools, and techniques along with all the other information that has been presented today. You know, I just want to veggie back off of what has been presented before, and also give you some other insightful information. Next slide, please. So basically, when we talk about natural remedies for anxiety and depression, those are protocols that don't involve conventional medications. And again, this is not to say for you to disregard your medication that you're taking now, but if there's something natural that could help you get the same effect, why not utilize that first as opposed to taking a commercial medication that's going to, one, cost you more money, two, could have possible side effects, especially if you're already on another type of medication, and three, it could take you even higher when you're talking about your depression or your anxiety, and it may not help at all, or it may not be enough. So these are complementary as opposed to alternative, because I always say I don't want to give people alternatives per se. I want to give them things that are going to complement what they're already doing, or something that may enhance what they may be already doing. So these are different things that you could utilize in your traditional practices that you may be doing that help you with your anxiety and depression. And one of the things about anxiety that I feel that sometimes we tend to overlook, we just think that anxiety is someone excessively worrying about something. But there are a lot of different factors that can contribute to anxiety. And one of those things is definitely your environment. And we're talking about your work environment, your home environment. It could be your organizational environment and things like that. So you want to look at that. And it could be also the products that you're using on your body. You know, it could be the side effects of the chemical imbalances, again, from your medication and other compounds that you may be ingesting. It could be something from your food, you know, and in a perfect world, all of us would be able to afford organic, pesticide-free foods, but that's not the reality for everyone. So we have to take into account that you may be ingesting several chemicals and toxins that may be contributing to your anxiety. And like I said earlier, we're dealing with this pandemic and we're bombarded with information every day about this, about the political stuff and all of that. And that can make you anxious as well. I recently went out of the country. I went to Mali, and it was so profound to me how the propaganda that we receive over here in the United States is very overwhelming. It was nothing like that in Africa, in that part of Africa anyway. And it was a relief for me because, one, I'm not one to follow a lot of things. I don't even own a TV. So if I don't see it online or anything like that, most times I don't know unless someone mentions it to me. But that's one of my self-care techniques to help me have a border, so to speak, for when dealing with anxiety. And I know how triggering things could be when we're bombarded constantly with all this information at one time or another. So being mindful of that, you know, and so knowing what the triggers are for your anxiety is one. And then when it comes to depression, we got to look at knowing that this sometimes and more times than not is a chemical imbalance in the body, be it the hormones, be it your vitamins, be it the minerals you're not ingesting. So it's a combination of those things. And then when you have someone who's suffering with both, we have to look at the whole person and not just the symptoms that they're having, but look at their environment, look at their diet, look at their lifestyle, so that they can find what's going on with their body and their mind, and offering solutions that are practical and affordable that's going to help them. Okay, so next slide. So we're going to talk about some of my top 5 things that are really great for anxiety and depression. The first one is meditation. And I feel like meditation has become a buzzword, so to speak. But I feel too that a lot of us in the African American community, we don't meditate at all. Or if we do, we don't do it often enough to really reap the benefits from that. And the best part about incorporating meditation into your daily practice to help you relieve anxiety is that, one, the breath is life. You can go days without food, you can go days without water, but you cannot go on living if you don't breathe. And so with meditation, you focus on the breath, you focus on your thoughts. And I know sometimes with anxiety, it's that what they call monkey brain. You're worrying about this or you're triggered by that. And sometimes I've heard people say that meditation is lying still and you're in lotus posture like the sister is here on the slide, and your mind is clear. And that's not true. It's not the fact that you want to empty your mind of any thoughts. It's controlling the type of thoughts that you're thinking, and also replacing, if you're having negative thoughts, learning how to replace them with more positive, empowering thoughts so that you aren't triggered, so that you aren't depressed. And so using the breath actually helps to calm the mind. It lowers the blood pressure. It helps you to relax. And it's one of the most powerful tools that we as human beings can utilize, not because we want to be spiritual or we want to appear to be woke or better than anybody else, but it's a health tool. And I feel like we could utilize it more, especially when we are in situations that aren't detrimental to our health, but as, let's say, like you're in an argument, so to speak. If you're arguing with someone and you were to take a deep breath before you reacted to the next word that they said, it's going to trigger in your mind that sense of calm. And as opposed to you probably punching that person in the face or something like that, if you took that deep breath, your rational mind kicks in and says, do I really want to fight this person? Is it worth me fighting this person or possibly going to jail or possibly losing my life? Because what if they pull out a weapon or something like that? So using that breath to calm the moment, especially when you're dealing with anxiety. When you feel that trigger is about to happen, utilizing that breath. So the question is, what are some of the tips for those who recently began to see symptoms of anxiety? Well, this workshop is going to cover some of that, but checking in with the breath is number one. And recognizing those triggers that are causing you to be anxious, and sometimes, again, it goes back to the thoughts, like, is this real? Is this true? How is this impacting me? Why am I allowing this to impact me in the way that it does? Now, if it's a triggering situation like domestic violence or something like that, then you definitely want to take into account, how do I get myself out of this situation? How do I separate from this person or this job? Because there's so many different factors that make people anxious. But tackling the breath, like we're talking about now, is one of the most powerful ways you could do that, because we give power to a lot of things that don't have power. And so with the breath and focusing on your mind and coming up with the outcome that you want to see and feeling it real. It's one thing for me to say, oh, I want to be healthy. But if I don't believe that I could make healthier decisions, eat healthier foods, and do healthier actions, it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So we can wishful think all we want to, but we have to think practical as well and really tap into the actions and the feelings that go beyond that. You know what I'm saying? And so hopefully throughout this presentation, I hope that I will give you a full answer to your question. But before you get really, really started, I wanted to do a quick meditation on the breath with you so that you can see how instantaneous it could be. It doesn't take you sitting in lotus posture for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Because you can meditate while you're walking. You can meditate while you're driving. You can meditate while you're reading. Prayer to me is a form of meditation. So there's different forms of meditation, and you don't have to just, subscribe to one particular type of meditation. But for this quick meditation, it's only going to take 3 minutes. And I just want you to focus in on yourself and just take a pause, take a deep breath, place both feet flat on the floor, and really feel how your feet contacts the ground beneath you, and allow yourself to really feel grounded. Now place your hands on your stomach and take 2 to 3 deep breaths. And on the inhalation, you're going to feel your stomach expand. And on the exhalation, your stomach should contract. I want you to connect to the feeling of the rising and fall of your stomach with each breath. And when you feel comfortable, I want you to go ahead and close your eyes. And just allow the breath to fall, rise and fall naturally. And now as you're breathing deeply through your stomach, I'd like you to breathe in for a count of 5. Then hold your breath, if you can, for the count of 5. And breathe slowly out for a count of 5. Keep breathing using this breath. Breathing in for 5. Holding it in for 5. And breathing out for 5. Notice any sensations, thoughts, pains, anything that you may be feeling in your body. But allow your breath to push out anything that you feel no longer serves you in this moment. And on the inhalation, breathe in whatever it is that you really want to embody in your body, in your mind, in your spirit. Feel the natural rise and fall of your breath. Take a couple more breaths here. And when you are ready, I want you to slowly bring your attention back to me in this video, back to the room that you're in, noticing the sounds around you, your surroundings, knowing that you are safe and protected, that you are okay, and that you are worthy to be loved, to be protected, to be healthy in mind, body, and spirit. You can slowly open your eyes now. And I want you to check in with yourself. How are you feeling? And if you feel so inclined, you can share with us in the comments below. How did that work for you? Is that something that you could see yourself doing when you feel triggered with your anxiety or even with your depression? Because sometimes with depression too, we feel so hopeless and vulnerable and not worthy that we need to really check in with ourselves to see, why is that? What is it that is causing that for me? And then checking in with the breath and say, I'm alive. And know that that's a privilege that a lot of people are not being afforded anymore in this day and time. And know that it's okay. Again, it's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay to stay there. How do you stop racing thoughts in your mind? You can start using the breath. And like how Nicole said before too, I'm a big fan of affirmations. You could come up with an affirmation that is going to assist you with your thoughts. It could be something as simple as, my mind is at peace. And writing that down and putting it wherever you need to see it. Make it a screensaver on your phone. Even voice recording that over and over again and playing it for yourself whenever you feel like, okay, my mind's just a little too busy, I need to pull it in, and listen to that. And then utilize that quick little breathing exercise to help bring you at calm and at peace. We train our minds. Your mind is a muscle. In the same way how you go to the gym and to work out and all of that other stuff, we have to train our minds. And so that is just one of the ways that you could do that. And there's some really great meditation apps that are out there as well. You have the Calm app. You have, what's it called? Mindspace, Headspace, excuse me. You have Headspace. That's another one. And so with a meditation practice, again, it doesn't take 10,000 years. You don't have to sit for hours at a time to meditate. You can take a few minutes to check in with yourself, check in with your breath, and then eventually build up the time. Ideal 30 minutes is great. That's awesome, Erica. Headspace is a really great meditation app. And there's so many amazing guided meditations on YouTube. Pick a few and see what resonates with you. Like I said, it doesn't have to be rocket science. There are a lot of free natural protocols that we aren't utilizing. And, I find, and especially as Black women, we kind of wear this badge of martyrdom that we, are strong and we have it all together and we want to struggle, and it doesn't have to be that. And I know it's easier said than done. And I say that because I did it. When I was first diagnosed with the early stages of uterine cancer, no one knew, not even my mother. And because I didn't want to inconvenience anybody, I didn't want to seem weak. I didn't want to, I don't know. Parts of me now know that it was a worthiness issue. But it wasn't okay to struggle. And I had a community and family who were there for me, but they didn't even know that I was struggling. And I know everybody doesn't have that, but I'm sure we all have some type of resource that we aren't utilizing. And that's one way we could really help ourselves do that. Okay. Next slide, please. So I know Dr. Lauren talked about some of the foods and eating healthy and how it affects our moods. So I'm going to veggie back on some of what she said, especially about skipping meals and your blood sugar dropping, because if your blood glucose drops, that is what kind of contributes to the deficit in the moods. It puts a dip in the hormones, and it makes you hangry, as we like to say. When we get hangry, that is a definite hormonal body response. And so it is a scientific thing. So even though we may joke about it, but it's something that is very real and beneficial. And so it's one of our ways that our body helps us to check itself. It's like your inner GPS. And so if you're someone who's dealing with anxiety and depression, more times than not, it's a nutritional, vitamin, or mineral deficiency that's happening in the body. More times than not. I have had clients who have shifted their moods completely just by changing their diet. And when we talk about processed foods, processed sugars, we live in a microwave society. We don't cook. Well, now with the pandemic, more people are cooking for themselves. But, it was fast food this, fast that, and we were not eating nutrient-dense foods. And so eating a healthy diet, and I'm not telling you to go vegan. I'm not telling you to be a vegetarian, even though those have been proven to be beneficial lifestyles to help people be healthier. But I'm asking you and imploring you to make healthier food choices so that what you are eating is going to contribute to you feeling, looking, and being better. And some of those foods that are really good for you, I want to touch on a couple that Dr. Lauren didn't mention. The first one is being green leafy vegetables. I found more times than not, because I offer a nutritional scan to my clients. And with this nutritional scan, we scan the back of your hand, or we take a picture of your face. I call it a healthy selfie. And it tells me what nutrients, vitamins, and minerals that you are deficient in your body. So if you hit me up and say, hey, Katnu, I've been dealing with anxiety, I'm dealing with depression, I don't know what I'm doing, I've tried this, I've tried that, this and that, and I do that healthy selfie scan on you, and I see that you are missing in magnesium, vitamin D, and C, things that you can easily get through food, I already know right away that your diet isn't where it needs to be. And that's more than likely the culprit of why you're feeling the way you're feeling. And so your green leafy vegetables are high in beta carotene and vitamin C. And these are things that are going to help to promote your better immune system. And it's going to boost your brain health as well, because we have to have that healthy brain function in order for us to feel well as well. So your green leafy vegetables, I'm talking kale, spinach, collard greens, mustard greens, arugula. These are things, and that's not in the average, quote unquote, African American diet. And I'm not talking about it having to be laden with meat and stewed to death. Like fresh, raw greens as well is really good for you. And we need to incorporate more of these into our diets. Ditch the iceberg lettuce. It has no nutritional value. I will say that part. So you want to keep on the dark green leafy vegetables into the diet. Asparagus is also great for mood health, brain health, because it has it's high in folate. And folate is one of your best mood enhancing nutrients. And so I like to say, for a healthy swap, like instead of eating French fries with that burger or whatever, get you some steamed, grilled, or sauteed asparagus. Great nutritional swap for that. Nuts. Dr. Lauren touched on this. Nuts are really great for brain health, especially almonds, because almonds are high in magnesium. And a lot of times, more times than not, too, when people, especially people dealing with depression, when I do the healthy selfie scan on them, they are deficient in magnesium. And magnesium deficiency actually affects your serotonin levels, and your serotonin is one of the hormones that help you to deal with stress. So eating almonds is really good for that. You only need like an ounce of almonds is almost 19% of the daily recommended intake. So you don't have to eat a whole lot of them, but incorporating them into the diet, you should see some benefits with your mood when incorporating them. Eliminating sweets, sodas, especially diet sodas, and alcohol. If you are already dealing with some mood disorders, anxiety disorders, nervous disorders, you do not want to be drinking alcohol because it is a sedative, it is a depressive. So I know it's easy to go to that. I used to drink, but it's not going to help you feel any better at the end of the day. It may help you, go deeper into that woe is me feeling, but at the end of the day, you're causing yourself to go into a deeper slump. Even your wine drinkers, avoiding wine and all of that until you get your moods to where you need them to be nutritionally is where you need to focus on. So don't y'all be throwing things at the screen at me because I'm eliminating all these things. But if you want to feel better, that's great. Oh, that's amazing, Imani. Yeah, nuts instead of the fries. And don't get me wrong, fries aren't, absolutely bad. But if you could have a healthier choice, then why not? Because a lot of times we eat fries and we eat a lot of them, and we don't eat just, a small serving. And because if you look at what you get now at these fast food restaurants, they supersize everything, it's way more than we should be consuming at one time. So if you could make that healthier swap, do that. Also avocado. Avocado is high in B vitamins. Your B vitamins are your stress relieving vitamins. I always suggest that women take a really great B complex in addition to eating foods that are high in B vitamins. But avocado is high in B vitamins. It has really good beneficial properties. It's a healthy fat as well. And you want to have the healthy fats for your brain function as well. You can OD on avocado. So again, be in moderate consumption with that, but it's a really powerful, healthy food and affordable as well. Incorporating that. I know it's an acquired taste because a lot of us didn't grow up on avocados, but if you start incorporating that, you should see some beneficial benefits from that. The fermented foods. She talked about the fermented foods. The fermented foods are very important. Your gut health and your brain health are very much tied together. And a lot of times too, when people start ingesting the fermented foods, they see better mood enhancements. I know for me, if I don't have 1 or 2 bottles of kombucha during the week, things tend to get a little skewed emotionally sometimes. And I know for my body that if I'm not keeping up with the probiotics, which is also in the kombucha, it has a natural probiotic in it. It really does help. So you want your pickles, the kombucha, kimchi. She talked about sauerkraut, your yogurt, and you want your yogurt to have the live cultures in it. It's best to eat it plain. Get the plain yogurt, but in that way you add your own fresh fruits to it instead of buying the ones that already have fruit in it because they are high in sugar, which isn't good again for your anxiety or depression. So you want to do it natural. For those of you who are fans of the Greek yogurt, those are very high in the live cultures, and so I normally recommend that. And if you're like me and plant-based, they do have vegan options for that as well. So, keeping that dairy-free is awesome if you need that for yourself. Okay. So the processed fruit juices, the sweets, the sugars, processed flours, white flour turns into sugar in the body. So white bread, white rice, white potatoes, those tend to convert to that white sugar in the body. And so you want to avoid that as much as possible, limit it or eliminate it, possibly. Okay, so next slide, please. So one of my huge things that I'm really big on, I didn't tell y'all all that I do, but I'm a massage therapist as well. I've been a massage therapist for over 17 years, and aromatherapy is my boo. And I've been flirting with becoming a certified aromatherapist for ever. And maybe this year I may do it. But aromatherapy is one of the best underrated health tools that we as African Americans don't use, and in the healthy way, I should say, because we like smelling good, we wear perfume and stuff like that, and that is a form of aromatherapy. But I'm talking about using essential oils, and essential oils are what I like to call the vital essence of the plant blood, so to speak. And they have not only physical properties, but they also help with emotional properties as well, emotional responses in the body. And you can utilize aromatherapy in several different ways, and I'm talking about using the essential oils. And one thing about essential oils, and a disclaimer that I always have to give, because I know with Black folks, more is more. When it comes to essential oils are 100 to 1,000 times more stronger than the plant itself. So if you are someone who's into herbs and stuff like that, just imagine that oil coming from that plant can be 1,000 times more stronger. So when you see aromatherapy recipes on Pinterest and Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that, and it calls for a certain number of drops, only utilize that number of drops, okay, y'all? Because you can poison yourself. And that's with anything natural. Too much of anything isn't good for you. So know that. But with aromatherapy and essential oils, they are wonderful tools. I incorporate them in all aspects of my business, in the massage therapy portion, in my holistic health coaching for women portion. It's so powerful. I am an affiliate of a certain company, but we'll talk about that later. But I want to give you a few of my favorite essential oils for helping with anxiety and depression. And with these oils, they come in several different sizes. This is a 5 milliliter bottle. This, with good use, may last you a month or two, depending on how you use it. Because again, you're only using a couple of drops, okay? And the first oil is lavender. And I know most of us know about lavender because they put it in all the baby products, and we know it makes you sleepy. But yeah, it is a sedative. However, its soothing qualities also helps to lower your blood pressure. So if you're someone who's very anxious and you tend to get hot around the collar, or just need something to really calm you down, lavender does that for you. And it's really, really good for anxiety. And it also regulates your hormones if you're somebody who is dealing with depression, because that's a lot of times what's causing that for you. So it regulates your hormones, and it helps to squelch some of the anxiety because it is a sedative. So if you're someone who's dealing with mood swings and depression, I would say incorporating some lavender oil into your holistic health protocol. You could do something simple as get a diffuser, and I have one here. This is one of my diffusers, and you would take the top off. I can get it off. And it has a receptacle for water. So you would put water here, and most of them will have a fill line to not go past. And you would put like 3 to 4 drops in the water. You plug this up, you hit the button, and a steam will come out the top. And that's actually the vaporized water. And it carries the molecules of the oil into the air. And you want to diffuse that. And you can put that in your room, your bedroom, your office, especially for those of you who are now Zooming 50,000 times a day, all day long. And, your coworkers are getting on your nerves and you just can't take it anymore. Diffuse you some essential oils. Put some lavender in there. And they was like, oh, wow, Kathy, you're really you really zen today. Yep, I am. You don't have to tell them what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But you are benefiting from that. You could also just open the bottle and smell it. It doesn't have to be anything, too fancy. You don't have to get a diffuser. You could go old school and just boil you a cup of water and put a few drops inside of the water and just sniff the water. That's a way to diffuse it as well. So, like I said, I'm a practical girl, and I like to give my clients practical solutions. One of my favorite ways too, especially if you're dealing with that monkey brain or racing thoughts or whatever, a good practice is to start putting a few drops of lavender on your pillow. And so if you can't afford a diffuser, that's a great way to do it as well. I also like to put a few drops under the balls of my feet at night before I go to bed. If I know, I really need to get some sleep and get some rest, that's a great way to do it. That's beautiful. Yeah, diffusers are a must-have. I'm looking to do a campaign to get a diffuser in every Black household and essential oils. And so, it really helps with a lot of different things. And that's a whole nother course, Thank you so much, Johnny. The next oil is Ylang Ylang, and that's Ylang, Ylang. And Ylang Ylang has been studied to reduce blood pressure. It also slows down the release of adrenaline, which is normally heightened when you're anxious. So it also helps to counter panic attacks. So if you're someone who's dealing with panic attacks, frequent panic attacks, Ylang Ylang is really good for that. It also reduces the stress hormones in the body. Again, if you're someone who's dealing with depression, you want to incorporate that into your healthy toolbox. I normally suggest with this oil, with the Ylang Ylang, is mixing it with a carrier oil. And a carrier oil could be any oil, shea butter, olive oil, almond oil, apricot oil, whatever floats your boat, sunflower oil. You want to use something natural, no petroleum jelly, no processed lotion. Put it in a natural oil and then just massage it over your skin like a massage oil. And more importantly, I like to tell my clients to rub it over their heart. Okay. And that's Ylang Ylang. The next oil is grapefruit. And grapefruit is a citrus oil, so it could be interchanged with lemon, sweet orange, any of those type of citrus oils. Your citrus oils, essential oils, I should say, are known to be calming as well as having an anti-anxiety effect, but they also are instant mood lifters. I know for me, it's just like when you get that euphoric feel when you peel open an orange and the peel is just like that citrusy like burst or whatever. It's the same effect. So imagine that 1,000 times stronger with the essential oil. And like I said, you only need a couple of drops to get that effect. When you are deep in the throes of an anxiety situation or a bout of depression, smelling these citrus essential oils are going to really help pull you back together. It's going to bring some clarity to the mind. It's known to lift that brain fog instantly, most times than not. And it just helps to elevate your mood. So I always try to recommend when people are building their essential oil toolbox to incorporate a citrus oil, whatever resonates with you, and smell these oils. You know what I'm saying? Because your body knows what it needs, and trust that instinctual thing for yourself. And they say, "Oh no, I don't like that smell," then it's not for you most times than not. But sometimes you may need it. But other times, if it is something that you really open up and resonate with, then that speaks to your spirit, then more times than not, you really, really need to work with that essential oil. Okay. The next one is clary sage. Clary sage is known for its calming properties. It's been studied actually. It's also known as an aphrodisiac. And so that lets you know how calming and relaxing it is, because that's what most aphrodisiacs do. They just help you to relax and really just let go of that mind chatter and it takes you out of your head and into the present situation. So it's been known to ease tension not only in the mind but in the body. So if you're someone who has anxiety and depression because you're dealing with acute and chronic pain, clary sage is a really good essential oil to utilize as a massage oil, but also to smell and diffuse, because it helps to calm some of that tension in the body physically, but also emotionally as well. It's also been proven to reduce the cortisol levels, because the cortisol is the stress hormone, and that's more times than not, women have more cortisol in their body. And a lot of times when I see women with the protruding belly and stuff like that, more times than not, they are stressing about a lot in the body and stuff like that. So that's what that is. Clary sage. Bergamot is the last essential oil. Okay. Clary sage is the last essential oil, and bergamot, and this oil stimulates blood flow and circulation, and some of its active ingredients are actually in antidepressive medicines. So why take an antidepressant medicine if there's something natural that you could use in its place? Next slide, please. Exercise. Exercise is so important. It definitely helps to elevate your mood. You do not have to be a quote unquote gym rat. 30 minutes of cardiovascular exercise a day is going to help to elevate your mood. It's going to reduce the cortisol levels in the body. And it's, like I said, when you look great, you feel great. And when you are doing exercises, like I said, you don't have to kill yourself, and it doesn't have to be at a gym. I hula hoop, I jump rope, I just bought some roller skates. So today would have been my roller skating day, but today I spent it with y'all. So, make it fun, make it consistent, and make it pertinent to you. And know that it's going to be vital to not only your physical health, but your mental health as well. Next slide, please. So some brief herbal remedies that I want to talk about, some herbs that you could utilize. I like to use herbs as loose teas, and this is one of my blends called Peaceful Mind that I actually formulated to help with anxiety and depression, and it contains some of the herbs that I'm going to talk about real quickly. The first herb is ashwagandha. Ashwagandha has saved a lot of people's lives with me because it is my equivalent to marijuana. For people who smoke marijuana to calm down or whatever, the ashwagandha is my herb of choice. And this is it in a tincture. I take it in the tincture form, but it's an ancient herb from India, and it's classified as an adaptogen. And an adaptogen is, it helps the body to deal with stress. It boosts your brain function, and it helps to reduce your cortisol levels. Lemon balm was the second one, and it's an antidepressant and a tonic herb that's really good for your nervous system. And chamomile is another one. We've all heard about chamomile tea. Chamomile tea is really good for calming your mind, calming your body. It's also good for if you get too anxious and you start to feel like your stomach is getting all queasy and stuff like that. It's really good for that as well. So those are some of the herbs. If you want to know more information about that, you could definitely contact me about that. Next slide, please. So again, my name is Ketnu Nefer. My website is asoulfultouch.com. You can always give me a call at area code 843-564-2464. You can send me an email at LaDawn, which is my birth name, at asoulfultouch.net. And I'm always on Instagram at asoulfultouchwellness. Thank you again for watching. I hope I didn't throw up too much information on you, but you can always hit me up if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. Always check with your clinician before you incorporate any of these essential oils or herbs into your health protocol, because you don't want it to interact with any medication. But if your if your practitioner is, really well versed in working with allopathic medicine as well as natural medicines, they'll be able to assist you and give you really great guidance on how to do that. Thank you everyone for joining me. I'm not a Howard alum. However, I did graduate from an HBCU, Claflin University in South Carolina, so I had to shout out my school since we was giving all this HBCU love. But thank you. I do have a cousin who's an alum, so I feel like I'm a Howard by proxy.
It's all good. It's all good. You're not a Howard alum, but you're a BGH member, so it's all good.
Yes.
I have to get, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to get some of those teas from you. You're going to have to share that with all our members because, yes, ashwagandha is already my friend, y'all. I take ashwagandha about every day. I needed all the stress that I go through. Yes, that's definitely my friend. That tea with everything in it. I think someone even said, somebody said that they want that tea. I don't know who it was. Well, you know what? Hey, ladies, I want to make sure if my staff is listening, please, if we can put Ketnu's information in the comments, if you can put her website in the comments, please. So people would have that, it's easy for, people to click on the website and get, be able to connect with Ketnu. The teas, we're going to have to make that happen. Thank you so much, Ketnu. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Portia. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so everyone, ladies and gents, everyone who is watching. So we are down to the last workshop, which is a panel discussion. You will see an evaluation, a little feedback survey that is going into the comments, like as we speak right now, it's going into the comments. Let us know, how did you like the workshop? Depression Naturally with Ketnu Nefer. We want to know, how did you like this workshop? Did you learn a lot? Give us some feedback. That's really important to us. If you're seeing this on Facebook, you should see the link in the comments. If you are watching this on, if you're watching it on YouTube, or if you're watching this on the website, you'll get the survey in your email. If you register for this event, if you actually register for the event on mindsmatter.blackgirlhealthfoundation.org, you will get this feedback survey in your email. Don't skip over it. Just take 1 to 2 minutes just to fill that out for us, so we can continue to bring you these workshop series every year. That would be great. So continue to like, share, and comment. If you like what you see, tell your friend. Share. We want you all to come in, join us. Our last workshop is Bridging the Racial Divide, our Black Lives Matter workshop. This is actually a panel discussion. So we want you to comment, give us your feedback. We have some great presenters that are coming up right after the break. We'll be back.
Sometimes we need the extra encouragement. We need support. And Black Girl Health is a movement. I love getting all the emails with the recipes and now the new workout videos that we get daily. I now get CrossFit videos right to my email. So that means that it holds me accountable and I have something to do every day.
I work out of Pies Fitness Yoga Studio, and so it just helps to bring more people into my class, know that I'm out there teaching yoga in the community.
Being a BGH member means connecting with other women, networking, and being a part of a movement.
I am Kim Nelson Wright, and I am Black Girl Health.
I'm Kimberly Perry, and I am Black Girl Health.
Sherelle Moore Tucker, and I am Black Girl Health.
The Lewis Stokes Health Sciences Library is at 501 W Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on the Howard University campus. At LSHSL, we actively support all 4 health sciences colleges at Howard: medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, and nursing and allied health sciences. We also support Howard University Hospital. Access to the library is available 24/7 on our website, where we have over 40 library and medical databases, 2,500 plus medical journals, and nearly 6,000 health science books. If we don't have what you're looking for, we offer interlibrary loan services so we can find exactly what you need. Librarians are available to assist you via email, chat, or video conferencing, where we offer both individual and classroom orientations, trainings, and library workshops. In-person reference services will resume when the campus fully reopens. Our website is hsl.howard.edu, where you can find our databases, search our catalog, see announcements and events, and access our services. Library database offerings include, among others, Access Medicine, Clinical Key and Dynamed, and popular journals like JAMA and the New England Journal of Medicine. You can also access many of our services on your tablet or mobile device. A great example is the program Visible Body, which offers anatomy learning via 3D animation and augmented reality. Other popular apps include Browsine, where you can access all of our electronic journals, curate your online bookshelf, and download and read your favorite journals wherever you are. The library also offers RefWorks. The citation management program allows you to save and organize your references, easily insert your citations and bibliography into both Microsoft Word and Google Docs. Off campus, you can access all of our services on our website via the Sign In and Manage Your Library Account link, where you'll use your HU email and password to enter the digital library. You can also reach us through our social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Just search for the Lewis Stokes Health Sciences Library. We hope you'll visit us online and see all the library has to offer the Howard University community.
Well, I think that what's unique and important about the All of Us research program is that, there are treatments and medications that don't work for everyone. And this program is really trying to find out why. They're looking into lifestyle, your environment, your genetics to get that answer. And I think that that's important. Personally, I wanted to become a participant in this program and be involved because as a Black person living in America, I know that we've been left out of biomedical research largely in the past. And this program is also looking to change that, and they're looking at more diverse populations. I would say to anyone who has reservations about joining that you could possibly be a part of medical breakthroughs in the future. Why would you not want to be a part of that? I'm Chantel, and I joined for all of us.
Itching, burning sensation. You have a UTI of the throat.
Oh no, you have strep throat. Here, take this prescription.
He said,
Getting mixed messages? Medline Plus never accepts advertisements from big business pharmaceutical companies, so you can get information based on sound medical research produced by the National Library of Medicine.
You've got halitosis.
Go with what real doctors use. MedlinePlus.gov. Get your facts straight.
Hello, everyone. Well, we're wrapping up with our last workshop of the day, which is our panel discussion, our Black Lives Matter panel discussion on bridging the racial divide. We have some amazing speakers that are going to be with us today. We're going to talk about three things. We're going to talk about mental health disparities. We're going to talk about racial trauma, and we're going to talk about racial injustice. We're not only going to talk about it, but we're also going to talk about the solutions for them, right? So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first presenter, and that is Dr. Bridget Nemo. Hi, Dr. Nemo. How are you doing?
I am well. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Nemo is the director of testing and is a psychotherapist at Howard University Counseling Services and is a major in the United States Army Reserves. She provides individual and group psychotherapy to students of the counseling services, provides crisis intervention, and coordinates and facilitates some outreach activities at Howard University for students, staff, and faculty, and for the greater community. Thank you so much, Dr. Nemo, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next panelist I would like to welcome is Dr. Ebony White. Hello, Dr. White.
Hello, how are you?
I am doing well. So Dr. White is a licensed professional counselor a national certified counselor and an approved clinical supervisor. She is an assistant clinical professor in the Department of Counseling and Family Therapy and the program director of the Master in Addictions Counseling Program at Drexel University. Thank you so much, Dr. White, for joining us today as well. And now our next presenter and panelist I would like to welcome is Lauren Boone. Hello, Lauren. Lauren is a teacher. Lauren is a teacher of the heart and social worker, as a teacher and a teacher of the heart and social worker, passionate about Black social transformation. She is the founder of Love Well, a wellness ministry where the mission is guided by God's command to love thy neighbor. Thank you so much, Lauren, for joining us as well.
Happy to be here.
And last but not least is Montrella Cowan. Hi, Montrella.
Hello, Portia.
So Montrella is a licensed psychotherapist and independent clinical social worker and life coach. Montrella earned a master's in social work from Howard University, HU. She is also the founder and CEO of Affinity Health Affairs, which inspires women and men to step into their greatness through her private psychotherapy practice, health and wellness workshops, online courses, and speaking engagements. Thank you so much, Montrella, and welcome. So, ladies, I would like you all on the screen to bring you all up. Great. Awesome. So we are going to get this discussion started. Again, we are going to be talking about mental health disparities, racial trauma, and racial injustice. But first, I would like to start the conversation with mental health disparities. And I'm going to start my first question. I'm going to is going to go to Dr. Ebony White. How do we start to mitigate the impact that COVID has been having on our mental health in the Black community?
One of the issues with the response to COVID is that the thing that helps the most with stopping the spread is physical distancing and social isolation. And, you know, Black folks, we are a part of a collectivistic culture. And so we thrive in being able to be in community with one another. And so this, having to quarantine and isolate goes against how we have traditionally been able to cope. As you know, we've experienced a lot of loss within the past year, and that the African American community has been disproportionately impacted by COVID, not just getting sick, but people dying because of COVID. And even now, the way that funerals are being done is not the way that we typically celebrate and mourn and grieve in the Black community. And so one way, or the main way of really combating that is by staying connected and being creative on ways that we connect with one another. And so even though we can't be in the same, or shouldn't be in the same physical space as one another, technology allows us to stay connected. And so still using social media platforms, still using things like FaceTime, WhatsApp, whatever you need to do to be able to see each other's faces, to be able to share and spread love, and to still feel like we're in community, even though we are, separate from each other during this time.
Absolutely, Dr. White. Thank you for that. Montrella, my question for you is, do you feel Black women specifically have been disproportionately affected by COVID? And if so, what are some things that Black women specifically can be doing to try to eliminate that stress?
Well, definitely it has impacted us. For one thing, with our babies being at home and doing distance learning, it's taken a tremendous toll for usually a lot of African Americans are in demanding positions and jobs already. Many are single parents and, financially strapped. And so it's been, a double whammy in terms of having to balance your work demands as well as, your safety, and as well as your children that you're raising. And a lot of the jobs, unfortunately, because a lot of African Americans are on the front line or in service type work, they're demanding that you show up anyway. And so the accommodations are not necessarily being made. And it's very, very challenging. Two things. I think COVID, first of all, has put a spotlight on a lot of things, because as African American women, we take on a lot anyway. And because of the stigma as it relates to mental health, for me, key word is health, but the stigma associated with that, we don't seek help because we tend to think that we're seen as vulnerable or weak if we do so. And we're supposed to be the strong Black woman, if you know what I mean. And so it's put a spotlight on it, though. I think the timeout, the distance learning, the social isolation, it's made us think and really reflect and really prioritize with all the loss and grief, what's important. And so the second thing I would encourage is just to reach out for help and start your healing journey if you haven't done so already, and commit to it. Because sometimes we start it, but we don't finish it. And so those are the two things I would recommend.
Absolutely. Dr. Nemo, my question for you is, do you feel that the community and stakeholders in the community can be doing more to reduce the mental health disparities, specifically in the Black community?
Yes, definitely. I think we can do more by having culturally relevant and cultural competency educational forms and trainings, to educate and decrease the stigmatism of, mental health, the churches, the sororities, the fraternities, just putting the information out there, in the community. So definitely, getting the word out there. That is okay. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Thank you for that, Dr. Nemo. Lauren, do you feel that mental health has played a part in relationships? Do you think it's affected relationships and dating at all?
Yeah, I would say yes, especially for our single Black men and women, especially in this social isolation and practicing distance. It allows a lot of people to be more isolated than usual, and they have a void of romantic or platonic relationships, which can cause them to, be depressed and not, be diagnosed for it or have anyone to reach out to. And so I definitely think that has escalated as we've seen COVID numbers increase.
Montrella, can you piggyback off of that? Do you feel that are there solutions for singles and for singles and people who are married faced with mental health issues?
Well, definitely. And I do see it in practice. COVID, again, with that spotlight, has helped some couples to grow stronger together. And it's also caused a lot of couples to be apart. But for single people specifically, I would encourage us to just be creative. One of the things that I went to Howard, as you mentioned, and we followed the Black perspective. But we are a creative people. I think it was Tupac who said, we know how to make $1 out of 15 cents. We have to really step up and be creative. And I've seen it. I've seen families and people dating virtually and doing bingo and all kinds of things, or just having their sort of safe circle, the people that they do hang out with. So we just have to be creative, but there's hope.
Lauren, I know that you are for Black social transformation. Do you feel that the mental health system should be transformed? Do you think that the mental health system needs to be transformed and, not adequately, I guess, serving Black people?
Yes, I think it should be transformed as far as the services and the access that people, specifically Black people, have to it. I think it can be extremely biased in the social economic status context, and people not having the means to, go to a quality therapist or some kind of social agency. So definitely in that realm, I think it has its biases and it should be transformed. We should have access and not barriers to the mental health. And also the language. I think Dr. Nemo mentioned that, have cultural competency, making sure that the language is plain and that you are training culturally competent social workers, licensed therapists, all of the above.
Absolutely. And that's what I was about to ask. What do you think needs to be done to make sure that there's adequate, and proper care for African Americans? But I think you just answered that. I want to go on to our next topic, and that is racial trauma. And I want to start. With Dr. White. It's just how do you, how do we cope with racial trauma? Recognize it and then cope with racial trauma.
And so it's important to acknowledge that, specifically Black people, we're still here, we're still existing, we're still multiplying. So we've been figuring out ways to cope with racial trauma as long as we've been on this land. And has it always been the healthiest ways? No, but has it been ways that we have survived? Absolutely. I heard somebody say earlier at the conference how damaging the trope of what happens in this house stays in this house was. But I also want to acknowledge how helpful it was in our community for a long time as well, because we know that living in a white system, our families have been disrupted. And there's a lot of cultural mistrust that exists because of historical and continued practices within our healthcare systems. And so for survival, we've had to keep things within the family. And now there's been this movement where we have more clinicians of color, even though we still need more. And we're talking about mental, health openly. And so we're trying to encourage families that we don't need to stay so secretive anymore, that there is help for you. But I just want to reiterate something that was said by two folks on the panel already, but the changing the language piece is important, not just for clinicians, but for community leaders. Hearing people talk, making statements such as, oh, she's crazy, or she's shot out, or she doesn't have all her eggs in the basket, or, all just the things, the terms we have used in the African-American community that really inhibits people from seeking help, because we don't want to be labeled in a certain way. And so speaking of church leaders, our people from the pulpit should be talking about mental health in competent terms. Educators should be talking about mental health in competent terms, right? And so it's all of our responsibility. But we've been coping for a long time, whether that coping has been done in salons and barbershops or churches or in our aunties' living rooms. And we also have alternative methods of coping now too, such as seeking the help of a professional if need be.
Thank you, Dr. White. Dr. Nemo, do you feel, or how much do you, probably is a better question, is how much do you feel or believe that the media is playing a part in racial trauma at all?
Well, that's a good question. I believe it has a huge role in racial trauma, because it's bringing to light what we know that's been happening. The social media, the videos on the cell phone, the postings, it's already showing and demonstrating how Black people are being devalued, and so it's bringing a awareness, what we already know that's been going on, the historical injury, and the contemporary injury. So it's forcing us, it's still going on. So we need to address it. It's time to address it, and it's time to address it, and we need to start the healing process. We need to talk about it. We can't just say, oh, that happened hundreds, thousands years ago. It's still continuing to happen, and we have to start the healing process. We have to talk about it.
Speaking of talking about it, Montrella, how do you feel that Black parents can, should, protect their children from, racial trauma, or can they protect their children from racial trauma? If so, then how do they do it?
Yes, I have a son who's over 6'3" and 17 years young. And it's a tough one, but I will say, like the question you just asked, the news and the media plays a major role. And unfortunately, the propaganda is not for our benefit. We have been traumatized. So imagine, being, for example, physically assaulted, and then you see it over and over and over again. So I monitor the mental junk food that goes in my mind as well as my children. And so I highly recommend that, because what I noticed too is, like, when and I'm not saying any life is to be taken for granted, but with the George Floyd situation, it was played repetitively versus the young lady that was killed at the Capitol. I didn't really see that being played over and over again. So we need to recognize that we have been traumatized, because I think it's normalized. We really think violence and different things are normal. I'm from the hood in Brooklyn, New York, and it was normal, but we've been traumatized. So certain words and things like that can trigger us. And so growing in our awareness, but I would say definitely monitoring the mental junk food is one major piece. Also to understand it's a reason that is being repeated over and over and over again, because there's a power in words. And so if you keep eating that mental junk food, that builds your self-image to say you're a victim, to say you're Black, stay back. And it really prohibits us from going after opportunities and just living our best lives, because after all, we're made in God's image.
Lauren, as it comes to the societal influences, or does societal influences have a strong impact on skin tone trauma as well in the African American, specifically among African American women? Do you feel that I should probably say still exists, and how do we overcome that?
So yeah, colorism, I guess that's what I call it, definitely still exists. It's something that I think everyone has to individually assess for themselves and be aware of, because while we all may be Black, we have to be aware that we all are different tones and we're not a monolithic, and that some people have a privilege that our other brothers and sisters may not have. And so we have to be aware of that for ourselves in order to be able to speak about it. In order to speak about it. I don't know the answer to how we overcome it. I just think that first we have to start with ourselves and being aware of how we are affected by that, and how we can then, bring others to be aware of that as well.
Dr. White, can you piggyback off of that as well? And just your thoughts about colorism and societal influences on, the impact of, racial, different, color tones, different tones. I mean, if you could speak on that.
Absolutely. So colorism is, I was going to say the cousin, but probably it's the grandchild of racism, right? And so those two, you can't talk about colorism without talking about racism and the impact of colonialism that happened globally. And so not just in the Black community, in the Indian community, right? Anywhere you go, there is this currency that comes with the lighter you are. So the lighter you are, the closer you are to whiteness, then the more currency you have. If you think about even in our community, the Black models, how many are light skinned, how many are brown or dark skinned, right? And so there is something to be said about what is considered to be beautiful, and how we have often in our community internalized messages about what beauty is, and we end up participating in the system of oppression, right? And so sometimes we do it consciously, and a lot of times it is unconsciously or subconsciously, where we don't even recognize what's happening. And I'll give you a quick example so that we can move on. I have a friend, beautiful chocolate sister, and she always talks about how she was raised, her cousin were raised like brothers, like sisters. Her cousin was light skinned, she was dark skinned, and every time they were together, people would comment on how beautiful the light skinned one was and wouldn't say anything about my friend. And I see that playing out in my own family. I see that playing out in my practice when I see families where people aren't even recognizing that these kids are noticing the messages that are being conveyed to them, whether you are saying it explicitly or implicitly. Which child are you always choosing to take with you? Which child are you always posting on social media? And so it's important to talk about colorism, but recognize that it's how we view whiteness in this system that has led to colorism in our communities.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. Dr. Nemo, do you feel that, I know a lot of studies have shown that there's, racial trauma can be like passed down from generation to generation. Do you feel, what are your thoughts? Do you feel that to, possibly be true? If so, do you feel that there's anything that, parents can do about it at all?
Yes, definitely. Racial trauma is intergenerational trauma. Definitely, the parents could talk about it and realize that it's happening. But first, parents dealt with their racial trauma, and back then, we didn't have a word for racial trauma. It wasn't psychologists, psychiatrists, or social workers, clinicians to address racial trauma while going through racial trauma, or after you became a free slave to process that trauma. So, as Blacks and African American people of color, we dealt with it. You just push through. And so it was transformed, through your children. And it was a legacy of trauma. And we are those children of that trauma. So it continues to exist. So, again, it goes back to if we, like my supervisor and my past supervisor and mentor says, if we can't speak to it, it's already a problem. So that's how we address it, talking about it, discussing the origins and the roots of that trauma and addressing it now.
I would like to go on to our next and final topic, and that's racial injustice. And I'm going to start my first question with Lauren. Lauren, do you feel that the Black Lives Matter movement has reopened a psychological wound for Black people that has increased the awareness and need for mental health services?
So I don't think it has reopened a wound. I think it has just pointed out the wound again. We've been surviving using an adrenaline rush. And so when someone consistently and continuously points out our brothers and sisters getting killed or violence against our bodies and justice and equality not being reached in cases that are clearly, suggesting that our lives do not matter, I think it becomes a point where we have to take our care and our injustice into our own hands. So I feel it's like you start to feel the shock and you start to figure out, okay, where do I go from here? So yeah, that kind of just made me very emotional. I don't know why, but I guess I do know why, but I didn't think I would be emotional answering that. So I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. You don't have to apologize. Dr. White, my next question for you, and I know that you wanted to elaborate a little bit on racial trauma and violence. And I think maybe answering this question will probably allow you to even elaborate on that. But as it relates to police brutality and Black men, does police brutality on Black men have an impact on the emotional health of Black women and families?
Well, I mean, absolutely. It was Zora Neale Hurston who, in her book, Their Eyes Are Watching God, who said that Black women are the mule of the world, right? And so she uses this example where she says white men have a load, they put it down, or they give it to Black men, and then Black men put it down, and then Black women pick it up and they tote it because they have nobody else to pass it to. And so why am I using that example? Because Black women for a long time have been the backbone of the Black family. And so, having husbands and fathers and sons and brothers, right? That there's a stress in those relationships. I often say, it takes a certain amount of dissonance for parents to send their children to school every day, knowing what their children have to face in the world on a regular basis. And so there's a dissonance that we have to create, because if we were constantly aware or constantly holding all of the trauma and the ugliness in the world, we would never let our kids walk out of the door. And I did want to go back to talking about violence, because I just wanted to say that violence is not normal in our communities. It has been normalized, right? And so it's important to make that distinction, and the role that society and media play in that is what's fascinating is for Black people, when they see something play out on video, many people would call that vicarious trauma, but studies have shown that Black people feel that as primary trauma, right? As if it's happening to them, because when we see a Tamir Rice, when we see a Michael Brown, when we see a George Floyd, we don't see them. We see our nephews and our cousins and our husbands and our brothers. And so that trauma then gets stored in the body. And so it's not healthy to continue to ingest that, as was said earlier. And at the same time, there's this double-edged sword to it. At the same time, Black people have been hollering for decades and centuries about the pains that they've been enduring. And now, because it's so out there, no one can dispute that this is happening. We have too much evidence that what we've been saying for decades is existent. But I just wanted to make that point and say that violence isn't normal in our communities. It's just been normalized. And so I wanted to really make that distinction.
Absolutely. Montrella, how do we, I mean, you're hearing Dr. White as we're, talking about violence and seeing this violence. And of course, it's definitely not normal, and it being normalized. How do we have those talks and conversations with our children, and talking to them about police brutality when they're seeing this over and over again, replay violence in the media and TV or whatever? How can we, what type of conversation should we be having with our children, after, seeing this? How can we tell them that this is, that it's not normal, but what should we say to our children?
Well, I think that part of the whole thing and why the young lady even teared up and got emotional now is because we're dealing with grief. We're dealing with generations and centuries of grief. And so it's important to acknowledge however our young people are feeling. And again, I can't stress enough the importance of just monitoring that mental junk food. And why I say that is because between the ages of 10 and 34, suicide for Black folk is the second for people in this country actually, is the second leading cause of death. So our young people are getting to a point where they are hearing all of this stuff and then they feeling helpless and hopeless, like there's nothing that they can do about it. But that 7-year-old could be an advocate, can be the next president even. So we need to start instilling in them who their true value, their true worth, and don't just let them consume that. You have to build. I'm my children's first teacher, and all the teachers know that. You have to let them know they're kings and queens. Okay, you have to let them know they're here. They can do anything that they want to do, right? And you have to really capitalize on their talents and their skills and their abilities. A lot of this stuff is distractions from who we are. And no, you can't look for any person, white or otherwise, to give us something. We got to go get it. We are made in his image. And when we start to recognize that and heal and go through that grieving process, because we're human, then we can start to really live and step into our greatness. So it's like reminding them who they are and monitoring that mental junk food, and then having goals and staying focused in terms of what are you here to do? And it could be that you're here to help with this. Dr. King gave his life for it. But what we want to do is help them to realize what is it that what is it that I want to do that's worth dying for?
Lauren, do you feel that, how do you feel about defunding the police? Do you think that would help with the mental health outcomes, specifically with the Black community? If not, then what do you think should be done to improve racial injustice?
So I definitely believe that the police should be defunded. I think that money should flow to other agencies nationwide that have proven to train culturally competent clinicians. I think that we should continue to remove the money from people who obviously continue to have behaviors that reflect that Black lives don't matter, and their carelessness when they do go into these communities, not to get to know them, to continue to practice from an ideology that they are more important than the people that they are supposed to be protecting. I definitely think that money should be taken from them and given to others who are doing the work in the community.
Dr. Nemo, can you give me your thoughts on that as well?
Yes, initially I had thought, no, not to defund, but after further research, I agree that yes, they should defund and reallocate the funds to culturally relevant educational forms and putting the more trainings into the community and education about the Black community and people that are vulnerable. So.
Dr. Nemo, I'm going to stay with you. What role do you feel that the church plays in combating racial injustice in the community?
Well, that's a good question. The church plays a major role, and historically they used to play a big role and have taken a back seat. So I think the church needs to get back to racial justice and being involved in it. because they have a voice and they can get us re-energized. And that comes with redesigning, re-examining their role that they play in social justice.
Dr. White, can you piggyback off of that? Do you feel like, what do you feel that the church, or do you feel that the church can be doing more? What is it that you think maybe the church can be doing to combat racial injustice?
Of course, you're trying to get me in trouble. You know, church will be mad at me. But I am a preacher's kid, so hopefully that gives me some grace today. And so Dr. Debo's right. The church has been the cornerstone of the Black community for a very long time, and in the past has been at the forefront of social justice movements. And I agree that for some reason that there's been a separation or a step back that has occurred, and I don't know what that is. And so the church has always been a space of healing and connection, and I want to honor and value that. But I also, at the same time, want to say, you know, because the church was all we had for a long time when dealing with issues, there's a lot of things and language that comes out of the church that's very harmful when we talk about mental health, right? And I've witnessed it. I've witnessed people who have clinically mental illness or mental health diagnoses, and people saying, you know, you just need to pray about it, or we need to cast this demon out, like all these things. And it's just, you know, like, you know, well, or maybe that's just somebody, that's what that person's burden is, and they can benefit from another type of support. And so some of the language that we use in church is actually detrimental to the mental health cause. And so there needs to be an acknowledgement around that. I would love for church leaders to be trained. And this one really gets me in trouble when I say this. People, you know, I've asked clients who come to me, you know, what counseling services have you had? And they'll say, you know, my pastor, and they pastor don't have any type of background in counseling. And I think we need to keep it real and acknowledge that that's happening in the community. And I would love to see counselors on staff at many churches, or them having a list of recommendations. So that's just, don't beat me up in the comments.
No, that's good. Counselors on staff in the congregation. I think that's really good advice. Lauren, I know that you want to piggyback off of that. Please give us your thoughts.
Yes, so I definitely agree with Dr. White. Our churches are the manifestation of, you know, battling or combating racial injustices, right? We come from, this is a place that we found refuge, where people would gather to figure out how they would strategize in order to, you know, overcome certain barriers. And so we need to get back to that kind of root, and make sure that we aren't just edifices, like we are actually places where people can come and heal and plan, and where they can feel safe, and there isn't judgment about what someone feels or what someone does to get that healing if they're not getting it from church. So I definitely think that our church leaders need to open their doors to have other people who have been trained in these areas to help people to, you know, strategize and plan and to just be vulnerable. Allow them to come in and take the leadership role and play more of a macro player in this, in the community organizing, because these are the spaces where a lot of Black people congregate. And so we need to have need numbers. Basically, this is a numbers game if we are going to really overcome the racial injustices that we see. So definitely have churches be more open to that approach.
Thank you for that. Montrella, do you believe that unaddressed psychological issues among police officers is to blame for injustice, discrimination, police brutality?
I think it does play a role, but I think it's from a macro lens in terms of just, again, the propaganda that's fed to us through the news. You know, I just imagine if we were like on a camp and we just heard certain things, very positive, you know, this community is great. I mean, if you were taught that and that's what you learned and that's what's reinforced, you would go in that community with love and how can I support you? But when you're told constantly that, you know, they're violent, they're this and that, you know, they're thieves and, you know, all kinds of things. It's just propaganda, this messaging. So I think, you know, I would rather, to be honest with you, Portia, attack the media. That's you know, those are the merchants of chaos, straight up, in terms of, and that's why I love your platform, by the way. I love your platform because you bring the truth and you're about healing and all of that. But it's just feeding a beast. It really is. I mean, just imagine if you know, our kids don't grow up thinking about color. They just don't. They play together, you know, and all of that. This is learned behavior. So I just think that that's a product of this society, and the media plays a major role. And the way to our healing, I think it starts with that. The messages we're getting fed every day.
And speaking and to wrap this up in terms of healing, how do we begin to heal? Even with the media, when we talk about unaddressed psychological issues, whether it's with police officers or if it's, with, you and I, people, the media, how do we all begin to heal, from, the mental chaos that is going on? I'll start with you, Dr. Nemo.
Again, start the conversation. Let's talk about it. Talk about the historical injuries and that's continuing to happen. Making a space for it. Not just, oh, that happened thousands of years ago. No, it's continuing to happen. So making a safe space to talk about the continued injury and the post-traumatic slave syndrome, the racial trauma, the social injustice that happened then and that continues to happen. So let's the community, the workplace, the police, the social media, the church, let's all get involved. Let's talk about it. That's my solution.
And Dr. White, just to kind of piggyback it, what would be a great picture for you as far as, even different stakeholders in the community, government, leaders, how can they contribute to the healing of mental health, the mental health issues that the Black community is facing? How can they contribute? How can they help?
Yeah, they can learn from folks in Europe. After the Holocaust happened, there was an acknowledgement. There was punishment to players who were still living. There was reparations, and there was a change in curriculum so that everyone in school has to learn about it, has to know about it, and it is against the law to deny it, right? And so that's something that has never happened on this soil. We have never had an acknowledgement of the evils that have occurred and continue to occur against Black people. And I believe that that's why they continue to occur, because the people who need to be accountable have not been accountable. The systems that need to be accountable have not been accountable. And I say, I don't think the police are the issue. I don't think media is the issue, because all those things are government regulated, right? And so it's important to acknowledge that racism is written in our policies, and there are unwritten policies, we'll say that is driven by racism. It is insidious. So number one, there has to be an acknowledgement. And unfortunately, that's not something that Black people can do, because we didn't cause this issue, right? So that's white people who really need to step up and take accountability for what has been happening. So there's the acknowledgement. There has to be a change in curriculum, right? So that everyone, Black and white, are learning about these things, and we can talk about how it impacts mental health as well. And then there needs to be some type of recompensation that happens to say, you know what, yes, this was wrong, and now we're doing something about it. So going back to defunding the police, funds to support us within our communities would be supremely helpful. And then also, I think the best solution is for us to acknowledge the community that exists within us. Think about Black Girls Health. Think about all of the wonderful organizations that's doing the work, that if we connected and combined together, we could do so much more together, right? It wouldn't be just me or Montrell teaching our specific children, right? We're all going to be teaching our children. All the educators are going to be teaching the children, right? So these messages then become validated over and over again.
Well said, Lauren, for, also some last words about mental healing and how you feel that we can, start to heal mentally from racial injustice, racial trauma, it all.
Yeah, definitely to just echo what both Dr. Nemo and Dr. White have mentioned already, creating those spaces just in our own context, like Black context, have those conversations, debunk the taboo of like not seeing a therapist or not needing to see a therapist, or just having those conversations cross-generational with your own family, like your grandmother, your aunts, your uncles, getting them to speak about secrets and things that they've been harboring for years. So definitely start that conversation at home. And then also, if we're really going to, heal, we just need white people to stop asking us to fix their problems. Honestly, they have to acknowledge what they have done to us and stop making us feel as though we have to teach them. So, like Dr. White said, be accountable for what you have done to the people of color in this country, and don't ask us to teach you. Like, learn it from yourself, or you have to do that work, because we have to heal. You have to figure out what you did. So
I love it. Montrella, any last words before we wrap on mental healing?
Yeah, this has been great. Thank you. I would say don't wait for somebody to get a clue and apologize and give us reparations. You got to take your power back. I think about our ancestors. Too many died for us to have all of the privileges and the opportunities. When I first went to Africa, it wasn't the same. Racism was not the same. It was a whole different experience when you are the majority. So I just want to, obviously I'm for mental health. I think the collaboration idea is wonderful. We just need to get out, have more platforms just like you provide, Portia, where we can connect and educate. Education is a big deal. A lot of people don't even know what social workers do, for example. They think we just work in child welfare, and welfare buildings, but we do so much more. And so collaborating, and don't give up your values, because there is a difference between the Afrocentric, values. We're collective versus competitive. That was mentioned earlier, but yet we're starting to be shameful of our religion and our culture and our creativity, and people are capitalizing on it. What I see BLM right now, how some institutions are using it, is just branding, baby. Let's stop letting other people pocket off of our story and our tragedies. We have to take our power back.
Ladies, this was such an enlightening conversation, and so many people watching think it was powerful. Yes, powerful is definitely a great adjective to summarize this conversation today. I thank you all for joining us and taking your time to talk about a much needed topic to talk about. Not enough. I mean, I think this needs to continuously to be talked about. I mean, you've heard of some panels and different panels about it, but we need to continue to drill it and continue to talk about the solutions so that, it will get across to the right people to change policy. And Dr. White said that, yes, I mean, it's policy what has gotten us here in the first place. We need policy to make things better as well. Dr. White, Montrella, Dr. Nemo, and Lauren, thank you all for joining us. I totally appreciate you joining us for Minds Matter DC today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
All right. Well, I mean, y'all, that wraps up Minds Matter DC. I would like to thank the National Network of Library of Medicine, the Southeastern Atlantic region, all of us research program. I would like to thank the Delta Research and Educational Foundation, our sponsors. I would like to thank oh my goodness, it's so many people. Howard University, obviously, for partnering with us. Howard University, Lewis Stokes Library for partnering with us. Another sponsor, Duff and Phelps. Thank you so much for being able to help us make this happen, bring Minds Matter DC to DC. Thank you all for watching. Please, we have the evaluation. If you like what you heard, this panel discussion, please just give us your feedback. Give us your feedback on the entire event, whatever portion you saw, whatever worship you liked the most. The panel, the evaluation link is in the Facebook comments right now. So you should see a link in the comments or going into the comments, feedback survey. It will only take a minute or two of your time. If you're watching this on Facebook, just click on that link. If you are not watching this on Facebook, then you will actually get someone said excellent use of 6.5 hours on a Saturday. Yeah, I know that. Thank you. Awesome. You're welcome. If you are not watching this on Facebook, then you will also get this in your email. There will be a link coming in your email. Just give us some feedback. Thank you, Hannah, so much. Thank you all for all your great comments. I really appreciate it. Lastly, if you like what you're hearing, if you want to be a part of BGH, please, we would love for you to join our sisterhood. If you like what you saw some of the fitness, the different workshops on different health issues. We talk about hormonal issues and foods affecting your mood. We do this every Friday in our membership. We have our experts, our BGH experts come in, and we have a whole bunch of different experts who are part of our membership that talk about this, go live every Friday. We do these kind of Q&As. So if you like what you hear, you want more of this and be a part of our sisterhood of living a healthy lifestyle, we join our sisterhood. We also have home workouts. We do events. All that stuff is free when you are a member. We have healthy recipes and all. You can go to membership.blackgirlhealth.com and you can register. If you are a professional, if you're a Black professional, maybe you're a financial coach, maybe you're a hairdresser, maybe you are a therapist, maybe you are a doctor or a naturopathic doctor, a health coach, what have you, a fitness instructor, and you want to host different workshops and host different events. We do these events all across the country. That's how you'll be able to do them. If you join our membership, it's our health professionals that are a part of our membership that host our different events. If that sounds like something that you would be interested in, then join us, membership.blackgirlhealth.com, and become a partner member. You'll see it all on the page. So that's it for today. We've had a long day of a lot of great information. I hope you all were taking notes, but I will not keep you any longer. At that, I will say good night. I think I'm going to say good night because it'll be probably bedtime soon in the next 2 hours or so. But thank you all for joining us. Bye-bye.
Black Girl Health Foundation presents Minds Matter DC in partnership with the National Network of Library of Medicine, Southeastern Atlantic Region, and All of Us Research Program, Howard University, and Howard University's Louis Stokes Health Sciences Library, and Black Girl Health LLC. Sponsors include Duff and Phelps Charitable Foundation and Delta Research and Educational Foundation. Now,